Explain to the people what a gaffer is, since you're so knowledgeable.
I have no idea. What's important, though, is that I've been working on a laptop and I'm close to the end of a job I've been doing since 10:30. I can't believe that it's frozen again. The system has gone downo, downo, downo. I can't believe that it's frozen again. The system has gone downo. So I took it to the help desk guy. I said, make it better or I'm going to cry. He said, sorry, your computer has died. The data can no longer be found. Oh, found. Oh, found. Oh. He said, I'm sorry, your computer has died. The data can no longer be found. Oh.
I was
To the roof
really...
with the laptop, I did go. Over the edge, I gave it a throw. And when it arrived 7 stories below, it really made a mighty fine sound. Oh. Sound. Oh. Sound. Oh. I can't believe when it arrived 7 stories below, it really made a mighty fine sound. Oh.
Is this our cold
Well, I
open?
didn't do enough to ease my pain, so I went to the
Yep.
Billies and got on a plane saying, this is all Billy Gates' fault. I'm going to be tracking him down, no, down, no, down, no. This is all Billy Gates' fault. I'm going to be tracking him down, no. Well,
Actually, we
that's
wouldn't be able
enough
to
of
use
that.
that as a cold open.
No, we can use it as a cold open. It's fine. But first, everyone...
Is that a
You
real
guys
song?
like Da Vinci's Notebook, or?
Well, it doesn't matter if you sing it. God, I love Da Vinci's Notebook so much.
I've
never heard of it.
Like 3 of their songs, and I remember at least one.
Whenever life
there
gets you down,
Oh, that's
keeps
true.
you
that
wearing a
No,
frown.
no.
Heard that one.
Welcome to the podcast, everyone.
That means the entire time I'm insulting children is on there. Well, you guys were gone.
I just hit record when I got back. I'm sorry, I did not catch you
But
doing
now
that.
that right there that you
Yeah.
just said, that's going to stay there.
That omission will remain.
She was incredibly rude to me. All right,
Incredibly rude.
She was a small child with a
needed
monster
to be taught a
20
lesson.
levels lower than yours that said ooh woo, and you said fuck off.
That
Oh my
stupid little
goodness.
zygote's gonna throw a fetus fit because I beat her. All right.
Oh my god.
It's her fault though.
We are like 2
Right.
minutes into the video.
This is already
Welcome
off
to
the
XY.
rails.
Look, all
Hi,
she
everyone.
had was an buff. She couldn't even back up her smack talk.
Her smack talk was ooh woo fight to me woo.
No, that's not what she
No,
said.
her smack talk
She said,
was...
"Huh, you little crybaby, you gonna run away."
Oh, you found
Oh.
a second child to bully?
Bully. She started it. Why does nobody believe me?
She's a child, Dosha.
I don't care.
I have my head in my
She needs to
hands,
learn
just like...
some manners.
Do we really need to, like, point out that you're talking about a child in
No,
game?
we don't need to point that it's talking about an NPC in a Pokemon game.
The Pokemon game that we're talking about is Pokemon X and Pokemon Y version, which is what we're talking about, incidentally, today.
No, we're talking about the size of my penis. It's fine.
No. Oh my god. Well, it's not like we get ad revenue anyway, but I would still appreciate it.
Hey,
No,
no,
come on.
the ad revenue thing is only in the first 30 seconds.
No, see, here's the thing, right? We
No,
don't need
it's
to
the
worry
first
about
hour.
audience, like, we need to worry about audience retention. So, look, you get somebody in, you keep them in, and then you worry about the ad revenue when they like you enough.
Okay, do you really think that's going to keep someone in them?
Well, no, what I'm suggesting is let's get naked.
Okay, sure. I'm in. Oh, and
I
Dosha's gone.
suppose that's one way.
This might be my favorite opening we've ever done.
Depends on the website that we're on. Anyway.
Are we going to do our recordings onto a certain hub from now on?
Experience Curve OnlyFans.
Experience Hub.
Experience Hub. Oh god, if we got popular enough to actually do that, that'd be amazing.
This month, we did Pokemon X and Y. X version, Y version. I did Y. How about you guys?
I also did Y.
I did Y.
Y also. Y also.
The person who is missing on our group did X.
The only
Yes.
person who did X. I own a physical copy of X. It's just
Unfortunately, Ark was unable to make it today due to various reasons. So we will have a perspective from only one version, I think, for the first time in the entirety of us doing the podcast.
It's a
But
bit unfortunate, but the differences are
I mean,
negligible.
honestly, this might be better just because.
It's like the
Okay,
least impactful.
I know
I
that
guess
this is.
it's probably the least impactful version exclusive thing that we've had since like Generation 2.
Like, I know that this is jumping the shark a little bit, but
No, I guess
man,
Pearl and Diamond, yeah.
man, why make so much sense for X later on in the game, considering what the main villain team is trying to do? I don't know why they're just like, yeah, it's the same thing, but with Xerneas.
Well, it makes sense either way. Both of them have sort of like a power absorption thing, I guess.
It's just,
We'll get to that.
it's so strange. But yay.
Yeah.
I got really burnt out on this game for some reason, which is strange because personally, this is one of my favorite Pokemon games that they have ever made.
Is it perhaps
Same.
because you have over 1,000 hours logged on your
Yes.
original copy?
Actually, hold on a minute. I wrote down exactly the hours that I had in my original copy. Uh, where is it?
I'll
Where
pull
did
up
I
mine
write
as
it?
well.
All right, well, they're doing that. Pokemon X and Y released on October
Yeah.
12th, 2013, and for the first time, a global release of October 12th, 2013,
Yep.
meaning
Yeah.
everywhere at the same time, meaning the Japanese didn't get it a year early this time.
Yeah, I
So,
remember when I first played Platinum, I hated it because I was spoiled everything because Japan got it a year early. Go
yep.
ahead, Curry.
So that's the same thing for me. I remember, I am old enough to remember that the whole Pokemon preview thing for like upcoming games coming to the States had nothing to do with knowing the Pokemon because everyone knew what the Pokemon looked like since they came out in Japan before. The name of the game was figuring out what the Pokemon were going to be called because the English names were the
Oh,
only
yeah.
thing that weren't released.
I still occasionally call the Unova region the issue region for that.
Yeah. Let me see here.
It's just, that's how it was. I guess I'm the other way around. I purposely sought out that type of information. I
Yeah.
would wait for Koro updates and stuff to get more.
I remember Koro used to be the most invaluable thing for a Pokemon fan. I mean, it still is fine, I think. Wait, is Koro still going?
I don't know.
Huh.
I think the Koro magazine still is, but I don't think it's the main way of getting Pokemon information anymore.
Well, they probably do that just
Main way of getting
directly.
Pokemon information now is leaks.
Yeah. Well, anyway, my previous time in Pokemon Y, which I believe is the highest amount of time for any Pokemon game, 923 or sorry, 26 hours and 40 no, 58 minutes. Sorry, I'm like looking at my phone across the room and squinting because I set it down and thought like, oh, I remember the number, but no. So yeah, almost 1,000 hours in this game.
Yep.
A lot of that is inflated due to breeding, which I will talk about in depth in a little bit once we get to Lumoy's City because Jesus Christ, that is so much of that time. But man, X and Y is a fucking good game. I am just like
Yeah,
everything about it is really wonderful.
yeah, my total playtime in Y is 489 hours, 52 minutes. I played the fuck out of this game. I didn't do a lot. I did some breeding, and we will get into that because Gen 5 was really got my footing on Pokemon, but Gen 6 was where I really like put the grind down. And it's where something started that kind of led into a 2-year long journey of self-discovery that we'll talk about later. But
Oh
yeah,
no.
Gen 6 is my favorite generation.
Okay.
How about you, Dosha?
Oh boy.
I played this generation 2.5 times.
Oh fuck.
I never finished my my Wonderlock playthrough. The first time I played through it, I I believe, just finished transferring everything to my copy of X and Y. Then my 3DS got stolen.
I remember going dumpster diving looking for it because you thought you had
No, that
accidentally
was the
thrown it out.
Switch.
Oh, that was the Switch. Oh, never mind.
My 3DS was stolen in 2014 while I was at work.
Yeah, I remember that. That does really suck.
You know, it's strange because I swear I had my original copy of Sapphire stolen. I genuinely don't know what happened to it, but I remember having it in a little case, and then this kid from my neighborhood came over, and I looked for it a few days later, and I couldn't find it. So I always assumed he stole it and then moved away.
I had my Sapphire version was stolen. I think I talked about this in the thing, but this is just really quick. And I had a very good idea of who stole it. I confronted them. They admitted to it. And then I remember sitting in my room, being like really crying and upset because they had restarted the game. I was in front of Rayquaza at the time, and
Ah, no.
I remember just hearing my mom yelling at her in the background for like an hour.
Yeah.
It was a cousin.
It's a real dick move when you do something like that.
Hmm. But yeah.
Yay, all of us
Anyway,
are victims of theft.
something we can corral behind.
We can all
Anyway,
join
um,
together.
one thing
This
that
game. Oh no, sorry. Go ahead.
one
Oh
thing that
god.
Dosha did touch on briefly, but I wanted to touch on it a little bit more. A long time ago, me and Dosha were replaying games. I think replayed Oros and he replayed XY. We both did Wonderlocks. It was my first time ever doing a Wonderlock, and I loved it. He had a lot more interesting things happen with it. I don't remember exactly, but the funnest thing was the name that he decided, which is a riff that he ended up using in this one.
That's true. You can probably see it on screen.
Well, not yet. Currently, you're deciding your nickname.
Yep.
Oh, is it
I wish we
still
could
on
see
that?
that.
Wait, is it
I think I had to think
paused?
about that one for a while.
Oh, I didn't notice that that was just there. Okay, there we go. Here we go. I can just do that. There, that's better.
Anyway, so I guess.
Oh no, no.
Well, well, okay. Look, sometimes you have to think about a nickname really hard, and I wanted to talk about that too. So, while we're getting to that, first things first. Most importantly, we've got a new picture set up for me to share
There
all
we
my
go.
pictures, and I'd like to start off with the first one.
Ooh, baby.
So, in X and Y, when you start out as the female character, she is holding a 3DS. That is on purpose because she is holding a bag when she is not holding that 3DS, and they
Yes.
couldn't find a way to make her not hold anything.
See, that is such an awesome workaround. I noticed that too. And see, this is the thing, right? I love the intro to this game with like the fletchling just flying through the room. It looks really lovely. And then you're greeted with this actually like really kitted out looking room. Although I still don't understand why these kids
Well,
don't get like a table or something for their fucking game consoles.
it's kind of important to note that this is that the whole intro area. It's so impressive and everything looks so lively because this is the first game done in 3D.
Indeed.
Yeah,
I want to talk about this. Like, actually, let's just start with this because this is one of the biggest compliments I can give this game. Why does this game look better and feel better than all of the modern versions of Pokemon?
yeah,
It's so
exactly. All of the other ones feel so lifeless.
Like, this one
impeccably
actually.
charming.
Yeah.
Well, I actually kind of like Alola, but I gotta play it again before I figure out
Yeah,
whether I like
Like,
it more.
there's liveliness there, but it's also very strange. Like, the walk cycle looks very strange. There's some things that translating from, like, a more chibi kind of thing into the full 3D model, like, it did fine. But this one, for some reason, this is just so much more lively despite lacking detail. Like, when you compare the two, the other ones are more detailed. Like, you can clearly see the full 3D of the characters. You can do all of this, and it's on this. Well, not all of them are on the Switch, but like, it's just
not
strange
yet.
to me. It's so strange to me how this game, just being the first 3D Pokemon game on the 3DS's software, or not software, hardware, is able to look and feel more lively than any modern game that has access to like 1080p resolution. It's so strange.
Mhm. It's got that fine balance between Gen 5 and Gen 8, where Gen 8 is like too much into the 3D realm. Gen 5 is like a perfect balance of like having that great pixel art. This is kind of that in between. It's
Yeah,
still pixel. If you zoom in, they're still pixeled models,
yeah,
but it
but it's
still
good.
looks
Well, it's not
amazing.
pixel art. That's just because of the way that 3DS renders the stuff. But
Yeah,
um, because it's relatively low poly, and I think part of the charm comes from the fact that they're doing relatively chibi models, and
Everything
everything's
removed
got that kind of cutesy art style.
yeah.
So it's kind of halfway in between the chibi that they did previously, and then the full size models that they start doing starting in Gen 7.
And see, this is the other strange thing, right?
A lot of people don't like that style, by the way, I've noticed.
Yeah.
Personally, I really like it, but
But here's the thing. This is the question. Why does this look better than the chibi art for Diamond or Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl?
because the chibi art for BDSP looks awful.
I'm
Also, you
just
can
like,
change it back to the video.
oh, there we are. Well, this is actually relevant to what we're talking about because this is a good display of like the detail and everything, but
Yeah,
I guess it doesn't really matter. Oh man. I was really just blown away while I was playing this game because like this is also the first Pokemon game to actually incorporate like 3D movement. So, well, not
yeah,
3D
you can move
movement, but
diagonally.
360 movement. Like it's more than just diagonal since the 3DS actually has like a what do you call it? It's not a joystick. It's
A circle pad.
a circle pad. The 3DS actually has a circle pad, and you can use the circle pad. In some instances, you have to use the circle pad, and you can travel around three dimensionally, or you can also do the standard Pokemon, like, D pad, left, right, although you can still move diagonally if you hold two
yeah.
directions of the D pad. So it's just this. It controls very well, and the movement of the game is fantastic. Although I still don't know how in the hell you rollerblade on sand.
That, well,
It doesn't really work.
worry about it.
I'm just that's like the one thing. Like you can't rollerblade in the swamp, but you can rollerblade on the beach for some reason. Oh man. And it's just like I was really enjoying looking at this game. It's a shame that I was just so burnt out on it because I fully recognize that this is one of the best Pokemon games they've ever made, and I will die on that hill. I
Well,
don't care what anyone
I
says.
understand you feel that way.
But
I
like,
mean, I
man,
agree.
but man, they put so much like polish and actual love into this. This made me nostalgic while I was playing it for me playing it before because I really do remember it. It's just
Yeah,
vivid.
yeah, I loved this game so much. I will get more into it, but I had a bit of a hiccup mid-run, and even with that hiccup, I was able to really enjoy the game. I don't think I would have been able to do that if it was a Pokemon game I didn't like.
Yeah. Oh man. It's like
Anyway, so since we're at the current area in the video, I did want to talk about this. In that first town after you get out of your starting home, there
yeah.
are two buildings in that town on either side. One that only sells Pokeballs, one that only sells potions.
Yep.
Why?
Before we get to that, do you want to talk about your friend group that you start off with?
Man. And see, this is one part of the game that I actually kind of both love and dislike. Because
Yeah,
here's the thing, right? I don't think it's a bad idea to expand the group of friends in a Pokemon game. I think that could be really cool, but only if you give all of them equal shake.
yeah, exactly. Like that girl right there, she's given most of the time outside of your rival,
Yeah.
and actually, maybe your rival isn't even shown enough. Like you see him, he wants to battle.
Yeah,
That's it.
Well, yeah.
I see.
There's nothing
Yeah, your
else.
rival shows up. They don't have that much character to them.
Mhm.
They're kind of how do you say not
They're
very
one dimensional.
He is
Well,
the
no, that's not what I mean.
Pokemon.
I mean,
He
like
is
they're
the
kind of
Pokemon.
reserved, I think.
Mhm.
He's
And
the
Well,
Pokemon
like,
equivalent
just
of
want to battle.
"Tell my
And
wife hello."
yeah,
the
Shauna's the most,
yeah,
like, she's got the most personality out of any of them. There's the
Yeah,
one who wants to dance and the shy one.
the
like
best you can do is that they have your rival has somewhat of an inferiority complex to some degree because you keep beating them, and
Uh-huh.
they're supposed to
yeah.
be good at battling.
Well, okay,
And
so
that's the closest they get to any type of character, I think.
see, I don't think that any of
And yeah,
these.
the other two, that's true.
I don't think
It's like
these characters really develop much at all, to be honest. They're just kind of there. But at the same time,
Tierno
that's
wants to
not
dance.
that's not necessarily a bad thing in this instance because they also did this. I don't know if I would say that this is a good thing or not, but like they have Shauna, who's cute, very good design. They have your
Chona's
rival, who
definitely the most
is
developed of them.
yeah. They have your rival, who is just uninteresting. Frankly, I don't like him. I don't even remember him. When I try to remember a rival from X and Y, I just think of Shauna because her design stands out so much more. And then you have the other two characters who, if you asked me to name them with a gun pointed at my head, I
I mean,
couldn't do it. I
yeah, I could name
genuinely
Tierno, but I can't name the other one.
like
Yeah, I don't remember.
I remember what they
Like,
look like because they do stand out. They're at least like designed in a way that makes them memorable, but they are tutorial peoples. They are direction giving peoples, which
yeah,
I understand the need to do that because like it's a very large game and this game is made for everyone from like little baby babus to whoever the heck wants to play it just way up
yeah.
in age. So they have to have a compromise between like, hey, we should like nudge players to go in one direction or another, which would make sense. But the way they do it with these characters is they have technically two of your friends who battle you, one of which very battles you very little, but is more memorable than the one who battles you a lot. Then you have the fat one and the short one who likes to dance, and the
They
fat
still
one and the short
battle
one.
like once or twice the entire
Yeah,
game.
but it's just sitting there like they are basically there to show up in a route and be like, "Oh man, look at that house over there. Let's go."
I mean, to be honest, even with Shauna, her personality is tourist.
Yes.
I mean, have you seen what the buildings look like in this game? They're beautiful. I
However,
understand.
however, I would argue that because you can give Shauna a personality, she's more successful than the other ones.
I suppose that's true.
Hmm. Um, yeah,
Excuse me.
so
So yeah,
anyway,
personalities. Yeah, the other
so
two
we
are
meet
personalities, they're tropes.
Yeah,
we meet four other people at a table and they say, "Hey, pick a ball." Which ball did you pick?
I went with Froki because honestly, I like I really like Delphox, but Delphox was the one that I went with before, or Fennekin rather. So I went with Greninja, even though I had already, I think, gotten a Greninja from a friend or something. Actually, I might have bought a shiny one off of eBay. I can't remember.
So I went with Froakie as well, but that's because I have a super janky team in mind. And initially, my first thought process was I need Greninja because he fast. Mid in the run, I realized I made a huge mistake. If I had picked
Hmm.
my favorite starter in the world, Delphox, I would have been much better.
Yes.
About another halfway through the game, I realized, no, what, this is fine. This actually worked out in my favor. I'm glad I went for Greninja.
Yeah, it's so strange because picking Greninja, I had that same exact thing where half of the game just felt like it was more difficult because of Greninja.
Really?
Like, for
Well,
some
I
reason, it
didn't
seemed
have it
poorly
that
matched
way.
up.
The only reason I thought that way was because my super secret thing is a water type, and I now had two water types.
Hmm.
But it turns out that's okay.
I see. I picked Chespin. I don't think I ever had any real difficulties with the story. At least I can't think of any.
Well, the only difficulty is now you're having to have a chest spin, which I'm sorry for your loss.
Chestnut's cool. Okay, I don't care what you guys say.
I
There's only one
man,
bad starter option, and it's Fennekin.
man,
That's incorrect. Actually, the middle evolution of Chestnut is the ugliest Pokemon starter ever.
I would
I don't
argue
agree
that
that it's the
combustion is
ugliest, but I
worse.
understand.
I
At
would
least you
argue combustion
understand.
is worse, but I can't disagree.
Every time
Fennekin's
have you seen when he
final
looks like
evolution
shiny?
Yes,
is awful, though.
it looks
It's
really bad shiny.
He's just a guy in a mascot suit.
It's so
Anyway,
weird.
so while we're on the note here, let me just pull up what Ark picked. He picked also Greninja. So we have 3 Greninjas and 1 Chestnut.
Honestly, the only reason I didn't pick Fennekin is because I had gotten so many Fennekin. I went with Greninja because I had never started with Greninja.
Yeah, I only picked Greninja. Had I thought more about it, I probably would have picked Fennekin because, like I said, Fennekin is my favorite starter of all time. When I first played these games, so what happened was I bought a 2DS and the game at the exact same day. I didn't know anything about it except I knew about Mega Lucario, I think. So I go into the game and I'm thinking, oh, this cute fox is cute. I'll pick that. Before this point, I had always taken the water starters because I loved water, but I thought let's change it up for once. And I was so happy because at the time I was really getting into the fact that Psychic is my favorite type. And once I saw it evolved into a really cute Psychic Pokemon, I was super pumped.
It's a Wizard Fox.
Yeah,
Like, it's such a win of a design. Also, the name is really cool. 'Cause I was really
right?
curious about uh what Delphox was. Because I was like, what could that stand for? Yeah, so it's derived from the oracles of Delphi.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
that's really cool.
Yeah, so I was like, oh, that's just whoever made the English name for Delphox is just like bravo. That's a great pick.
That is really cool. It's too bad it's so ugly.
Oh, that's a
Why do you
shame
think
that you have
Delphox is
bad
ugly?
taste.
It says bow bow bow. It's amazing.
It's got these like gross patchy bits on it, and looks like an old hag.
Old,
Except it's also a fox.
I cannot see that at all. What
I
are you
can't
talking
either.
about? Like I'm genuinely, I'm looking at Delphox on my phone right now. I cannot see that whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. That's what I see, though.
Well,
Mm,
subjectivity is a bitch.
anyway,
Anyway,
so we've now got our
The rare
starters. Now
apple Sleeping Beauty.
Now I could go
Crumble.
through this entire run just keeping it a secret, but god damn it, I don't want to keep it a secret anymore. So I'm just going to talk about
Oh
the
god.
thing. So go ahead and pull up my pictures because I'm going to switch to the correct picture in a moment.
Well,
So through this
swap to them.
entire run, like for months, I had been planning something big. And when
Like,
I got to where I knew that Pokemon was, I decided, you know what, might as well shiny hunt it. So let me switch to the shiny thing. Let's see, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. So first, I go there and I'm doing some chain fishing, and I find a shiny Remoraid. Awesome. Next shiny, I find another shiny Remoraid.
wow.
And this was my first time chain fishing, and I fucked up. Okay.
Yeah.
Usually I do soft resetting. I was looking at these many Pokemon and I saw a fucking Remoraid on my screen that wasn't shiny, and my brain said, okay, soft reset. I hadn't saved. I lost both of those Remoraid.
Oh,
10 encounters later, I found the ace of my run, Hikari the shiny Clamperl.
Oh,
Did you know
you're.
oh,
Deep Sea Scale doubles its special attack if it's not evolved?
I'm
oh
sorry.
my.
Your hidden secret is a Clamperl.
Wait, you
Did you
told me about
know
this a
it
while.
one-shot everything in the entire run?
Wow. Okay.
So
I
Shell
guess we'll find
Smash, I
out.
guess.
No. All I did was use Surf. That's it.
Okay, fair enough. What on earth are
Anyway,
Clamperl's
now that
stats?
that's out of the way, Clamperl with that thing one-shot my entire run. It was amazing. There were very few things that could stand up to a Clamperl with Surf and Ice Beam.
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't have expected a Clamperl. That would have been my last guess, actually.
Yeah, like, oh, let me pull it up on the side here. So if I go to Clamperl,
I'm looking it up
let me
right
just pull up its
now.
base special attack for XY. So its base special attack is 74. Double that.
Okay. Yeah, no, that. I mean, I guess that makes sense. I'm just like, god dang.
Anyway, there's the ace of my run, Hikari, the shiny Clamperl. Now that I've gotten
Congratulations.
that out of the way, we continue back at the beginning of the run. You can move back to the video.
Oh, bleh.
God, I was like,
You've
I have
been
been wanting to
chomping
say
at the
that for
bit for,
fucking months.
yeah, for how long?
Like 4 months. When I found out that item did that, I realized that that's what I was gonna do.
Be fair enough.
Oh God. Okay. Anyway, we've now got our starters, and we're about to go into the first route, a forest.
Oh, yeah, and you have to pick your nickname.
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
our nicknames. Okay, so when I was looking at the nicknames, I thought, oh God, this is gonna take me for fucking ever. What am I gonna do? So usually when I'm picking a name for a character, I try to name it Emmy if it's a character in a game. Sometimes I'll go for Carrot if I need to, but I try to stick for Emmy. So I named my character Emmy, and then I got to the nickname thing, which I'd completely forgotten about. When the small one, not Tierno, not Shauna, not the rival, the small guy, he suggested E-Kins, which I read as Ekans, and I thought that was so funny that they're calling me a fucking snake that I just went for that.
I sped
I
all
see.
the way through mine and just selected Mkins, apparently.
I went with Jorgen, spelled
Jorgen.
Jorgen, I believe.
So do
Jorgen.
you want to explain to both Curry and the rest of the class your name for this one and your name for your Wonderlock?
I would love to if I understood why I named them that.
I'm sorry, am I to
Fortunately,
understand
I don't.
that you just named your Pokemon something?
I didn't name my Pokemon any. Oh wait. Oh, you're talking about my Pokemon nicknames?
No, I'm talking about you.
Oh, I thought you were
Oh,
talking
okay.
about the Pokemon nicknames.
I have no idea why I went with Jorkmahort originally and Jorkmajork in this one.
I mean,
But yeah, it
it's
was an I don't
funny.
remember exactly. It was an inside joke between us. I don't remember what it was.
It's
But
surely.
yeah, he was Hjork Madork and Bjork Mahork, and now he is what Hjork Mabork or something like that.
It sounds like something out of like Doodle Bob or something.
Anyway, um, so now we're
I
on
see
to the
the
first
heritage,
catching
I guess.
tutorial.
Oh yeah, can I? Okay, I want to talk about this. Did anyone else feel like the intro for this game was way too damn long?
No,
No, it was actually relatively fast, I thought.
I'm just sitting here
yeah,
like
I thought it was nice, nice and
it
short.
felt really it felt like it extended almost throughout all of Lumoy's City. Cuz it's like I don't like it when a game has a character stand in front of the exit you want to take and say, "Oh, have you done the thing yet?"
I mean,
Oh,
they've
you're
done that
talking
in every
about.
Pokemon game.
I know,
No,
but
they. Well, here's the thing. No, they haven't done that in every Pokemon game. Because, I mean, this is having a character explicitly say, "Hey, you can't move forward until you do this thing."
yeah.
That's relatively rare, and it's become a lot more frequent. Starting in
Like
honestly, Pokemon Black and White is where it really became bad.
and this just further led
Well,
into other complications when I was doing this, and this is skipping a little bit ahead, but basically intro like catch tutorial, whatever. It's a catch tutorial. It's fine. You have a couple battles, you move on, you go and do a thing. It's all good. But Lumoy's City has that problem in spades because basically Lumoy City is half blacked out at the start of the game for reasons you don't know. And there are people stationed everywhere that basically say you can't enter the center or the like north half of the city because the power's out. And for some
which doesn't
reason,
make any sense.
yeah, it makes zero sense. And it also doesn't make any sense
How
that
come
the
that random
taxis aren't
NPC gets to
working.
do it then?
Like the
Yeah,
taxis aren't working either because like oh it's like an emergency precaution because the lights are off and I'm like dude these are cars they aren't on the grid.
Okay, but there it also gets even worse whenever you're
No,
talking to the person directly telling you, "Hey, you cannot go past me," and then you see an
Yeah.
NPC walk past him.
Yeah, no. And like the orange headed, like the short little orange headed kid, you have him at the end of like the Lumoy City thing goes like, "Oh, have you gone to the cafe yet? Oh, have you gone to the cafe yet?" I genuinely forgot where in the hell the Lysander Cafe was because whenever I needed to go to the Lysander Cafe that I recalled, I just took a cab to get there because navigating Lumoy City is a fucking nightmare.
wait, are
Yeah,
you guys? Oh, I don't have a problem with navigating a city.
Like,
I
I
would
just
have
can't
never made it
remember.
across anywhere without that cab service. I mean, I didn't have trouble at the start of the game because they
Hmm.
lock you off in so many areas. There's only
Yeah.
one or two cafes.
I
No,
have
no,
used
there's
the cab three
three.
times in the entire game. Uh, I don't think I've used it in other runs at all. It's just too expensive. I did it one time just to see what would happen if I ran out of money and tried to use it.
They
And
try and beat you up.
yeah, they did take me to a back alley, called me a thief, and tried to beat me.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? You know why I take so many you know why I take so many cabs? So I
Why is that?
so I can say I don't leave a tip.
All right, so I want to talk more about this. So, okay, so Dosha, me and Curry had a little bit of a conversation last night before you got on, and I learned something. So, apparently Curry finds it so fucking absurdly, like offensive that a character in a game would ask him for a tip.
Yeah, it doesn't
What?
make any sense. I fucking don't get it.
How does that make sense?
I would get it if it was like a one-off joke at like a restaurant or something. However,
To be fair,
any service in the game asks you if you want to tip.
I don't think they're asking you for a tip. I think that's just something you're expected to do.
Well, see, that's the thing, right? My mentality on it is I will gladly tip people for performing a service well or above average. Like, if there's a waiter or waitress or whatever the hell they're called nowadays, I don't know. If there's
But
someone
you
who
know,
is serving you food and they are, like, attentive and they're doing their job great, then I will be like, yes, I will gladly leave you a tip. If
I
they
always tip the
don't do it well and if there's like no excuse for it, like if you're the only one in the restaurant and you're just having to flag someone down to get some kind of service, I'm not going to tip people because they're not doing their job. And I find it personally ridiculous that like this whole paradigm that we've come up with is so food or so the restaurant uh sorry, I just tripped over my words. So restaurants save money by underpaying their waiters and waitresses, and the reliance to make their paycheck is then passed on to the customer, and it's more or less just become expected for you to tip even if they do a poor job because that's where their income comes from. I'm just sitting here like, why the hell should I have to pay a tip because the entire environment surrounding this occupation is toxic and crap? Like, what? Why should I have to do that? And it extends to the same mentality here in this game, where this is a video game. Why am I being asked to tip people?
I just found it was a
well,
cute small nod, like, "Hey, you want a tip?" But like, "Yeah, that's cute.
I'm
Sure, you
like,
can have a tip."
yeah,
no.
that is what it is.
I'm
It's
just like,
it's not like there's any consequence for not
the
Well,
tipping.
there
consequence is I
actually
have
is.
less money.
No, the money thing doesn't matter. It doesn't like tipping, paying for the cab. Those are like so like penny change doesn't matter. What matters is I learned. Okay, so I didn't look this up until after the run. I want to preface. Apparently, if you tip, your style goes up.
Yeah, like that's the only
Oh
thing.
yeah,
And I'm
that's
just
it, bro.
sitting there like, yay,
But
cool.
like when you're able to get into the shop in the center of the city, then that's, I mean, what do you need style for past that point?
Yeah, you don't. That's the thing. So this is why this is
Or you
again.
could just tip the NPC to be nice, Curry.
I mean, yeah, I
No.
do it. I always tip my
I want
maid
them
who runs out and sends out silver rate of invitation to
a
everyone.
silver red of invitation.
Like,
Yeah,
come on, Curry. He drove you all the way across Lumio City, and you're not even going to give him a like. It took him like 3 seconds.
This
He
motherfucker
zoomed
is
at the speed
charging
of
me
light.
well,
3,000
he's pretty
Poké Dollars to
knowledgeable.
take me
He tells you
4
about the
feet
services.
because I'm lazy. I'm not paying him fucking however much the tip is. Like, okay, I find like including tips as like a okay, you could probably build around that in some way and make some kind of a system in a game that would be really cute for tipping. But in this game, in this Pokemon game, everyone asks you for a tip, and I am like baffled that they included that as a as a
Pretty sure it's
thing.
exclusively just so that they can uh, show off the tipping culture that France has.
It's so strange.
They're known for their service and they have a strong service industry.
I mean,
I
it
suppose to a
is,
degree.
but still,
It depends. It's different than American service, but
yeah. But like, it's strange because even if it was intended to like introduce you to like a piece of French culture, you also have to understand like the cultural disconnect between those things. Because in a
uh,
lot of cultures, tipping isn't like a common thing. Like in
well,
America and most of Europe, I think it is. But I've heard stories that like in
not most of
Asia,
Europe.
tipping is strange.
Yeah, well, I mean that's true. They also don't provide as much service.
I mean, yeah, but still, point is,
And they
it's
also
just
pay their waiters a living wage. But
yeah.
anyway,
No,
Well,
like
I don't know about
seriously,
that.
if you want to take anything away from this conversation, the whole economy behind like waiters and waitresses, even if you do end up making more money off of tips than you otherwise would from just being paid a general income, my god, it is ridiculous that you are reliant on strangers to pay tips to make a living. It is
But you're reliant
absolutely
on
stupid.
strangers to make a living no matter what.
Well, you're relying on strangers to make a living, but if you get hired to do a specific job, you should be guaranteed a certain amount of pay. Like
Okay,
well, you are just not enough
a
pay. Yeah.
reasonable amount of pay, I should say. Like when you're a waiter or a waitress, you're getting paid like what, $2, $3 an hour or something like that.
well, yeah, but that's
And then you have to quote unquote make up for the rest of it in tips. So if you have like one bad week, you could be making like, I don't know, $100 or something like that for a 30-hour week, or less if you just didn't get any tips at all, or if
So
there
I
was
looked
just
it up.
you
nothing.
can also make more. That's like complaining about the men's basketball team making money only when they win a game. Because you could end up with less money.
You could end up with less money, but at the very least you're guaranteed some. It's just
I looked
ridiculous.
it up.
Some. And
It's really bad.
you have to
Yeah.
keep in mind that, at least in the US with tipping, if you don't make enough money in tips, the business that you're working for has to pay the rest.
I've never once heard that.
You didn't know that?
No, I've never. Well, no, I've
You guys are
also.
complaining about tipping and you don't know
No,
these
I
things.
don't know what you're talking about. That doesn't sound correct.
Yeah, if what you would make is less than the hours you would make working at minimum wage at those hours that you've logged, then and you did not report enough money in tips to make up for that, then your company is required to therefore make up the difference.
That sounds made
By
up.
So
law.
I have never
it,
heard of that.
that does explain what I'm seeing here. So I decided to look up just minimum wage for waiters, and I'm seeing two specific numbers. And I'm seeing a couple of states have different things here, but I'm just going to go over one of them randomly here. Let's say Pennsylvania. A minimum wage rate is $2.83,
Yep.
but
So
with tips, 7.25 minimum.
yes,
So
$7.25. Let me see if I'm understanding this correctly. So the restaurant has to pay if they don't make minimum wage, but they're still putting the onus on the customer to go ahead and just pay for tips rather than just paying their waiters minimum wage.
to be honest, I
yes,
think it's a better system in that way. I don't think it's
Well,
for everyone. I should
no,
probably say, but
that's
the system is set up so that the waiters are and or the service providers are
wait.
incentivized to provide the best service they can so that they can get the most money. Therefore, everybody gets a better deal out of it.
So let me get this straight. The whole system is set up so you low pay your waiters and waitresses unless they don't make their money in tips. Then you have to pay them minimum wage. So, in other words, the entire system is set up specifically to expect the customer to pay for someone else's paycheck directly, more or less, rather than just doing this.
Well, yeah,
Honestly, I would be less mad about this if they just raised the prices on food at restaurants so it just generally was the same as if you tipped. Because then, like, you're paying for a service, you're paying for your food. That's what I want. I find it ridiculous that you have to pay a tip to support someone's livelihood rather than them just getting a paycheck at minimum wage. Like, what the hell?
I think if that's the case, then you should just get a different job.
Oh,
that
my
isn't,
God.
It gets worse though. I was looking more into it.
Sonic and wage, right? So, but I mean, like the reason people do those types of jobs is because you can make a lot of money getting tips if you're good at it.
Well, if you're good at it and if you're lucky.
Under federal law, and also if you're pretty, under federal law and in most states, employees can be required to pay part of their tips into a tip pool to be shared with other employees.
Yay. There's some bullshit.
So it's like the tip jar system you have at places like Chipotle.
But this is if you get a tip for serving someone, you have to put that into a pool.
That also just kind of, that's another thing that's just ridiculous. I didn't even think about that. Well, no, it's effective, but if I'm going to tip someone, I want to tip that person for their work that they did for me. I don't want to pay for all the other people.
But I mean, like, I don't know. I just have trouble seeing it necessarily as that exploitative when, you know, people try to do the same thing in other industries without talking about it. You know how people are like, video game developers are underpaid for the amount of money the games make. I mean, what people are talking about, remember, is like they want to tip people. Remember the whole thing about the Crunchyroll Direct thing about paying the animators? That's basically saying, hey, we're going to tip them for their work. Of course, they didn't end up accepting it, but...
Well, okay, there's a lot of differences and nuance between these different things. I get what you're saying, but that's not necessarily analogous.
The only difference is scale.
I mean, scale is important. Because in this instance, you're tipping... Well, the act of tipping someone is... This is going to sound like such a weird way to put it. It's kind of like a much more intimate thing by comparison to, like, paying an entire group of animators extra for their work. Because, like, tipping is something that's, like, you as a customer are satisfied with the service that this person has given you. So it's really just, like, you and the group of people who have had an experience with this person providing you service decide to give extra money to this person and gratitude for that good service. So it's kind of a different mentality between the two, but it is kind of similar.
I don't really agree, but I really just want to move on because we've been talking about tipping in a Pokemon contest.
Anyway, don't tip your waiters in the Pokemon game. Anyway,
do tip your waiters because you support their Pokemon battling. Anyway,
it's just like
I don't want to talk about this at all, but
I guess it's just that's too damn bad because I did.
Tip your waiters at Cafe Leia. Don't tip your waiters at Lumio's Cafe.
Tip your waiters and waitresses who do a good job in real life. Never fucking tip in a Pokemon game. Why is this in here?
I tip every time.
Yeah, I tip every time. There was sometimes that I accidentally clicked no, so I went back to make sure to give them the tip.
Oh my god. Anyway.
So, after we get through this forest, which I did want to say, I really like the amount of Pokemon, the different Pokemon in this forest. Like the Pikachu is a nice touch. Anyway, there's also Bunnelby, and Bunnelby is adorable. I love most every Pokemon in Gen 6, and I'll probably be gushing about most of them later on. Then we get to, I believe, the first gym. Also,
I think
is the video
so.
frozen?
Maybe.
Oh, never mind. I saw it blink. I saw him blink.
Oh, there's just a pause. This is just recorded footage. It's fine.
Okay,
Look,
yeah, yeah. I
let's
was just making
analyze
sure. I was just
this.
making sure.
Let's analyze this screenshot of the forest really quick. Now you can see it's actually quite nice and dark and textured with little bits of light coming in. It's very atmospheric. It's quite lovely. Now you can choose from 3 different text scrolling speeds.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
there is one other thing I want to talk about with tipping. When the game originally came out, there were a lot of rumors about what tipping did.
Yeah, like it increased your shiny chance.
Oh, that
Yes.
would okay. If it did something like that, like it increased your luck value, that would have been hilarious. Like it's a karma system, basically. Uh,
Anyway, so we get to the first gym right after this, I believe.
I think so, yeah. Honestly, the
So,
first gym is like the whole gym. I feel like is a set piece to demonstrate that the game can now be played in 3D with a joystick
I mean,
or a circle
yes,
pad.
but it's still a nice gym. However, so I played X and Y a lot, a bunch of Nuzlocks. I think I did one extra kind of challenge run. I don't remember, but every time I would always forget, and I only found out today that I was misunderstanding something, because I thought if you entered that gym, well, you're falling into a hole. You can't get out. You can get out. You just have to go to the
Yeah,
center and press A.
yeah. You have the strength of an uncommonly strong. Like,
I
what are you
was
supposed to be?
watching
10, 12? I don't know.
Yeah, I think you're 10. I think that's how it is in every Pokemon game except for Black White
So it's like
when you're 11.
you are an uncommonly strong preteen who can scurry up a rope like no one's business.
Yeah, I only found that out today because I was rewatching a video that I had watched. Pokemon slash Minecraft YouTuber I follow did a challenge run where everyone in the game had level 100 Pokemon except for him. You can't fight wild Pokemon. You can only capture them. Beat the game. And he did. It was really entertaining. But I saw that and I was just kind of dumbfounded that I never noticed that until now. Anyway, I like her as a character. She's pretty cute.
The photographer girl, yeah, I really like her. Just as like an intro gym leader, she's really nice. She's also memorable.
Yeah. Yeah, she is really nice. I like her sister better though. Her outfit is better.
She
Eh,
says, "My
I mean they're both fine.
Her sister, oh, and I'll talk about I won't go into like specific details of the story of what I'm going to talk about, but XY as an anime is my favorite Pokemon anime that I've watched, and that
Mm.
character was the introduction to XY. Like they brought Ash to the Kalos region. That's why I like them more a little bit. But anyway,
Eh, let me see here. I mean the battle really isn't that like the character is memorable, but the battle is more or less like it's a first gym battle against a
it
bug
is the first
gym.
gym battle.
It's just
However,
you're
it does
just gonna
bring up the
cream
next
them.
important point, which is the 40 billion patterns of Vivillon, depending on the region you're playing in.
Ah, right.
Curry, did you
Which
catch
is
all of them?"
I actually almost had all of the Vivillon at one point. However, I gave up because I missed one event.
the Pokeball one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Pokeball Vivillon looks so good.
It's really nice. Like I like it when Pokemon does something like this where it's like, you have all these different patterns of Vivillon, you have all of the unknown, you
Actually,
have
I could
like
just
all
pull
that
these up
kind of
on the
thing.
fly.
It's a neat little thingity thing. I like it
Oh my
quite a
god,
bit.
I have the power to pull these up on the fly, and you don't
You
have to
do
do anything
indeed.
extra.
And I
So
have you
yeah,
on.
this doesn't have the Pokeball pattern, but yeah, I really like the idea.
It's just a neat thing. And it's also perfect like in how it represents what oh god, what is that called in real life? Where you have like one species that
Migration.
have
Oh,
that's developed a bunch of different patterns.
I'm sure if I go to the Bulbapedia, it'll tell me.
I have no idea. There's actually a term for it where there's like species that have developed either very similarly or one species has developed a multitude of different like patterns and whatnot depending on their environment. Like I guess you can
Mhm.
just call it adaptability,
Yeah, adaptation. I think that's the one.
adaptation, something like that. So it's a really
But
good representation of adaptation. I love the
but yeah,
Savannah one.
I think the ocean and the polar one are the prettiest. I mean, Meadow is classic. It's the one you see when you see the Pokemon, but
I'm just sitting here like, why does it make sense that the bug exists in a polar environment?
the answer is don't worry about it.
I mean, fair enough. But yeah, so it's a very cute little include, and I really do like it when you put these in. However, it does become somewhat of a trifle like later on, because if you make all of these Pokemon, you eventually have to add all of them back into the game. And
Well,
to my shock, they are actually adding in all of the Vivillon back to Scarlet Violet pretty soon.
yeah.
It's like, oh, I really didn't think you guys were gonna do that.
I mean,
Surprise.
I mean, it makes sense for this one. I mean, I know for the Deerling, they kept at one specific thing because weather wasn't a thing anymore.
No, you can change it.
I thought it was stuck to one pattern.
Isn't? I thought that you could get multiple different patterns.
I will look into that while we continue on.
I might be wrong about that. I feel like
From Generation 6 to 5, 6, 7, 8, seasons are not a mechanic, and only the spring form was attainable in the wild. However, its other forms are retained upon transfer from Generation 5 and can be passed down via breeding. In Scarlet Violet, Deerling's ability to change form returns, and is done in the same method as Black White and Black White 2. However, the form it will become is now based on location that the
yeah,
game is loaded in.
that's what I thought. So like if you find a deerling in a cold environment, it'll be in its winter form, and a warm environment will be its summer form.
Yeah, fair enough then. I was mistaken. I thought there was the I didn't realize they changed it in in Scarlet Violet.
Fall Sawsbuck is the best Sawsbuck. Anyway,
Ballsbug.
Oh my
Ballsbuck.
god, every pattern has their own dex entry.
Wow, really? That's incredible.
Actually, there is one other thing that I want to talk about real quick that we can kind of talk about now. I really like the representation of like trainers with images. I think it
Okay,
works
so
really well.
yeah, that is one of the main reasons X and Y and Oros are my favorite generation. The trainer sprite things are the best they've ever been and ever will be. They look so good.
They really have just a lovely aesthetic to them. Even like I know that people would make the argument that like splash art is going to look worse than 3D just because it's like what do you call it? It's not as quote unquote lively. However, if you want that to be true, you have to have the 3D sprites express liveliness.
Are
So
there
you're not going to be able
Choosing one
to
of the
express
picture.
liveliness. Meanwhile, if you draw an image well with proper emotion, then you can actually really represent like liveliness just within an unmoving two-dimensional image. Like to me,
Exactly.
these 2D images look more lively than the Team Flare members you fight who have their actual like full-on 3D forms. I'm just
Hmm.
like, this looks so much better. Like
Hmm.
so
I
much
mean, are
better.
there people who make that argument? I don't know that there are. I mean, the splash art's pretty incredible.
Well, no. I said I'm sure there are. I don't know if it's like a commonly held opinion. We're probably very
I
safely
don't
in the
think there is that many
majority.
people.
But
Like,
like,
for
man,
example, think of VTubers, right? How many people prefer the 3D model to the 2D model?
not a lot
Yeah,
actually.
fair enough.
Yeah,
Yeah, most people prefer the live 2D.
like
That's
my
why the
god.
Live 2D is so much more expensive to get
Yeah,
commissioned.
Well, also because it's a lot harder to make.
you
Well,
have
that I mean,
to.
yeah, there's that too, but it's also because it's
It's more
you know
aesthetically
more of
pleasing.
a premium demand, right?
Yeah, like honestly, all of the sprites in this game look really good. Like even just for the basic trainers. I'm confused as to like why they decided some of the people aren't going to get it when they could have probably just done it for all of them. Like if they had just done the 2D sprite for everyone rather than I don't
Well,
know like the Team Flare grunt here. Like,
The reason they did 3D for the Team Flare Grunt and anything else was like they're like important characters that does need to have it. Like this is the
no,
villain
they're
of the
not.
story, while as that's just some
They're
lass.
not important.
They are important. They're trying to blow up the world,
It's
Curry.
yawn. We'll get to that in a little bit. I have very strong feelings of Team Flare anyway. Okay, so we finished the first gem. Do we go to the second one before we go to Lumoise, or
You know, I have the game pulled up. I'll just look at the map.
I,
I think it's the
I
second
forget.
one first. Oh yeah, we go to the second one first. I'm pretty sure about that.
Oh right, wait a minute. To get to Lumoise, we have to go through like the fossil thing, right? Like before the
Yes, I do
second
believe
gym.
so.
Yeah. Okay. I really can see the starting inspiration in like, the Rhydon and the Go-Goat and the
Yeah, this was their first attempt at getting rid of HMs.
yeah, this was like it's very interesting because you can kind of see the idea forming and it works half the time. The Rhyhorn portion of it is insufferably slow to me.
Rhyhorn and not Abomasto, Mamoswine, they're just so slow.
I
Like they could
get
just move a little bit faster.
Yeah, they don't have to make them like breakneck tilt run. But even if it was just like a dash ability or something, like
Yeah, like a cooldown dash.
imagine rather than an attack to break the rocks, you could like position it and then do like a charge. That would have been
Yeah,
so much better to
exactly.
do this. And then you get to like there's this I have this in my notes actually, I think. What is it called? The Glistening Cave or something? Where you go and you fight Team
Connecting
Flare for the
cave.
first time? Connecting Cave. So like when you're in Connecting Cave after your first little Rhyhorn thing, uh this is the only area in the game that I felt the want and need to turn on my 3D thing for on my 3DS. Caves look so neat on the 3DS in 3D.
So I'm going to have to preface this. I have a 2DS, so I have
Yes.
never used the 3D feature before.
It's great because 5 minutes gave me a
Well,
migraine.
let me tell you about it a little bit. All right. The 3D mode, if you're using a new 3DS, is pretty fantastic. However, in Pokemon games, especially during horde battles or double battles, it will cut your frame rate to a pretty incredible degree.
Yeah.
I am using a 2DS. My frame rate gets cut in a horde battle regardless.
I see.
I think that's just the issue of the
Um,
game itself. Because they were really
yeah,
pushing what the 3DS could do.
yeah. I thought it was pretty like I think I've seen one person talk about how they give migraines, like Curry said, but like I mean, I when okay, so my 2DS recently died, the one that I've had since XY came out. And I rebought another 2DS, not only because it's cheaper, but also because of the feel. Because I borrowed a friend's 3DS. I hated it. The fact that the 2DS I guess my hands are more built for the 2DS.
Your hands are just built different.
My hands are built different, that's true. But since we're at
Y'all,
Connecting Cave, I did want to talk about the next Pokemon that I caught on my team,
y'all are built
which
different. I'm built incorrectly.
I attempted to name 5318008. And if you could pull up the picture, the game denied me by saying you can only enter up to 5 numbers. So instead of that, instead of naming it my Inkay
Why?
5318008, I decided to name it 58008.
I mean,
Yeah,
to be
50.
fair,
What a great name.
that is a very cute reference.
Thank
Also,
you, thank
I
you.
really do need to point out this about the 3DS. I'm pretty sure this is the only Pokemon game where they fooled around with the idea of inverting your system.
This is the only Pokemon that they've
Yeah.
ever had that idea with, yes.
It's
So
just,
if
it's
and
so
anyone who's
strange.
watching might not know, when Inkay hits a specific level, to evolve it, you have to hold your 3DS or 2DS upside down, and only
Yeah.
then will it evolve,
Like,
hence the name.
physically hold it upside down. because there is a I forget what
Gyroscope.
the gyroscope. Yeah, there's a gyroscope in the 3DS itself, and it happens with movement too. Like whenever you get a holocaster call, for example,
Yeah, you can move that around too.
yeah, you can move it around a little bit. Whenever I got a holocaster call, what I did was I moved as far away from it as I could in an effort to end the call early, just instinctively. 'Cause I'm like,
Wait, does that end the call early if you
it
move
doesn't.
away?
It doesn't, but it makes you feel like it could.
Okay.
It's just this silly little thing. It's just like, I don't want to hear you spout nonsense, you orange headed freak. Just fucking let me go play the game.
Um,
I think I
but
actually uttered that exactly at one point at like 3 in the morning.
so at this point, I did miss. I don't have a picture of it, but I did have one other Pokemon. So in my run in Black and White, I believe, yeah, in Black White, I had Boy, the level 65 Swoobat. Well, the call has been answered, and I needed to have Girl, the level 65 Swoobat, because I transferred in a level 1 Swoobat for one reason and one reason only. It can learn both Trick Room and U-Turn.
Fair enough.
You can get all three of these things in game. You can get a Swoobat you can get a Woobat super early. You can get Trick Room pretty early. You can get U-Turn in the post game. So I transferred in a level 1 Woobat with U-Turn.
I'm just looking up my. I'm looking at my notes to see if I missed anything so far because I did take notes on this game as I was going, and I'm just laughing because I wrote down in all caps, "Where the fuck is the Lysander Cafe?" And then immediately after that, I wrote in all lowercase, "There it is."
I um I didn't get lost that many times in this game, but I think the time that I did get
Oh
lost
man.
the most was in Connecting Cave.
Connecting Cave is not that bad. I just get
Well,
lost in Lumoy City
Hold
because
on,
I just
connecting
completely forget
that's
it.
literally a straight line, isn't it?
no, it's like
No,
5 straight lines, and the issue was I
no,
kept
wait,
having to
wait.
go back to
Are
Geo.
we okay? Are we sure that it's called Connecting Cave? I could have sworn it
I'm
was
looking
called
at it.
Glimmering
Hold on,
Cave.
connecting the cave's the one between Quimarine City and the Battle Chateau, right?
The one
No,
I'm
it's the one
talking
that's
about,
it's Sillage City.
the one I'm
It's like
talking about is the
okay,
cave
so it's also
immediately after
it's
the
like
Rhyhorn thing where you encounter it the first time.
yeah, okay, so it is the same. It's just a straight line, and then there's a second line that goes to
No, it
uh,
branches
Okay,
out.
whatever the cave where you fight Team Flare in.
I swear that's Glistening
there.
Cave. Hold on.
I see a glittering cave, but that's not in the
Or
right area, I don't
glittering,
think.
Glittering
glistening.
Cave is the one you find on the other side of the right on where you do fight Team Flare.
Yeah, that's the one
Okay,
I'm talking
glittering
about.
cave then.
Glittering Cave. Okay, I knew it was Glittering Cave. But yeah, okay, to clarify, Glittering Cave is the one I was talking about where I said I turned on the 3D for 5 minutes before I got a headache. Because, like, when you're walking through that cave and its cool little branching paths and shit, it's really neat to turn on the 3D for a minute. Because it looks good. Like, the 3D on the 3DS looks the best when you're in an enclosed environment that you can see, like, all the sides of. Because it really gives depth to it. Like, it looks
Well,
like it's continuing inward. It's cool.
so now that I know exactly where we are on the map, we actually did jump ahead a little bit. Apparently, we do go to Lumioy City first.
Okay, so this is after Lumbai City. But
Okay,
we've
so what
already talked
happens
about
was
Lumbai City.
we go to the first
Or I
gym,
have.
and then we go to Santa Loon.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
And then we go to Lumoy City. And Lumoy says, "You can't go this way because fuck you, that's why."
Yep.
So then we do some story stuff, and then we go to Camphreer Town, which both me and Curry have probably spent hours at.
I love Camphor Town so much. It's such a nice atmospheric town. And the fact that that is the town that is right next to the the
Daycare
daycare,
Center.
man, that's so nice. I guess now's as
Yeah,
good
it's
as time as any to start talking about that.
yeah. So I guess I mean we've both done a lot. I guess I'll take a little bit here really quick.
Go for it.
So in X and Y, that's when I really got started doing competitive breeding. and I had my perfect mono psychic trick room team at the time, and that team had a 6 IV, two of them being zero, a shiny female Reuniclus, and that was on Showdown, and I wanted to get that in game. Now, I don't remember exactly what happened. The information behind it's lost to time, but I think I bred so many shinies that didn't have exactly 6 IVs in the way that I wanted them, that I had like 6 shiny Solosis that weren't that. I don't remember if I gave them to people or something. I don't know where they are. All I know is in Pokemon Bank, I have like 30 boxes full of extra Breedject Solosis.
Wow.
Damn. Like,
Um,
go ahead.
uh, Other
Sure.
than the Solosis thing, I've done like a couple sprinkle things here and there, but the only major like story moment for me as a person that happened to me for Pokemon breeding in X and Y was how many years ago was it? Like 5 years, maybe 6, where I was breeding Pokemon because at the time I didn't have a job and I wanted to get this person a Valentine's Day gift. 3 shiny Pokemon, two of their favorites, and a love disc. I had the first two. They came out very. The first one came out in like the first 10 eggs. Second one, couple hundred. Third one, I am 1,500 eggs in for that love disc. It's like 7 or 8 at night. I get a message from her that it's not gonna work. I clear out my party. It's the last egg.
Goddamn.
Anyway, I gave her the eggs and she cried because she was upset, or the shinies, and she cried because she was upset.
Jeez.
Oh.
I don't have near as many personal things to do with that. But man.
It's okay.
Anyway.
Fill it up with some wholesome.
So X and Y was really when I started competitive and just regular shiny breeding, like really hardcore. Like again, I had over 900 hours in this fucking game. I had I guess we should actually explain this first. So with Pokemon X and Y being the first 3D Pokemon game, incidentally, there is an area in Lumoy City, the dead center of Lumoy City, around the tower, that is one continual circle. So, people found out very quickly, and now, mind you, this is back, like, how long ago? This came out in, like, what, 2014? So it's almost been, like, a decade since it last came out. Back then, shiny breeding was much more involved and much more difficult. But the thing was, you would just go onto this loop on your bike and just shove a dime underneath your circle pad of your 3DS, and you would just continue to go in a loop all the way around it, clocking in steps to open your or to hatch your eggs rather. So you would just fill up your boxes full of eggs. You would get onto the loop, you would hatch that 6, go to the Pokemon Center that was very conveniently just right off of the street of this, reset, and do it all again. It was a hugely efficient and really cool way of finally doing, like, easy breeding. You didn't have to, like, dodge between 2 points anymore. You could just actually AFK and just, like, hit the A button every now and again until you got a shiny. In doing this, I think I got at least 20 or more, like, high IV shinies. I did a lot. This was my first huge success, and quite possibly my favorite success of all of the breeding that I did in these games, was a shiny Gardevoir. As soon as I saw that the shiny version of Mega Gardevoir dress became black, like
Mhm.
as soon as I saw that, I was like, yes, we are definitely going to be breeding for one of those. So what happened was I got her a little bit earlier than I thought I would. And I was really concerned because, like, the nature was fine and everything. The ability was perfect. The only thing I was concerned about were the IVs. So I went over very sheepishly to the judge, just like, please, dear God, let this work. The thing I was looking for was attack EVs being the one that I lost out on. So what it turned out was, not only did I hit that, I also accidentally hit defense just a little bit. Defense was also pretty high. I think it was like 28 out of 31 or something like that. But attack was negligible. And I was so happy with that outcome because I had actually done it. I did it. I bred my competitive shiny Mega Gardevoir. And then to top it off, I had such absurd luck with it that it actually got Hidden Power Fire.
Nice.
That was
Wow.
the perfect thing. It was the exact thing, because at the time, what checked Mega Gardevoir so easily was like Steel Bug types. Like really fast Steel Bug types could just destroy it. However, with Hidden Power Fire, that is totally negated, and to this day, it is still my favorite. What do you call it? My favorite success, I guess, is what you call it in terms of breeding. I still have that Gardevoir. She is level 100, and she is still destroying fools all over the place.
So I was curious, so I looked into it because I thought, is she can't learn flamethrower, and she can't. What she can though is an Oros, and I just want to.
Mm-hmm.
She can learn fire punch as a tutor move.
Yeah, I don't know why she can do this. It's so strange. It's like, can you learn Fire Punch? Yeah, sure,
I mean,
fam.
Ampharos learns Thunder Punch on evolution.
It's just, it's so bloody silly,
It's
man.
so strange. Some of
It's-
these decisions.
However, there is one thing that they did add in games that I was really confused that they didn't add way earlier. Like, until, like, I believe the most recent generation, I think until Legends Arceus, Gardevoir could not learn Aura Sphere.
I'll check.
Like, you couldn't do that. Despite that they added Aura Sphere as a tutor move in, I think, the either one or two games before.
You're correct.
Uh,
She could not learn it until Legends Arceus.
yeah. So you could learn
She
it before
actually
Legends
can't learn
Arceus.
it in the next one either.
However, in Ultra Sun Ultra Moon, it was a move tutor move. And I was just so annoyed at that because honestly, Aura Sphere is a really strong option on a Mega Gardevoir.
Did you
But
know
man,
both Mew and Mewtwo learn Aura Sphere at level 100?
yes. Well, Aura Sphere is just a really good attack. It's a slightly lower power focus blast that never misses. It's just good.
Mm-hmm.
But man. Well, continuing on with that, I also had huge success with other things. I bred a 5IV shiny Florges immediately after that, a shiny white Florges. Then there was like shiny. Hold on a minute. Let me see if there's any of them actually left in this game. Oh yeah, I bred like shiny Eevee. I bred shiny Absol, Roselia, uh, Vulpix, Scyther, Mareep, Hippowdon, Misdreavus. Well, oh, that's right. At the time, I was planning on doing a shiny Misdreavus, but I just never got around to it. Like, I did so much breeding in this game. It's just absolutely insane to me how much I did looking back. But then when I think about it, it was so AFK that you could legitimately just basically do anything with this in the background, and it was more or less like the same amount of effort as a clicker game with an auto clicker on.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
I I stuck with going left and right on in Camp for Your Town and the daycare. I didn't want to risk the opportunity of ruining my circle pad, but I did end up breaking my circle pad in Sun and Moon.
see, here's the deal, right? A lot of people, and also I should say, if for some bizarre reason anyone listening to this is like, oh, I want to try that. Number one,
Don't.
use a dime. Do not use a penny. Everyone who used a penny was like, oh, I broke my Well, that's because a dime is like half the depth of a penny. It's a very thin coin. Like, you don't even have to use a coin. Just anything that's really thin that can wedge itself in there and can be easily removed. That's what you want with it. Number two, it will only break if you're not careful with it. Because, like, the reason it broke is because people would just, like, rip the coin out of it. If you just move the joystick back a little bit and then release the coin and then release the joystick, it can't damage it. It's only going to get damaged if you just take it and rip it off the damn thing, which can rip the joystick, like, or damage it. But if you're careful with it, you can get away with it perfectly fine. I need to say that because I went through and did this for hundreds
But-
of hours.
Counterpoint, Beyblade taught me that the harder I let it rip, the more my dreams will come true.
That's true.
Oh, we're talking about Pokemon,
Just like
so...
Moses.
Okay. I still can't believe Moses
Do I
is
have to
canon in
censor
Beyblade.
that?
Anyway,
For
no.
some reason, I feel like I have to censor that.
Why would you have to censor that? He's canon in Beyblade.
Why is he canon in Beyblade?
They actually said in the past that Moses parted the Red Sea with a bay.
You have the ability to pull this up. Why are you not doing that?
I can pull it up, but it'd be a video. I don't know. Do you have? Can you actually
Just
see audio?
pause it.
Oh, wait, are we actually gonna pause the
No.
recording just to
Like,
watch
just
this?
find the video and then pause it, and we'll throw up the still image.
Oh, okay, sure. Okay, hold on.
Because, like, I'm just sitting here like, are you serious? I thought you were making a
am.
joke. I thought you were
No.
joking.
We are not joking. That's Moses.
Yeah, actually,
Are
100%
you
real.
fucking for real?
This is from Beyblade Metal Masters, where they're like, and he's like, the history of Bays, and he
Are
says,
you fucking...
the power of the
Okay.
Beyblades has changed the course of rivers and oceans.
Jesus
Oh.
Christ. Why the hell, man? What the hell, man? Come on.
This is a Pokemon stream. Okay.
Oh, no.
okay,
Why is Moses
okay.
canon in Beyblade?
Okay, so
Beyblade is whack.
That's fucked up, man.
so I have one other thing quick to show while we got me. So you know that Solosis thing I was talking about?
Yeah.
Now, Dosha might remember this. Curry will not. I didn't know him at the time. Curry, do you know the odds of getting that perfect shiny Solosis that I was going for?
Very slim.
About 1 in 43,000 with Master Method.
Yeah.
Do you know what Little Me did with MS Paint? Go ahead and switch to the picture and then I'll pull it
Oh,
up.
no. Did you actually, like, do, like, number...
It's just a shiny perfect IV spread female Solosis. How many possibly could you need it to hatch?
Please
Yay.
tell me that you individually copied those.
I did.
Oh, no. You even made the frowny face.
I did this in
You
MS
made
Paint, by the way.
frowny face.
I had to make it another extra panel or it would have been a blank one. And
You
then I put
should-
them to the borders.
God, did you post this on Reddit? That just seems like something you'd get
No,
for
I
free
posted
karma.
I posted this on Facebook.
Oh, God. Yeah,
That's
just
ridiculous when you put it on
free
Reddit.
karma.
No, I hadn't actually gone on Reddit yet. I wasn't going to go on Reddit for like 4 years after that, 3 years
The
after that.
fact that you still have the Beyblade Moses tab open bothers me.
Okay. Anyway,
Okay,
so
moving
now that we're
on.
done with the breeding section, one more thing in Lumioy City.
No, that's not Lumiois, but wait, do you want to go back to Lumiois and talk about it?
we're about to go into Lumioy City.
Well, the reason that we were talking about...
Well, no, we're past it if we're already at.
Well, we can't really talk about Lumoy City until we go and do the power plant thing, because half of Lumoy's
there
is
is
gone.
still a couple things in Lumioy City to do, but
Oh, I want to talk about the trees.
Okay.
but I have
talk about Lumoy's.
one thing last in Lumioy City, whatever the fuck however to pronounce it.
Lumoy's.
What is with this fucking thing in the professor's building? This is the most jank elevator I have ever seen.
I mean...
Just an older style elevator.
Looks so
yeah.
unsafe.
I mean, it's about as safe as a regular elevator. Like, it's just... it's
No,
a
this is
box
like
that's
a-
suspended.
Late 19th century, early 20th century elevator, yeah.
Something like that. It's fine.
Have you ever watched the movie Titanic?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine then. Don't worry about it.
But yeah, like this is a little bit strange, but
It's unusual somebody who's used to modern elevators for sure.
I mean, like that's basically just what an elevator looks like when it's not in a like solid what do you call it? An elevator
No,
shaft?
modern elevators are much larger. They have very different mechanisms that cause it to go up and down.
Well,
Um,
it's in
it's
an
rather
elevator shaft,
complex.
but
Most of them use
normally
counterweights, I think, nowadays.
yeah, you have counterweights and you have that kind of thing, but there's still the main difference between the one he showed and the one that's common is like size and the fact that it's in an elevator shaft and not just there. But
Hmm.
I don't know. Maybe it's a nod to something that's common in France. I
I
have
think
no
that one's
idea.
probably like a gear-based one. Well, it's just an older city, you know. Uh, when it comes to what is that city we were talking about a minute ago, though? The one with the breeding?
Freer Town.
Campfire
Campfire,
Town.
yes. Campfire is the best city, but not for the breeding. Who cares about breeding? What I care about is berries. And my God,
Oh yeah.
this game
Yeah,
has
yeah, yeah. Berry
the
Farm.
best version
Berry Farm.
berry farm. Yeah, the berry farm.
Fucking pump my fist in the air, Berry Farm. Oh
Never
my
again.
god, I loved it.
Such a perfect implementation of
So
berry growing experience than we do in this game.
It's
It's
so
very
nice.
similar to the ones from generations 3 and 4, except instead of having to remember where all of them are in various places on the map, they're all just in one spot. And then they keep the mulch aspect, but then they also add like other things, like you have to take care of them, keep them free of pests and weeds, stuff like that.
It's a really,
They
really
make it much more
good
of a mini
system.
game. And then they have berry mutation, which is an interesting little extra thing they throw in.
Isn't that how you get the rare berries as they mutate?
Mm. If you grow two berry trees next to each other that share, um, or that both are under the surprise mulch that you're using, they have, as long as they're compatible, one of them may produce a mutated berry, which will be a new type of berry. For example, an orange berry plus, I forget what you put it next to, but it can produce a citrus berry.
I would
mm,
probably say Oran and Pekka berry would be my guess.
pretty
It was
neat.
a common berry, I think.
I didn't touch the berry system at all.
I
I
have
planted.
57 lepa berries right now.
I
Okay, but what are you going to use them with?
What do you mean? What am I going to use them with? Do you know how valuable it is to have the ability to give your Pokemon power points at any point in
yeah,
time?
honestly, lepa berries are just the best berry to farm. It's so
They
nice.
are the best berry. However, I had enough ethers to last me the entire game, and I was playing a Trick Room team.
I didn't
Yeah,
get
but you
any
can't buy.
ether whatsoever.
I can make as many lepa berries as I want.
It's like, okay, I really am gonna side with Doja on this one because my god, I love the berry field system. I wish that they would bring it back in future games. Because like it's so neat. It's so neat to have this tiny little farming simulator. And the
Farming
whole
games are popular right now. Okay,
yeah,
you
yeah,
should.
like hell, make a Pokemon farming simulator. Do it. That sounds like something that should already exist. Like just
I'm pretty
make a
sure
berry
I've had
farming
this
simulator.
discussion with Carrot before, actually.
It's just like it's such a neat idea and I think that they just don't want to put effort into it because it's might be difficult to actually do. I have no idea. But I'm just like I was so happy to remember that the thing was there. I was actually kind of disappointed that I knew I wouldn't have the time to really get into it and like make some stuff, but I used it all the time during my previous run. I think I had like hundreds and hundreds of like citrus berries and lepa berries and the mutated berries, like just
Mhm.
all over the place.
The only berries that I really was like lacking on is like paralysis and burn heal berries.
I see, I see. Once you have access to the Limois Skelette, you just buy a bunch of those.
Oh yeah.
It takes a little while before you get to that point. We'll get to
I
that
just-
when we get back to Limois.
I just bought full heals.
That reminds me. We're not
But
on
it's
that,
more
right?
expensive.
Yeah.
It's more
There we
cost
go.
effective to buy Galettes.
Yo, split.
So, at Camp Freertown, in the story, before we can actually see the daycare center, there's a bridge, and there's a sleepy Snorlax on the bridge.
We have to
Oh.
talk to some guy in a castle, and he says, "I gave all my stuff away. Good. The end." And we're
Here.
like, "Really?"
Hold on one second. There's somebody at my door.
Yeah.
Going ahead and continue without me.
And he's the only guy who can play the Poke Flute, I guess, except you, I guess. But he's the one who plays the Poke Flute normally.
Well, he's the one who has the Poke Flute. That's why we have to go find it.
Well, he doesn't have it. He had to give it away to the owner of the Super Mansion. So we have to go to the big fancy palace and try to find it. But the man who owns it is a big baby man who scared his furfro off. So you have to go help him get his furfro.
Okay, that one, it was kind of just like the far-fetched thing in Gen 2. Kind of weird, but I do want to talk about, and we'll probably go more into detail when Curry gets back. All around Camp Freertown, all the route going towards the mansion, it's beautiful.
That's true. It is relatively nice looking. The two routes next to it, though, are just a bunch of tall grass.
I mean, the route to the right is a bunch of tall grass. The route to the left isn't.
Well, both of them are tall grass.
The route to the left has a bunch of flowers.
No, they're both tall grass. If you want to go back and look, even.
I am looking at a picture right now. There's a big, the first grass you see is a bunch of flowers.
That's not how I remember it. We're talking about the same thing, right? You're not talking
The
about
route where you can get the Snorlax?
no, not that one. The one leading up to the palace. Is that what you're talking about?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the route
That route is really pretty, though. That's one of the prettiest routes.
Except off of the path, it's just a bunch of tall grass.
Yeah, off of the path, it's a bunch of tall grass.
It's not very well taken care of for some reason. However, the path itself is nice.
Yeah, it's got nice shading, and Pokemon can jump out at you. It's pretty neat. This is actually where I caught my next Pokemon on my team. Me and Dosha really played a lot of competitive Pokemon in Gen 6, and the bane of competitive Pokemon at the time, so much so that it got banned to Ubers, Aegislash, because of how versatile it could be. There are so many possibilities for the moveset you could use it in, and I had used one competitively. I loved it, hated fighting against it. It's a great Pokemon, but I'd never used one in a run before. And I put it on my team, catching it here, and I got a girl one. I named it Yoshikage because Killa Queen. And I realized after getting to the point where it had evolved into a Doublade, why it was a mistake to use it in a run. King's Blade or King's Shield is only obtainable via the move relearner, which makes no sense at all. It's its signature move, and the only reason it's a good Pokemon is King's Shield, and you can only get it by talking to a random NPC in a random town that says, "Hey, you can relearn this move."
King Shield?
Why?
How would I do that?
It's just so dumb. But anyway, yeah, I caught my my Aegislash or my Honedge here, and for most of the run, up until when I could actually get to the move relearner, it was a Doublade with the Eviolite. How do you ever pronounce it? It was hitting with that on it, and it was nice. I really like Honedge. And what you missed here, Curry, was we were talking about how Camp Freertown and the routes surrounding it, pretty.
They are very pretty. I really like I'm sure you guys mentioned it, but like the
one
path with the trees to the
Yep,
mansion.
that's what we were just up to.
Yeah, I love that place. It's so cool. The mansion itself is also wicked nice.
Yeah.
It's a very god.
Yeah. I went through every single room in that building to try and find anything unique. I think there was one character in the building who said, "Hey, I'm from another region." Anyway, he didn't give any information about his region.
Oh yeah, isn't like you can like find somebody in this castle who has like an Easter Island head, right?
No, it's in one of the hotels,
Is
but
it one of the hotels?
there's
Okay.
somebody who does that.
Like it's hilarious because usually what Game Freak will do is they'll put a hint as to like the next game in the current one. Like they'll do what Pixar does, and in this one, they just like this is a treasure from another region, and they show you an Easter Island head. I could have sworn it was in the mansion, but I guess not.
Not in a mansion, yeah, but it is in one of the hotels. You go up to the second floor. It's one of the guests staying there, and they'll give it to
Mhm.
you. And it's a little souvenir head.
I'm surprised I never saw that.
Well, I mean, it's pretty skippable. There's a lot of hotels in this game.
Mhm. I mean, I tried talking to every NPC that I could.
Hmm. Maybe it's something you can't get until you beat Are the Champion. That would be my
I
guess.
think it is an in-game
Maybe.
item. Yeah.
Yeah, if it's an endgame thing, that explains that. I'm not gonna go back to every single town after I beat the game.
Hey, real quick, I'm throwing everything onto Showdown while I'm thinking about it. Are we doing Ubers or OU?
We're doing anything goes
That's
because
right.
did you know Uber's has a swagger clause?
Why does Ubers have a
Be
swagger
I Okay,
clause?
let me pull this up. I looked into it because I was very confused. I was talking to Dosha at the time. You can go ahead and pull up my thing while I'm reading this. Quote: Hello, everyone. I like to bring forth a minor tiering error to your attention. Currently, Uber's has Swagger Clause, which is carried over from Gen 6. If you aren't aware, the impetus for this ban was because of swag play teams featuring Pokemon like Sub-Swagger Klefki, Thundurus, and Xerneas, with a Ditto in the back and some quick hazard stacking to cheese games. The tier consensus was controversially to ban the strategy, as it was decided to be far too much of a takeaway from player autonomy.
So basically, it
What?
introduces a bunch of frustrating random element. It's like the Liepard thing, except it's more competitively viable.
That
Yeah.
is so bloody strange.
Makes
It's
sense.
just hilarious. Uber's banned Swagger.
Why did
But yeah, we
Ubers
have to play
ban
Anything Goes
swagger?
because I have one Pokemon with Swagger.
That's so silly. Okay.
Okay, so anyway, we get to this castle. It's a gaudy castle, and we go save this man's Farfetch'd, I mean Furfro. And I wanted to talk about that really quick. Did anyone go to the best part in X and Y, the best part in any Pokemon game, the hair cutter for your Pokemon?
I caught a
Uh,
Furfro and I thought about doing it, and then I was like, why am I doing this?
I totally did not. I did think about doing a Furfro, but when I decided that I wasn't going to have one, I ended up forgetting to even check it out.
Yeah, I really like the idea. I don't like Furfrou as a Pokemon that much. I think it's kind of ugly, especially with its kind of forms. And I've got them pulled up and you can switch over to it. But like it's kind of ugly, but it's a really cool idea. I really like it. Like I like the red one on the bottom and the blue one on the bottom. These are pretty cute. Look at the one with the top hat.
Mhm.
Like
There's a
give
lot of
props to the
different
people who
things.
cut their hair like that.
I'm just sitting here like, I just don't like poodles in real life, but Furfro is like that, but more likable.
Uh-huh.
I don't know
Yeah.
why. It's very strange to me why I dislike poodles. Because I love dogs, but there's
I
just a
think
few
because you have a
dogs.
preconception about how they behave.
No, it's nothing to do with the behavior. I've met several poodles and they've all been lovely animals, but I just find like people who trim down animal hair to like nothing in various different spots of the animal. Like if you have like say you have shaved legs on the poodle, but then you have those little like spheres of fur right around like the where their leg meets their paw. And then you have like it dotted on the tail and then half of the body is shaven. I just find it very aesthetically wrong for some reason.
I agree. However, I was looking into it to see like is there any like mechanical difference for the forms? There isn't. But now I immediately love Furfrou 1,000 times more. Did you know if you don't trim it every 5 days, it reverts back to its original form?
Yep.
Oh wow.
Yep.
I now want to put a Furfrou on a team. Which games is this coming?
Outside of this one,
I don't
gosh, I don't
know.
know. I think it might be
Oh
available.
wow, it's only in Ultra Moon, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon.
That doesn't surprise me. Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon really does strikes me as like a greatest hits record for Pokemon because it has
Well,
literally everything in it up till
500
that
things in the
point.
base decks. Yeah.
It has 500 things in the base decks. It has an insane amount of other like Pokemon that you can get. It has all of the Mega Stones, all of the Z moves, and it just feels like they knew that this was going to be the final one before transitioning to something else, and they
Mm.
definitely did add in a lot to it.
Yeah. Yeah, I might do a Furfrou and Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon.
Do it.
That is my shiny only run that I have planned, so that'll be fun. I don't know what a shiny one of these looks like, and I'm not going to look into it. Anyway,
Fair
so
enough.
back to that. So that's what a Furfrou looks like. Let's see. So after we save his Furfrou, we basically get told that you can go watch these fireworks, I guess, have fun, and then we're basically going on a date with Shauna.
Yeah, well, date or it's a friendship date, I guess. If you're,
But that doesn't don't they give you the TM for protection or something? Or was that a meme?
Oh,
they give you the TM for protect, maybe. I don't remember.
I think they give you that, and anyway, so we get the Poke Flute. We go wake up the Snorlax. Did anyone catch the Snorlax?
no, I
Nope.
KO'd it for the
In fact,
experience.
I had to KO it again because I forgot that it was there.
Oh. Okay, so now that we've gotten to that point, we now get past this area that has now I'm pretty sure this is the first time where they actually explain it. Horde battles, the new big thing in this game of the many big things in this game. You can run into the wild and find 5 Pokemon at once, and all 5 of them could have Sturdy.
To be fair, once you get Earthquake, Horde battles don't matter.
Okay, but I didn't have anything except for Surf. That was a multi-hit move.
Just yeah, Surf any multi-hit move that hits all Pokemon and Horde
Well,
battles are
it
just so
depends on the
easy.
horde, right? Because if you do end up encountering 5 Roggenrola or 5 Geodudes, then there's a non-zero chance that uh, a pretty good chunk of them is going to have sturdy. But
Yeah, I actually had a fun time fighting the hordes of Geodude because they all used Magnitude and then got rid of each other's Sturdy.
that's true.
That's really
Horde
silly.
battles are an interesting little mix of things. Horde battles are the way you get Pokemon with rare or hidden abilities in this game.
Well, that's one of the ways.
Yeah, I would say the main way.
It's something that you can do, yeah. But
But
man,
that would require you to take each one of them down individually and make sure that the one that you want is the one that is still going to be alive at the end of the battle,
Mm-hmm.
which is hard to do sometimes,
Yeah,
especially
I didn't.
that cause themselves to destruct.
I actually didn't know that the horde battles were hidden ability. I thought it was only Friend Safari.
Nope, not only Friend Safari, you can also get them this way. Although I
Is
don't
there
know
a?
if there's any type of guarantee. Oh, also, I believe they have. I could be wrong about this. Increased shiny odds during horde battles.
I will double check that. I mean, it would make sense. Essentially, you're getting a 5 out of 4,900 and whatever the fuck. Hold
Yeah,
on.
at the very least, you're encountering 5 Pokemon at once, so it's efficient for that reason.
Yeah, let me pull that up here. I'll look into it.
You just buy a bunch of
Um,
honey and just spam it in a field until you get the shiny you want.
you can initiate them with honey or sweet scent. Um. Oh, in X and Y, honey and sweet scent won't cause wild encounter if the overworld weather is not clear.
yep,
That is interesting.
yep.
They changed that in Oros, except for long grass.
Probably because weather is set to routes. I don't think the weather changes.
The only other interesting thing about horde battles that I can think of, and this is the main thing that I think of when I think of horde battles, is there's some unique pairings. Like for example, you can get a horde of Seviper, but one of them's a Zangoose, and those are those are rivals. So the Seviper will attack the Zangoose.
That is a really neat feature that they added in. It also made it absurdly frustrating to get those things.
Imagine, just imagine for a second. It's like you're 14 years old. You find a shiny Zangoose, but there's a bunch of snakes surrounding it. What do you do?
Pray.
You gotta say that, although there's kind of a similar thing with uh, some of the Pokemon battles that you do in the next game, but we'll talk about that when we get there.
Oh man.
So, those are the horde encounters, which are pretty neat. After that, we get to the cave, and in that
Oh,
cave, you can. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah. One other thing is that you get boosted EXP for destroying all of them at once.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yep.
Yep. They provide increased experience points, probably above what you would get for other Pokemon in the area. The more you KO at a time, the more bonus experience. So if you get all 5 in one hit, you get the maximum amount. But if
That
you only manage to KO 2 or 3, you still get increased experience points. It's just not as much.
that's pretty interesting. Speaking of experience, I think it's a good time we actually talk about this. This game has two new things that are new to the franchise for experience. First, catching a Pokemon gives you experience. Second, the experience share is for every Pokemon at all times.
Yep. Honestly, the more I thought about it, the more I'm like, I don't have very much of an issue with this anymore. Because I get the idea of like, if you can't turn it off, it's a problem. But as long as the toggle is there, it's great, really. So I'm just like, okay,
Yeah,
yeah, if I'm trying to train up a whole team at once exactly like I was, then you can just, toggle it on and train your team. If you wanted to like hyper train one specific Pokemon like I did when I was training my Sliggoo into a Goodra, turn it off. And as long as you have that toggle, it's fine. The only problem occurs when it's always on and you can't turn it off.
yeah, yeah, and we'll get more into that in future generations. But in this game, I turned it off immediately. I
Yep.
had to do exactly zero grinding, and I was on level the entire game. It was honestly fucking astounding. I didn't like the only times I did any amount of grinding was right at the end because I wanted all my Pokemon to be exactly the same level, and it was like 2 levels off. Um, so I really like the idea behind it. I wish they would have stuck with it. Essentially, if they balance the game around you having it on, so if you turn it off, you're essentially getting a little bit of a harder challenge, which I like. This game wasn't that hard. I'll give that, but it was still fun.
I didn't feel that way at all with the experience share. The last time I left it on the whole game, I ended up about by the time I reached the third gym, my Pokemon were about 10 to 20 levels higher than everything else. I didn't do that this run, and I ended up being on par with everything without having to do grinding as usual. I imagine that the Battle Chateau is to blame for some of that, though.
Well, I mean, that is what I said, though.
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you were saying that if you leave it on, you have a balanced experience.
No, no, no. I said if you're leaving it on, you haven't. Like, you're too over leveled. If you leave it off, you're balanced.
Hmm. What I did is I put it on my hotkey and I turned it on occasionally when I felt like I needed it. And it's nice to have that little catch-up mechanic, but being able to turn it off is important to me.
Yeah, completely. If they had just kept that one small button in future games, this would be so much better.
Hmm. Hmm.
Anyway, so now we're at the cave. At this point, you can catch a Woobat, so I transferred in Girl, the level 1 Woobat with U-turn.
Yep.
So at this point, I now have 4 Pokemon, 2 to go. Um, After that cave, let me pull this up here. So after that cave, we're now in Sillage City.
Is it Sillage? I always called it Cyclage.
Is Wait,
There's only one
this is the one where it's divided by
CYLAD.
the train rail, right?
This is the one with the rock gym leader.
This is the one with the
Oh,
rain.
okay, I'm ahead of it.
Oh,
Yeah,
did anybody crack any fossils?
I mean, I got the first one that I, was
Yeah,
just
I was
given, but
given a
other than
fossil.
that, no.
I opened it and then I was done.
I never I never revived any of the fossils. I've still got them all in my inventory.
I revived the one fossil I had mainly because I wanted to check if it was shiny.
Okay.
No.
So I guess that's that. Yep. The next thing is cyclage and grant. Oh, this is the first time we have a chance to buy anything other than just a hat. By the way, as far as outfits go.
Oh
Right.
yeah, we didn't really go over the fact of the outfit system. So
Ah,
let me pull this up here. You can go ahead and go back to my pictures once I show you. Hold on, let me find it really quick.
you won't let me finish my team. Why do you do
I will
this to
not,
me?
because look at my cute outfit. I'm so cute.
There are a lot of really good outfits in this game, honestly.
So when I had first played X and Y, I remember seeing something. I think it was a Koro thing, probably, that you could wear a um. Oh God, what is that? Okay, this is going to sound bad, but this is the only way I can think to describe it because I don't know what else it's called because it's been so long. What's the name of that coat that school shooters wear?
Jesus Christ, Carrot, what the fuck are
I
you
don't
on
know what
about?
they're called.
What
Help
are
me.
you talking about?
It's
What are
like a
you
big,
talk? What the fuck
big,
was that?
big coat. What
Big
is
a
it called?
trench coat?
Wait, hold on. Let me double check that. Let me. I think that might be it. Let me double check.
Yes, of course. School shooter trench coat works
That
out.
is all I know about. Yes, trench coat. Thank you.
Jesus
Anyway, so
Christ, dude, what?
I don't know what else they're called. I just know that
The
a character
school
from a show that I
quote
watched.
trench coat. Man, I really like wearing trench coats. They're really stylized and they flow over the back half of the body. It's like, oh, you mean the school shooter outfit? Yeah, it looks great.
You never saw that video in school where the like someone had like a shotgun of like 20 other guns in their trench coat. They showed that to
Let's
everyone at
move
my
on to the
school.
next topic.
I'm still talking about trench coats
Let's
because
move on to the next
I
topic.
saw a Koro thing about you could wear a trench coat, and I made my character male and named Castiel because I wanted to wear that. And then I find out mid game that's a female exclusive clothing option.
Yeah. Which is annoying that they do. I guess they call it a trench coat dress, but um, yeah, they probably should have had a male trench coat option. That said, yeah, a lot of people think that the men's clothing options are less, or there's less clothing options. Um, it's probably worth mentioning that there is the same amount of men and women's clothing options. It's just that men have less variety, as they do in real life, unfortunately.
Hmm.
I mean,
It's just a
oh my
common
god.
complaint, so I thought I'd bring it up.
When anyone says this, I just remember this part. This is really random, but in Shantae and the Pirate's Curse, there's this one character who's like very fashion centric. He's just like he's like a version of He-Man, but his power is that he's discovered like the ability to dress how he wants. So he's very like effeminate but absurdly muscular, and every time someone brings up this topic, he pops into my head like, God dang, I love that character. He's such a bit character, but he's hilarious. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I found a picture of what the trench coat dress thing looks like in XY. It's pretty cute. It's not what I remembered it looking like, but it is pretty cute. Um, but yeah, I really like my character's design. The dress is really cute, and all my Pokemon characters, whenever you can, customize them. I think this is the first game. They've always had the black and white stripy socks.
Stripy socks.
Stripy
Yeah, black and white
socks.
stripy socks.
I would like it if I had a different color that I could do other than just black and white.
There was a blue and white one that I saw.
Oh, I haven't seen that one yet.
I
Oh
think it
boy.
was blue and white. Hold on, I bought it, so I should still have it. Hold on.
No, I believe that's probably correct. I just thought it was a shirt only.
Yeah, let me double check because I'm pretty sure there's another one that I have.
I like the stripy socks. I just need to find something that matches.
I guess I didn't buy it. I do have another pair of socks that are like long black socks with rips on the front
There
that
are
are white
just
colored.
there are not enough shoe options. That's something.
I like the shoes that I went with. Like, if you pull up the picture, they're like cute pink shoes. They're nice and cute.
There's like um
I mean, they are.
knee-length boots are not quite knee length.
See,
Quarter boots
unlike
and
Dosha,
or
you
not even they're
match
not
your
even
shoe to
quarter,
your
like
top.
crew length. Do what?
Unlike Dosha, you match your shoe to your top.
Yeah, what?
Yes.
I match my shoes to my top.
No, you didn't put the red shoes on.
I match my shoes to my outfit. I mean, not necessarily to the top.
But you didn't put the red shoes on. When I said put the red shoes on, you were like, no, I'm not putting the red shoes on.
No, I said I didn't have red shoes.
No, that was the thing,
Why
though.
didn't
Why
you
didn't
go
you
buy
have
red
red
shoes?
shoes?
I don't own red shoes.
But
There are
why
none.
didn't you have any red shoes? That's a blatant lie. You showed me red shoes in the fucking
I
thing.
showed you black shoes that had a bit of red, but the problem is I was wearing black socks.
Okay, and then I just said, take out the leggings and put the shoes on because it'll look better, and you disagreed.
No, leggings look amazing, alright?
They do.
Disagree. But, alright.
And while we've got this picture pulled up really quick, that's the trench coat.
You look like you're ready for detectiving.
Nah, you look like you're ready to shoot up a school.
I thought you wanted to drop it.
Do you think that I'm not going to do a callback to a funny joke?
Fair enough. Also, I did want to say this hat is cute.
That's true.
Man, I can't see the JoJo hat through all the pixels.
Yes, you can. Anyway,
Anyway, we're gonna do that.
okay, so why were we talking about outfits? That's because we're in Silage City. That's right. Okay, so we do our fossil thing. We've already talked about the Rhyhorn HM thing. So I guess the next thing to talk about is Grant, second gym.
It feels
I
like
really
this
like
is
the gym's aesthetic.
Mm-hmm.
actually real quick before we go into the gym itself. Am I crazy, or is this actually like the
Oh, yeah.
most the most time in between the first and second gym of any Pokemon?
I think it is, but oh man, I forgot to mention that I really think that with this game, as far as set piece design goes, I think this is the best as far as gyms has gone ever.
It's a rock climbing wall. It's pretty neat.
Well, it's great, but also if you go behind the rock climbing wall, you can sit down on a bench and look out at the waterfall.
It is the coolest rock climbing gym that I've ever seen in real life or otherwise.
I'll pull up a picture of it. Yeah, his gym looks really great.
Yeah, his gym's awesome. It's inside of this cave. There's a waterfall. I mean, it's freaking lit, and that extends to every other gym too. Boy, they are just visually uh, amazing. It's incredible what they've managed to come up with here, and it's a shame that they have not managed to match that since. However, this does come at a downside because basically none of the gyms, other than like the eighth gym, can really be considered a puzzle.
Well, yeah, they really did step away from the puzzle aspect of it to be more just
It's
showpieces.
awful, and I hate it. I want puzzles. I
I'm
want
fine
my
either way. Like, I think it's nice to have a
Pokemon
cool looking
games.
gym.
I like it more when Pokemon tries to copy Zelda. Okay.
I mean, would you have rather had this gym look pretty much exactly the same, but have rocks you had to break if you got on a Rhyhorn? But if you broke them in the wrong pattern, you had to go back to the beginning.
That would be ridiculous. Rhyhorns can't climb walls.
No, but you
They
can, and then you
can
can
if
climb on
they
the
have a
Rhyhorn on the
go
next
get
level.
'em attitude.
I mean, that's not a puzzle either. That doesn't fix the issue.
Oh no, they could make it a puzzle by making it have, if you break them in the wrong order, you have to restart.
Hmm.
I'm trying to think. I mean, that's like Chuck's gem from Generation 2, right? I don't mind things like that.
But yeah, his gym looks nice. The background with the waterfall looked really nice. Um, did anyone have trouble fighting him?
No.
Let me think. I think I actually did a little bit of struggling because if I remember right, um, oh gosh, I don't remember exactly what happened. Chespin, for some reason, wasn't able to deal enough damage to the opponent's Pokemon, or it was slower than, I think, is what happened. I think that's what it was. Is it was slower, and I didn't
Wait,
have any other Pokemon that I could really use.
wait, what the hell is
So I
this?
struggled a little bit, but I ended up winning anyway. I just I had to put a lot more of my items into it than I was expecting to have to do.
Hmm. I didn't have that much trouble with the fight, but it does bring up the fact it sucks how adorable Amora is with her so awful typing. She is 4x weak to fighting, double to ground, rock, steel, or 4x to steel, double to water, and grass.
You know, the thing is, it's a really
Yeah.
powerful offensive typing. So if it had any degree of speed, then it
Yeah.
could potentially still be good.
But that's
It
the
just
thing,
would not
right?
be able to take the counter.
That's why I want them to make a regional form of Amora that's just really fast. It would be
Yeah,
so
Aurorus has a
cool.
base speed of 58. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
no, it's terrible. I just look at it like you could do it on a Trick Room team. You could do that. But I love its design so goddamn much, but
Yeah,
good
I've got it pulled
lord
up.
is it unusable. It is ridiculous. Hold on. I'm almost done on whoops. Whoopsies. I'm almost done on Showdown. But man, look at the look at it. Look at it. Look at them.
Yeah, they're
It's like,
both really well designed Pokemon.
It's so nice. They're really cool, and they actually are a neat kind of idea just in general because this is an ice dinosaur. This isn't a mammoth.
Yeah.
This is a literal like dinosaur that thrives in ice, which is something that unlike in like, regular life where dinosaurs probably couldn't really survive in colder temperatures, they could totally have a dinosaur that does that in this kind of thing.
Yeah,
it's
it
the
is
thing for
specifically based on the Amargasaurus, which is speculated to have been possible sin scale extensions on their vertebral spines.
Man, a sin scale sounds like a very bad anime like thing. Like it's like a power level. What's your sin scale?
This is what they're based on, apparently. That's much uglier.
I mean, that's also an artist rendition. Honestly, it's missing feathers. All dinosaurs have to have feathers now because that's the most aesthetically pleasing.
Hmm.
Honestly, hold on. I want to go on that tangent really quick. Are either of you aware of the wonderfully, stupendously dumb world of dinosaur imagineering?
Yes, this is why I like Ixalan so much.
It is the dumbest fucking thing you've ever seen. Because, like, basically, here's the thing, right? Scientists can tell us a whole lot about what a dinosaur did, right? Like, what it might have looked like, where its muscle structure was. Like, you can
What it
clearly
sounds
see the
like.
outline of it. Like, you can do a lot of stuff with it. You can even determine that, like, dinosaurs probably had feathers because there were, like, perforations in a fossil that was found or something like that. Like, you could do that. So you can tell that not only were dinosaurs in the past, like not in like the past when the dinosaurs were actually there, but like in our past, like let's say Jurassic Park, right? Like the presentation of a dinosaur in Jurassic Park has just kind of become the de facto, like, that looks like what a dinosaur looks like. But we don't know what
Yeah.
they looked like. They could have been all pink. They could have been rainbow tie dye. They could have been covered in feathers. They could have had any amount of like flabby skin or whatever it is. We don't know. So there's just a troupe of artists, like just tons and tons of artists that will imagineer what they think dinosaurs may have looked like based on the scientific evidence. And it is amazing to me because this is an officially recognized thing. You're making up what a dinosaur could look like as a job. That sounds amazing, and I can't believe that that exists. It's just so
Yeah,
silly. It's so silly.
yeah.
Anyway, tangent over. Moving on.
Okay, so now, uh, okay, so I'm probably wrong. It's hard to see on the screen. Is that Bidoof that Dosha just killed Shiny?
What?
No, I don't think so.
Like, I could have swore I saw sparkles. I could be wrong, but
Hold
like,
on.
it's hard
How
to
long
tell on the
ago?
screen from my end.
How long ago?
It was on the screen right there.
That one that was on the screen?
Yeah,
Here, hold on. I'll back up the video.
because I was looking at it, and maybe I just saw an attack animation that had sparkles, and that's why I thought it was shiny. But I can't tell because a shiny Bidoof just looks so like a normal Bidoof. Okay, never mind. That's normal. It was
No,
just
that's a
hard to tell
normal
in the small
Bidoof.
picture. Never
Yeah,
mind. Okay.
Bidoof is one of those
Yeah, it's
shinies that
the
really doesn't
sunlight,
stand
I
out.
think.
You know, honestly, let's talk about that really quickly. Because unlike Scarlet Violet, this game has a bunch of really good shinies that are really stand out, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
like for example, I already talked about shiny Mega Gardevoir, which goes from having a white dress to a black dress. That is incredibly striking. Then you have stuff like, oh god, what's another good example? Like Florges. Florges is another beautiful one because it goes from being green to being like a deep, like violet purple.
Here, I'll pull up the Florges shinies.
Like it, they look great. Like
They
every
do look
one of them
amazing.
look so
The
good.
only issue, like I remember in Scarlet Violet, I actually wanted to get one, but the small Flabébés are so small in Scarlet Violet,
Hmm.
you can't see the difference on their overworld model.
See, and this is why I bred mine because I was just sitting there like, there's no way that you can actually chain for this. Well, then again, back then chaining wasn't even worth doing in comparison to the Matsuda method. The Matsuda method was just better. But
I like
like,
the red one.
the red one looks great. I really liked the white one because it's the most complementary with the purple.
Yeah, fair enough.
But you know, it's all good. They're all beautiful. Then you have a ton of other examples. I'm sure that if I looked for just like a second that I could find some amazing ones, but there's
Yeah.
just so many good vibrant shinies in this game that really do stand out. Oh man.
So we have now beaten the second gym, and we go into the next town, which is Geosenge Town, which some story stuff happens.
You find rocks.
We found rocks, but also we found a woman, and that woman's dog is now licking our faces.
Dog.
Her dog just so happens to be a Lucario, but anyway,
Okay, I was gonna say I don't remember this,
The
but now I got.
Lucario the Lucario is like, I like this one. It literally
like
just
I don't
walks
know,
up to
but
you
why
and
did that
points like
Lucario like
yes.
us just because?
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
just like it
like
felt a
before,
strong connection to
like the
you.
movie.
I guess. I guess. But
It's like
anyway, she says, "Hey,
the same
my
reason
dog likes
every
you.
other Pokemon that walks up to you likes you.
Yeah,
My dog likes you. Anyway, bye."
it's just so it's so good. It's so good.
So at this point, let me just double check here really quick. Yes. Okay. So at this point, I don't think we do much in Geosenge. Like we look around the area, but then we just continue onwards back to or we go to Shalour City, right?
Yeah, we find a Team Flare member in the back who's like kind of suggesting, "Hey, look, this rock formation might not be a rock formation." And then we go back to like or the right side of the city where it was being blocked off, and then they're just all of a sudden gone, and then we can continue on. It's really not presented incredibly well.
Anyway, we get through Reflection Cave, which I was in Cave for a while because I kept having to go back to heal.
Okay, I didn't have any trouble with Reflection Cave, but there is one thing I wanted to talk about in Reflection Cave. The fact that the trainers can see you if they're looking at a mirror when you pass behind
Yeah,
them is so cool. I love that
it's
idea.
such a cool idea that they never expand upon ever again.
Well, when are you going to have another, like, cave that's covered in reflective mirrors.
Well, don't make it a cave. Have it be like someone who's looking in the mirror because they're like vain or something. I don't know.
That would be a cute idea, but honestly, I can forgive them for not reusing it again. It's just a nice touch here.
Yeah, it is a really nice touch. Anyway, reflection cave is nice. It's really weird that that's the place that they shove in a scientist that says, "Hey, if you catch any of the three genies, I'll help you transform them."
Well, remember, this is when Pokemon Dream was in.
Yes, I know that. However, I just started this game. I'm like 12 years old. What's a fucking what the fuck is a genie?
Okay, but counterpoint, wouldn't you be interested as a 12-year-old that someone was like, hey, if you find these incredibly rare Pokemon, bring them to me?
If I was 12 years old, I didn't have access to the internet, I would have thought you could catch those in the cave, and I would have sat there for hours trying to find one.
Oh my god. This is the exact opposite end of the spectrum that I was going for.
Well, you have to think about these things because some people probably did think, "Oh, a Landorus, that sounds cool," and you're talking about it in this cave, so you have to be able to get it in this cave, right? Okay, I'll go do that then. And then they never look it up, and they never
Uh,
find it, and then they give up, and then they never play the game again because they thought, "Oh, this is a grind fest. That'll never." Anyway,
it's very weird being on the side of optimism on a topic. I'm not used to this.
you're not used to being on the side of optimism, huh?
I am skeptical. Anyway,
Anyway, after Reflection Cave, we get to Shallower City. Now, immediately you might be thinking story stuff, but I said fuck that. It's time to go fishing, and that's when I got my fuck up, and then my shiny
I really thought that
shiny.
you were just having like a moment like this when I got my fuck up. I'm just like, yeah, fair
I
enough.
was having a moment for like 2 weeks when I put the game down after
No, like
soft resetting over two
legit.
shinies. Ah!
There is legitimately no underestimate. Like you were legitimately distraught.
Oh yeah, no, I like after that happened, I left Discord and went to sleep.
Like you were legitimately like, oh god. You were deeply upset about it because I remember you were really gun ho, and then you were in chat when it happened,
Yeah, because
and
I
it
was in chat and I
was
was like, "Oh
just
my
like
god, I
a
got another
drop
shiny!"
off.
And then like 5 minutes later, I got another one. And then I don't remember what it said. O2. I don't. It was something else. And Curry said, "Did you get another fucking shiny?" 10 minutes later, I said, "Oh," and no one heard me because they were having a conversation. So I posted it in broken English and then I left. No one read
Yeah.
it because no one responded for an hour. So I went back and I asked, "Did anyone read it?" And they said no. So I had to wait for them to read it. And then they're like, "Oh no."
Me and Dosha were sitting in here, and you left, and we were just like, "Huh, where'd he go?" And we were like, "I don't know," and then we just kept on talking.
Like I just
Like
found
we
that
were
interesting
just
because I
like
thought at least
gone.
Dosha would have checked broken English.
I mean, we were like
I may
knee
have been
deep in
doing
a
something. I don't
discussion.
know.
Yeah, you were streaming something to Curry. I don't remember what it was though.
Mm.
But yeah, so once I got to that point, I um I put the game down for 2 weeks. And when I got back, I went to the boxes to think maybe I was wrong, and they were still not there. So anyway, we're in Shallower City, and after the depression, we can now go fight our rival because what's this new mega evolution thing they're talking about?
Okay, I think we need to just take a moment and discuss Mega Evolution just briefly because I don't think
Okay.
this is going to really be in any contest.
Sure. I think this will really take just one quick moment for a thing I'll pull up. Let me just pull up a picture really quick.
So,
So for people who are watching who might not understand, I'm going to show two pictures. I'm going to get this one and oh, come on. And this one. Okay, so for people who might not know, this is Lucario.
Wow.
This is Mega Lucario, which if
so
once per battle, you can Mega Evolve a specific Pokemon on your team.
I remember very distinctly
He looks awesome.
going back to Koro for a moment. When X and Y were first being announced, there was a picture that came up, and I will ask you to actually
Yep.
look it up really quick.
Yeah, I actually was about to because I remember that
Yeah.
picture too.
There's a picture that came out, and it got the entire community talking because it was insane. Everyone was like, "What happened to Mewtwo?" Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
this is the picture that I saw. So this is how I were introduced to Mega Evolutions.
Okay, so this one, I think I saw this one second, but this is also fine. This is a screenshot from Koro showing Blaziken, Lucario, and Absol, and everyone quickly noticed, whoa, what's happened? And everyone thought that they were introducing, like, a fourth evolution stage or something like that, and opening the Pandora's box on that. And later on, it turned out that these would be temporary evolutions, which at the time,
Digimon now, boys.
no one had ever, like, no Pokemon game had ever done something like this. And it quickly became, I highly doubt anyone would argue with me on this, the most popular, like, gimmick thing that any Pokemon game has ever done.
Yeah, see, this is why I hate Sword and Shield so much, is because Megas aren't in there. Megas are my favorite thing
Yeah.
about Pokemon.
Legitimately,
I'm
they
not,
could have just
uh,
kept making
100%.
Megas, and it would have been fine.
I've seen people complain about megas before, and then like Z moves over it, but that's about as far as it goes. I don't know how common that is.
But yeah, no, do pull up that Mewtwo. There's actually a specific thing that I think just type in Koro Mega Mewtwo. But like, Mega Evolution is such a clean concept.
This one or this one?
That one there, yeah, that's
The
it.
second one?
So like, this is the one that people found. Everyone was like, "What happened?"
Yeah, so I love Mega Mewtwo Y's design. I actually
Yeah,
kind of
it's so
like Mega
neat.
Mewtwo X's design as well. Like, it's a nice way to introduce him to being a fighting type.
Yeah,
But Mega Mewtwo Y, like,
it
I love Mega
looks
Mewtwo Y for
alien.
one reason and one reason only. Its fucking special attack is insanely through the roof.
Yeah, Mega Mewtwo is
Uh,
broken.
Let me pull it up on the other screen here.
But basically, so that
yeah, its
was the
special
first
attack
one.
is higher than Deoxys attack,
Yeah.
which is the first time that that's happened since Deoxys attack obviously came out. And then what is it? Is it Mega Rayquaza's is technically higher?
I don't know the stats. I
Mega
know Mega Rayquaza was
Rayquaza.
banned from Ubers because it was so good and also didn't
Well,
need an item or
the
something.
reason Mega Rayquaza is so good is because it can Mega Evolve just by having a move.
Without the item.
Dragon Ascent is
Yeah,
not a weak move either.
so then you can just give it a fucking life orb, and it's ridiculous. But
Yeah.
Mewtwo's is just kind of bonkers insane. It's really, really good.
Mewtwo,
And I just
Mega
remember,
Mewtwo is the kind of thing they don't ban in Ubers, which tells you how strong Mega Rayquaza is.
I'm just
They
telling
made a
you.
tier called the Mega Rayquaza tier.
I'm just telling you, like, when Mega forms were first, like, leaked from Koro, everyone was excited. Like, everyone was, like, questioning what it was. There was a lot of debate over what it could be. And what it turned into was just, like, something that, to this day, the Pokemon fanbase, ever since its removal following not Omega Ruby, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, fans have just wanted it back. And they have been kind of chasing that dragon, trying to come up with another popular gimmick to, I want to say, middling success. There's a couple of
like,
gimmicks that people have
Z-moves
liked,
are
but
okay.
yeah.
I found
Like,
them before. We can talk about that next game.
Yeah.
Z-moves were
But,
okay.
like,
What was the one after that?
there is no understanding exactly how popular and how cool Mega Evolutions are as a concept. It is like grade A plus, just like mwah, chef's
And most
kiss.
of the Mega Pokemon just look real. It's essentially like how
pull up
like
Mega
they're adding life
Ampharos.
to some Pokemon that aren't used. They're making Pokemon that were used even stronger.
Yeah. Like, I remember
just-
when I was first going through this, and I was just sitting here. Oh, there is actually one other. Oh my god, there's a huge thing that we just kind of glanced.
Yeah, I just realized what we just overlooked. So back in Lumio City, when we go fight the professor, he says, "Hey, do you want a starter?" And we say, "Sure." And he says, "Here,
No.
take your pick
That's
of either Charmander, Squirtle, or Bulbasaur."
Oh
And he
yeah.
says, "Oh, they come with this orb too."
Yep.
So they
I don't
just
know what
kind of
it does.
hinted.
You can have it though.
Yeah.
And then you get one of these if you pick Charmander.
Oh boy.
Charizard X or Mega Charizard X or Mega Charizard Y.
Mhm.
Mega Charizard X is the coolest Pokemon they've ever made.
Oh wow, really? You
No,
think
I
so?
fully disagree. It's cool, but it ain't that cool.
I don't know about that. I don't know if
And
it's the
then
coolest. It's
It
pretty
is
then
cool.
they
finally
said,
a dragon type, though. But speaking of dragon types, the thing that I actually remembered that we never went over as we look
Generation.
at Mega Blastoise's giant gaping cannons, we forgot about fairy typing.
okay, so anyway, so fairies exist now, by the way, and
you're,
Clefable, that's a fairy
you're
type. Vulpix is
welcome.
a fairy type. What are you talking
You're
about?
welcome. We forgot that fairy types were introduced in the
When what's her name and
game.
Dexio talk about,
We don't
No,
remember that
okay,
yet.
okay, okay. So
they're like,
here's
whoa.
I actually have a story. Okay, so there were a lot of they announced that fairy types were coming in the game. And they showed off like one Pokemon, but they said that there were also going to be a bunch of Pokemon that were going to get like redone to have fairy typing, or like their typing was going to change as a result of it. And everyone was making like wild claims and things, and there was a bet going around that I pitched $5 into. My bet was Gardevoir, and I won $10.
Okay, so that is nice. That's a nice story. I really like that story. I have a very important question.
Yeah,
Can you, in just a second... Okay, go ahead and pull up my thing. Why the fuck is Granbull a fairy type?
because it's pink.
Why the fuck is... Okay. Anyway, so, my little story with fairy type, I like it as a typing. Changing things retroactively is kinda weird, but I get it. Like, they explain it in game as, "We just discovered this," but it wouldn't make sense for some things, like fighting doesn't really work against it anymore,
Hmm.
and, Clefairy and Clefable were normal type in other generations. But anyway, I like fairy as a concept. It really balances out dragons a lot, which was
Yeah.
necessary.
Well,
Um,
it not only
I never
balances out
really
dragons,
felt
it
like it
really
was
is
that
good.
necessary. Dragons were relatively rare, and the thing
not in
about
the
their
metagame
type is um, they deal neutral damage to most things. They don't really have anything that they're super effective against, though.
they're super effective against Dark Dragon and Fighting, which are pretty
Yeah.
important
Huh?
typings.
Dragon's not super effective against darker.
No, we're talking
No,
about
no,
Fairy, aren't we?
fairies. Yeah.
Right, no, I'm talking about Dragon. Dragon's only super effective against Dragon.
Well, dragon is only
Well,
super
yeah,
effective against
Dragon is
dragon
only super
and
effective
neutral to
against
everything
Dragon,
else.
but there
But
are
the
very powerful Dragon Pokemon.
the issue
Yeah.
is that you either
Not
have to
all
have
super
dragon or
legendaries
have
are
to have
dragons.
ice to deal with it. However, having a Pokemon only have
Or
like a
Dragon.
couple of weaknesses is really strange. Like when you think about it, that's something that is kind of only really reserved for electric types now, because electric types are only weak to
Well,
ground.
that's not true. Water type only has two weaknesses.
Well, no, but electric has one.
Ground, yeah.
Yeah, it's just ground. Like there is no other weakness that it has. And I guess you could chalk it up to a speciality, but it's also not
No.
necessarily strong against everything. It's strong against what? Flying,
I don't
water, and is that it? Is just flying and water?
I
Let me
guess
pull it
it's
up here.
their.
Yeah, Flying Water, yeah.
Yeah.
I
And it's
mean,
like
if you
neutral
think of
against
it as their
grass.
excuse to make dragon types more common, then
Yeah.
that's fine.
I think that's why they
I
did
guess.
it because like when you have a Pokemon where its only weakness is another copy of itself or ice typing, which admittedly not too uncommon, but also very restrictive in design space because the second you give a dragon type any resistance to ice, like say you made like a fire dragon, for example, it would just make it way too OP because it wouldn't have many weaknesses. Well, okay, maybe Fire Dragon isn't absolutely correct because I think that would make it weak to water, but you get what I'm saying. If you made a dragon that was wasn't weak to ice, that would be
You
like
mean
weak
like
to very few
Kingdra?
other things. Udra?
Yeah, Kingdra's not weak to ice because it's part water
Kingdra.
type.
I mean, Kingdra also really isn't that powerful. Maybe this wasn't that much of an issue. It makes more sense. It makes more sense when you think about it from like a gameplay perspective, but you also have to consider the fact that when you add in another typing to something, it also adds in the weaknesses to that typing. So,
I think we could make an argument that it's because it has a pretty significant number of resistances.
yeah.
to really common attacking types: fire, water, grass, and electric. And then, are there any others? I think those are the main ones, right?
Yeah,
But
I
that's
believe
pretty
so.
significant in and of itself,
But
being resistant to those. That means
at
that
any rate.
Kingdra only has one weakness, and it's dragon, for example.
Oh god, excuse me.
Yeah, but that's balanced in the fact that Kingdra is a bad Pokemon.
Yeah, Kingdra isn't really that
I don't
powerful.
think it's as bad as you guys think it is. I think it's
Well,
just that.
let's pull up
Well,
its Smogon and we'll see. We'll pull it up here.
PU.
So in Diamond Pearl it was OU, Black and White it was UU, and XY it was RUBL, Sun and Moon NUBL, and Sword and Shield PUBL.
So it's gotten banned from pretty much every tier it's in.
It's not good enough to be in
I
a
don't think
tier
saying it's
above it.
banned from PU is something to be proud of.
So it's
Sure it is. It
not
means
good
that you're
enough.
too good in PU to be used in PU.
It's not good enough for NU, but it's too good for PU. Wow,
Some of
that
those lower
is a
tiers also
great way
have
to
gender
explain
clauses and
Kingdra.
stuff.
Anyway, but just to continue on with it, so we have, and this is why a lot of people love X and Y, right? Like you have a really decent Pokemon generation, admittedly a small one, but a really decent one. You have wonderful graphics, you have a great gimmick, and then you add in this entirely new typing that is super wicked and makes a lot of like fan favorite Pokemon even more relevant than they were previously by adding fairy typing to them. So you have a whole bunch of just wonderful things going for this game. And it's really stands up still. It's nice. It's lovely. But they haven't really done anything like this since. Like all of the other stuff that they've done with like Dynamax, a lot of people didn't like it. It's fine, but it's not that good. Z moves, again, fine. They're silly, they're funny, but just kind of eh. What's the other gimmick? What's the last gimmick? Oh, Terra. Yeah, Terra typing. Terra
Oh, there
typing,
was also
honestly.
Alpha Pokemon.
Can we count that? Does that do anything?
I think we can. You can catch them.
Well,
You can farm alphas.
you can catch them,
But
but
are
does
they
it
really
do
like
anything
a
for you?
gimmick in that way? I mean, I think they start off with a slightly higher base stat increase, and that's about it, really.
And
I'm
I
not
guess
sure.
it really doesn't
They have a higher
matter.
rate, I guess.
Well, it doesn't matter because there's no PvP in Legends Arceus anyway.
Yeah.
So I guess it's better to call it like battle gimmicks. Because like you have all of this stuff. And it's just none of it's been as good as Mega Evolution. It's just it's so strange.
I don't think alphas add anything to that, really. I mean, alphas only really matter as far as you fighting them, not the other way around.
You know, now that
I
I'm
mean,
thinking about it.
I'll look into it because I'm curious. But speaking on the topic of fairy typing, there was one thing I wanted to say. So I like fairy typings. I've always really liked the idea of them. I have a friend who absolutely fucking despises the entire type. He, when playing not Sword and Shield, Scarlet Violet, when seeing Tinkatongue or Tinkatink at the time was fairy typing, he had caught it, thinking it was only Steel, saw it was fairy, and then put it in a box forever.
Why?
He hates the typing.
Why does he hate the typing? Fairy typing is
He can't
actually
explain
one of
why.
the best
Well,
typings.
it competitively, it's not the reason why. I think it's like he doesn't play the Pokemon game competitively. He
Well,
plays it
no,
casually.
not even that. It fills a niche. Like honestly, the only other Pokemon type I can think of
Oh.
off the top of my head that they could make at this point that wouldn't be strange would be like sound. Sound type has been like something that people have been talking about for like decades.
So when it comes to the type, something that wasn't brought up, we talked about it in regards to dragons, but it fills another important niche. It instantly helped separate or made poison a good attacking type and
Yes.
separated steel from rock
Yes.
in
Yeah.
a positive way. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
variety in that. So it wasn't just its relationship to dragon that made it a worthy inclusion.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying like Fairy was one of the best inclusions they've ever made. Frankly, it's just so nice.
Probably worth mentioning though that it's a bit obtuse in I guess not. Let's see.
In the reasoning for why it's powerful against what it's strong against.
Yeah, why? What it's strong again? What it's weak against, and what resists it?
So I think it makes sense that it's not effective against fire because stereotypically, if you assume like a fairy isn't like a storybook fairy, right? It's like a sprite, a pixie, like something
It
like that.
requires like folklore knowledge in order to do
Yeah,
this stuff.
it's like it's a
Mhm.
magical forest dwelling creature, basically. Well, not always a forest dwelling creature, but generally you find pixies and all that in fantasy in
Yeah.
nature. So it's like it's basically nature magic is what you need to picture fairy typing as. So it would make sense that like nature magic is a counteraction to dragon typing because dragons are like the apex predators. So you have these things that developed individual or apart from them that opposes the apex predators using like magic rather than just like brute strength.
Well, it's not necessarily nature magic because it's also like has a relationship to the cosmos, a la
Yeah.
stuff like Clefairy.
Well, you can
Mhm.
just be like,
So what does that mean?
well, I mean, natural magic maybe would be a better thing than nature magic. Just like, because cosmic magic and like magic that's just generated from a wild or a primal kind of thing. Or not
Mhm.
primal. Like, dragon is like primal, and then fairy is like oh god, what is the best way to word that? Because you are right, it also involves the cosmos, but you could argue that like the cosmos in and of itself is part of like a natural environment. It's just magnified from above the planet to
Well,
literally everything. But it was still made naturally by the creation of the universe. So I guess natural magic would be the best way to phrase it. There might be a better way too, but I don't know. But like it also makes sense that like they're weak to poison because if you destroy the natural environment with
Klefki is
pollution,
a fairy type.
it makes sense that they're weak against
I like that. That's the only answer you have.
it makes sense against like them being weak to steel because one thing that is like in folklore is you capture and imprison fairies and like use them for something. So it's like a basically steel type is like the bird cage for natural magic, I guess.
I really like the theory that the reason fairies are strong against dragons is because they're in fairy tales, and in the fairy tale, there's always a happy ending.
Yeah, like it's that kind of thing, right? It's just this it really is god, what is the best word for it? Esoteric? I don't know. Maybe not esoteric, but like it it just feels
The typing's strengths and its relationship to other types on
arbitrary.
the chart is based in folklore knowledge that you kind of have to. It's not common knowledge like the rest of the typings are for the most part. For the most part, you know.
Like the whole idea that psychic is weak to your common fears. I like that
Actually,
idea.
okay, here's a question. Have both of you watched this anime called Ancient Magus Bride?
Nope.
No, never heard of
Okay.
it.
God dang it.
What do you mean never heard of it? It's on your list.
Okay.
Is it?
I'm
Hold on,
not
Yes,
let me
gonna
pull
I
up my
won't
list.
talk about it then, but
you added it to your mal.
the way they handle magic in Ancient Magus Bride is a lot of what I imagine what fairy typing in Pokemon would kind of be like.
Okay, yeah, it is on my to watch list. I'll be damned.
But yeah, no, it's God. The way that they display magic in Ancient Magus Bride is such an interesting way to do it. It really kind of reminded me of like it almost reminds me of Miyazaki in kind of like tone, where it's very it just feels like it's steeped in a whole bunch of like fantasy that's easily understood but difficult to explain. Like that is
Hmm.
exactly how I would try to explain how fairy typing works. It's easy to understand it but difficult to define.
Hmm.
I don't know. It's
Yeah, I
strange.
really like fairy typing. It was a neat addition to the franchise. So we are now at the area in the game where we're fighting our rival to see who gets the Mega Ring.
Oh yeah,
The answer is both of you.
the answer is both of you. It's like I'm sorry. One of the
Well, at this
last
point,
things
isn't
I
it only
did,
we get it, and then he doesn't get it for like until the end of the game?
something like that, I guess. Yeah, because if you lose, you just go back and then re-challenge him as though nothing happened.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
So
after you get the Mega Ring, it's actually really cool because you go and you fight Roller Skater Girl in her gym, like
well, you don't fight her
immediately
first.
after.
You get the
Cora. Her name
you
Yeah,
is
have to get
Cora.
the Mega first, right?
yeah. You fight her after you get the ring in the temple, but then after you fight her, she'll say, "Meet me at the top of the Mega Tower or whatever it's called. I don't remember the name of it, or Master's Tower maybe." And
Yeah.
when you do that, the Lucario, who was like scoping you out earlier, walks over beside you and he's like, I'm fighting with you now. And then you get your first taste of Mega Evolution by
Yeah, mirror
having
match.
a mirror match of Mega Lucarios, which is hilarious because if you're like me and you decided, oh, they're definitely going to Swords Dance the first move, I'm going to Swords Dance the first move, and then you get one shot by a crit.
I
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
have that issue happen at all. I had a honestly, I really like that fight. It's a nice like show off of how the Mega mechanics
Yeah.
work and the animations for Mega Evolution.
But there's the thing, right? This is actually one of the few examples in Pokemon of a fight you can lose and it doesn't like stop you from
Progressing, yeah.
progressing. Yeah, it's just like you get to fight with the Lucario and then you get to keep the Lucario, which I think is really wicked cool because normally getting a Lucario is a pain in the ass because it's a friendship evolution and Riolu is not a strong
Well, I
Pokemon.
guess I feel the opposite. I don't like it when games hand you like this really powerful tool for basically free. I guess a Pokemon in this case.
I mean, I can't wait
That's the
until
problem
we.
that Pokemon has starting with this generation. Really, I feel the Lucario and then the extra starter in this gen or in this game, and then the next game has even more
I mean,
powerful Giftmons that they
and
just
the
like. Here you go.
Lucario is
You don't
actually
have to work
pretty
for it.
fucking
What meaning does that
stacked.
have? Do
It's
what?
pretty fucking stacked too. Thing has power up punch, swords dance.
Yeah.
It's like
It's
really
too strong.
set. And I
Go
was
ahead and
just
pull up
sitting
the
there
thing.
like laughing to myself, like I forgot they gave you this.
So I really like the Mega Evolution animation, and one thing that I wanted to talk about was a really nice touch in the game that I don't know if like it's easy to overlook. So when you first Mega Evolve, your character throws out their hand and touches the Mega Ring,
Yeah.
and then throws the hands up, and then you do a Mega Evolution. It's pretty cool, but until you turn off the game, that part of the animation isn't there anymore because they don't want you to see that every single time you do a Mega Evolution. It's
Yeah.
just this, which is really cool. I really like this animation,
Yeah.
but I also really like the hand animation, which another thing they did was there were like two story points in the game where they ignored that rule and did have you do the hand thing even if you had already done it earlier, which
Yeah.
was at one point it was the champion battle. I don't remember what the other one was though.
I mean, it's a
Probably
cool
Lightsaber,
effect.
right?
Probably.
See, and this is the thing, right? This is a really, really just man, Mega Evolution is such a well thought out idea.
Yeah, it really is. Like, I mean, it's literally just Digimon, but
It is Digivolution, yeah. Like I really railed against that when they first did it. It's like, no, it's not. Fuck this. But no, it 100% it is a basically Digivolution. But at the same time, I'm just looking at this like, man, I don't think there's any misses on the designs for Mega Pokemon.
well, I'll pull that up and I will answer that while we go through the rest of the game.
Like I'm just thinking about it. Like I can't think of a single Mega Pokemon that's like objectively worse aesthetically than its predecessor. Actually, it makes some of them look even better.
Yeah, like for example, Mega Gengar is sick.
Yeah, Mega Gengar looks amazing. Here, hold on. I'll switch back over so we can like look through them.
Do you guys like
Sure.
Mega Gengar for it more, or its
Mega
Gigantic.
Gengar looks a lot better than Gigantamax
I
Gengar.
mean, Gigantamax Gengar is one of the few really good Gigantamaxes, but still. Like, we have all
So,
this, like,
since
Alakazam looks great.
since we're on the topic of megas, there's one thing I did want to bring up, which is another easy thing to overlook. All of the mega Pokemon have their own unique dex entries, and they're usually very fucking interesting. So, for example, for Mega Alakazam,
Aggressive is what they are.
as a result of Mega Evolution, its power has been entirely converted into psychic energy, and it has lost all strength in its muscles.
It's
Yep.
basically, yeah, it's holding itself aloft with psychic energy and nothing else.
Yeah, and its defense lowered to 45.
Yeah. Like,
Okay,
it just makes
yeah,
sense.
Mega Gengar is just sick. Look at that.
I really do like Mega Gengar. It looks nice. And it's shiny. Oh my
Um,
god, have you seen Mega Gengar
yeah, the
shiny?
bright white
Yeah,
shiny.
it's so good.
I really like Mega Kangaskhan. The fact that it got banned is hilarious because its ability is
It's
fucking
so
great.
good. It's
It's just
it's
hit, but again this
insanely
time with half power.
good.
It's so funny.
Like Mega Kangaskhan is basically like its mega form is just weaponizing your young.
Yes, exactly, and that's what
But
Right.
it
makes it so
looks
great.
so cool.
That it's concerned about its baby growing too fast or something.
I don't know.
Mega Pinsir looks great, and it's got fucking Aerialate, which is a great ability.
Aerialate's stupid.
I
Mega
guess you could argue.
Gyarados.
I don't really like Mega Gyarados' design.
I like it because it makes it look like a shrimp. And I remember
I
people
It doesn't look
saying
that much like a shrimp, but
I think it's too small. Like, for example, Gyarados here, it's got like a lot of like it's kind of like a snake pattern.
it's a
This is like a
classic.
shrimp, like you said. I don't really like
Yeah.
it that much.
I mean, I think that that's still well. It's not a miss though.
well, it looks like a sea monster to me.
Like Aerodactyl is just Aerodactyl, but it has
They took an
spikes.
Aerodactyl and said, "Let's put Kozilek stones on it."
It does. It is that. We've already
And we
talked
already went
about
over Mega
Mewtwo.
Mewtwo. Now we
Mega
can talk about the
Ampharos
Mega that I
is
put on my team,
regal
which
as
was
fuck.
Ampharos. So
Regal as fuck.
it is regal
Or
as fuck.
Pokemon.
That is true. So in a very old run, when I was doing a Nuzlocke in a French run of Heart Gold, Soul Silver, I was just doing some grinding, and I found a wild, random, 1 in 8,192 odd shiny Flaffy, and I was super happy about that. That was like 6 some odd years ago. Then in this run, I thought, well, why don't I just use that as my mega? I've always wanted to use that specific one that I caught. Why not? So I did. And here's the shiny Flaffy that I caught, Lingerie. And I was actually kind of upset because I thought if I transferred it over, it would keep the French name. It doesn't.
No, you have to rename it the French name if you want to do that.
But yeah, if I would have done, I would have kept it as the French name for Ampharos. But anyway, I have a shiny Mega Ampharos. It's pink. It's great. I like it a lot.
Yeah, Mega Ampharos
Anyway,
is so good.
Mega Scizor is just cool.
Mega Scizor looks like a Scizor that wanted to cosplay a Metroid villain.
I was thinking about those scissors. Do you know the scissors I'm talking about that have those weird notches?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of every time I see it. Heracross. I really like Heracross, and it's got Skill Link.
Heracross is a really powerful option.
I never really liked Heracross as a Mega. I don't like that they changed the horn configuration to something less cool than. I mean, like, I get it. Pinsir beetles are cool, but Hercules beetles are even cooler than that. Okay.
I
Yeah, fair
mean,
enough.
make an argument, yeah.
I mean, now that I am fucking what's his name? I am a now simp for Ito, so I agree.
You're fucking
Anyway,
Ito, good lord, that's rough.
Houndoom looks great.
Houndoom, yeah, strict upgrade. It just looks really cool. Honestly,
Solar power.
Mega Houndoom could have just been an evolution straight up, honestly.
I think Mega Tyranitar is a bit overdesigned.
No, not really.
Yeah, I agree.
Its spikes just grew
What's
out.
all those extra spikes coming? It's like they ran out of ideas, which I understand is why they stopped doing Mega Evolution in the first place.
Let me see.
The artist couldn't
Yeah,
figure
like
out how to do Flygon into a Mega.
yeah, a lot of people like that was the biggest thing a lot of people have
Yeah,
demanded
where
is a
the
Mega
fuck is
Flygon.
Flygon? Yeah, give Flygon, like, something. And
Now this
then,
was in one of the event Pokemon. When you pre-ordered the game, I think you get this
yeah.
really cool looking Mega Blaziken.
Banned to Ubers.
Banned Ubers because it's got speed boost.
Yep.
Yep, speed boost too strong.
Oh, right. I almost forgot. Okay, so there was this when I first tried out that shiny Mega Gardevoir that I got with the black dress, someone was like, "Oh, that looks really cool." And then I looked him in the face and I was like, "Great, that's her funeral gown." I was like, he looked at me dead in the face and said, "Whose funeral?" "Yours." That was actually an exchange that someone had, and no, like, he walked directly into it. I didn't know why he did that. I had that thought when I did that, and I never thought anyone would actually fall for it. But yeah, no, someone did. I was like, yes.
Mega Gardevoir, it obviously we've already talked about it. It's one of the best designed megas in my opinion. It's just so simple but so effective.
Very, very elegant. Elegant.
Now we get to my favorite mega in the game, in the franchise.
Oh.
Mega Mawile.
Mega Mawile is a really nice one.
I love it.
Its one chance to be useful, and it took it to its fullest advantage, while also looking awesome.
Yeah, it really did. This was one of the main aces in my competitive team at the time, and I've already said it before, I'm using Mega Mawile and Oros, so I'm excited. I've never used one in a run before, a Mawile.
It is going to become a threat. Mega Aggron might be... I think it might be the most boring of all of them.
What the fuck does Filter do again?
It makes super powerful
powers down
moves.
super effective moves.
I
Okay.
believe it's like, it makes them half as strong or something, which is great when you have, like... Okay, first of all, it does just go to mono steel, which means it's defensively just better.
Yeah.
It's straight better. So it's a good, like, thing. It's just slightly oddly designed, because it just looks like it took its, like, head case and grew a new one.
An unexpected downside is that it loses heavy metal, which is, I mean, the thing is that it knows 2 of the 3 moves that deal damage based off of weight. However, I think its Mega Form weighs more than regular Aggron does with heavy metal.
I think that Aggron might be the only Mega... Maybe I'm not thinking of one, but I think it's the only Mega that I might like its regular form rather than its Mega form.
Mega Aggron weighs 870 pounds compared to Aggron 793.
Oh, okay. So it's not that much. All right. Which means heavy metal, 793, that's almost 1,600.
Yep. So this is another one of my my favorites. Medicham.
Medicham's pretty cool.
Pure Power is such a good ability.
Pure Power is strong. Then you have Manectric.
Okay, I really don't like Mega Manectric.
I think it's hilarious. It is the dumbest thing.
It is so dumb. They decided to take the lightning bolt to too far of an extreme.
It's literally a lightning bolt, and I love it. It's so dumb. Anyway.
I really like Mega Bayonet. That's a beautiful design.
Mega Bayonet became a fucking menace when it first came out because Prankster is a fucked ability.
It really is, yeah. Mega Absol is just beautiful. I thought it was Dark Fairy when it turned to a Mega.
No, everyone thought it would be Dark Fairy or Dark Flying because it got wings. And then everyone just kind of put up... I remember watching so many videos on YouTube when they announced Mega Absol that was just putting that with One-Winged Angel. And that was the joke.
Yeah, fair enough. There's the Mega Latios, Mega Latios, which are the exact same Pokemon.
With different eye colors, yes.
Yeah, basically. Is that the only difference?
I think so,
I could never tell.
There was a different eye color. But
yeah, it looks like slightly orange and slightly red. Okay.
But if you look at their shinies...
One of them has their hands backwards, and the other one has the hands forward.
If you look at their shinies, however, they become very different.
Sure, hold on. Green?
I guess that's true.
Green.
Like I said, very different.
Wow, back to the
very different. I told you.
fingers of shinies.
I told you, see, they're different.
Their hands aren't even backwards. The only difference is the eye color.
Yes.
Wow.
Despite this,
Okay.
they have different stats, which is insane.
Mega Garchomp.
Mega Garchomp is a
It's kind of weird he
mistake.
now doesn't have hands.
Mega Garchomp is a mistake. That shit did
If I
not
remember
need a
correctly,
Mega
he has a
form.
good dex entry as well. Hold on.
We call them old Garchomp knife hands.
Excess energy melted its arms and wings, transforming them into giant scythes. Its vaunted wings become scythes, sending it into mad with rage. It swings its scythes wildly and slices the ground to pieces.
Yeah, Mega. Look, it is Sand Force.
Yeah,
This shit's just. It's so. Mega Garchomp is honestly one of the megas that I would call a mistake. It is so fucking good.
Mega Lucario's great.
Yeah.
I don't really like Mega Abomasnow. It's like he's a cat that's hissing, you know?
I think it's quite hilarious that even a Mega could not really make Abomasnow great. However, it just keeps snow warning, which is very strange.
Well, it's important to keep snow warning on your only snow warning setter.
It's really weird because like you should be able to just like have it come out snow warning, then Mega Evolution into something that you benefit from snow. I would.
So,
Well, what's nice about that is here's the play, right? So you send out Abomasnow, your opponent sends out, let's say, Politoed, right? Politoed or Abomasnow sets Drizzle or sets Hail, then sets Drizzle. Well, then you can Mega Evolve to reset Hail without switching out.
Yep.
it's really
And,
cool.
yeah, that's the benefit there.
So, do we want to stop there, or do we want to talk about?
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask. Are we going to go to the Oros ones or no?
Let's save it.
Let's just stop.
Okay. But
so
I think that basically
those
covers
are
it.
Mega Evolutions. We finally like we said, Mega Evolutions are the coolest thing. They really need to come back. Like even if they don't make any new ones, just bring them back.
Yeah, like people would really like it. Like what I suggested that I think would be really neat, if in a game they allowed like one gimmick per team, right? So you can choose Dynamax or Mega or Terra. I don't think you should be able
Yeah.
to like Terra and do that at the same time.
If
Like
you
you have to
could-
choose one.
If you could Terra your Gigantamax Mega Charizard, my god.
Actually,
Okay,
you know,
you Terra your Gigantamax Charizard, and then you use a Z move.
yeah. Honestly,
You just
Z-moves are
win.
probably the most annoying ones to bring
Z
back.
Max Flare.
Oh god.
Oh man, can you imagine? That would be.
I can't imagine. Apparently Smogon does something like that, don't they? They have a national dex.
It destroys the world.
Yeah, but I don't think you can do Dynamax on top of the. Presuming it's not banned, which it might be.
Well, anyway.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I never looked into the national dex format. Anyway, so we now have the power of the Mega Ring, and we've also beaten the next gym. Did anyone want to say anything about that other than the fact that the gym was cool as shit?
Nah, like I liked the roller skating disco derby.
I mean, like I said, all of the gyms are fantastic set pieces.
Yeah.
That one's extra fun because you can come back and mess around with it even outside of beating the gym.
You can just skate around.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, we never really talked about that. We
Tricks
have
and stuff.
skates this time on top of a bike.
Well, we mentioned
Um,
it, but we didn't really talk about it.
Yeah, so I actually, a lot of times in the game, I forgot I had a bike because of the skates.
Well, the skates just kind of make the bike a little superfluous. Like you go faster with the bike for sure, but the skates
I
just
still use the
feel
bike
better.
a lot.
But the skates feel nicer.
Like the
well,
skates
the
just feel
skates
good.
kind of make you glide a little bit, which sometimes isn't desirable.
Eh,
The bike has a much tighter turn.
I stuck with the most.
So
of
you
the
can
game.
do tricks and stuff. You can learn more tricks, and if you learn enough tricks, you get the super trick,
What?
which is the meteor flip,
What?
which is where you like. Well, oh, you didn't know about that?
No.
Yeah, you can learn tricks.
If you get good enough at roller skating, you talk to enough people and get enough tips on the various tricks you can do, and then you manage to maintain a high combo as well. I don't remember what the combo is required in order to be allowed access to learning this trick. But when you are at your max style combo,
The video is looped.
when it makes the like shiny effect when you do a trick, and you jump off of a cliff while also hitting the opposite direction on your circle pad, you do the meteor flip.
I see. That is interesting. I'll have to look
Meteor.
into that. I'm surprised I never saw that.
It
Really
replaces
quick,
your
Curry,
So
the video has looped.
what?
We are back to the Bidoof.
Oh, it did. Huh.
Why did it loop? We're not even
Oh,
halfway
because you got
through
to the end
it.
of
That's strange. Wait a minute. I guess right here is fine. Yeah, I don't know why it did that. I didn't touch anything, and it's not even halfway through, so it shouldn't have looped yet. There's like 6 hours of footage. Huh, okay. Well,
Anyway,
that's fine.
that
It's just
did
background
remind
anyway.
me, another type of thing we didn't really talk about yet, but I guess we couldn't. Did anyone fight Sky Trainers?
Yes, but not until much later.
Okay, so here's the thing,
I
right? I think that
I
Sky
hate
Trainers are hilarious.
I hate Sky Trainers. You know why?
It's so
Because I'm
funny.
thinking I'm going in with a fair battle. I'm gonna throw out my swoobat, and they say, "Go, Emolga."
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, no, it's a really hilarious addition to the game. It's totally superfluous. Like, you don't have to do it,
Superfluous.
but it's funny. It's just hilarious because, like, yeah, I'll fight you in the air with my one aerial Pokemon when you have a team of 3. Bring it
It's a
on,
neat
scrub.
idea. It's except like yeah, you can have one flying, and they'll have three, and then one of them's gonna be electric, and
Bring it on, scrub.
at one point I just stopped fighting the Sky Trainers.
I tried to participate in Sky Battles by catching a Hawlucha, but the Hawlucha can't participate in Sky Battles.
Yep, it
Yep,
doesn't have a flying animation.
it is so silly.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
once
must
my
have.
Shalamu evolved into a Charizard, then it could. And I forgot
Mhm.
about it until suddenly I was able to do them. Like, oh, right. Sky Battles, huh?
Yep. Um, let's
So I went back
see.
and did all of them.
So after that, we are now at the point where I have caught my shiny, and I have now transferred in my sixth Pokemon, my shiny Ampharos. I have a full team.
Nice.
Wow.
Um, so, at this point, I also get the most important thing for the team, which is hold on one second. Am I okay? So I am not crazy. It's not that the footage has looped, it's that the footage has been tripled. We're back at the beginning of the game, I think.
Huh? No, this
No.
is this is the first gym battle.
Yeah,
What do you mean
Oh,
it's
that's
been
true. How'd
tripled?
that happen?
What?
we're back at the first gym for the third time, I think.
No, this is the Battle Mason, isn't it?
No, this is the gym because we were on the webs just a few minutes ago. I didn't think
I
about
was
it.
I was
But
thinking maybe Dosha went back for some reason, but then he fought a trainer, and I don't think you can refight the gym trainers.
What
yeah,
happened when this was exporting? I just put 2 separate videos that I was sent together into one video. What the fuck happened?
put
Oh,
this
and
video in
now you're
twice.
back.
No, I made sure of
Yep.
that.
Okay, now we're at the Battle Mace column. Yeah, this is the one I did like yesterday.
What is happening? Oh, wait a minute. Oh,
That's the gym leader
something
fight.
did mess up with the export. Whoa, that's weird.
Do we need to pause for technical
No, it's
difficulties?
fine. It's fine. It's
Nah, I
just
mean like it's
background
fine, right?
anyway. I don't care.
Battle Mason.
I'm not gonna go back and
Okay.
re-edit this. What do you think I'm going to do? Put effort into it.
Okay, so
But
also now we're at Comarine City, where I get the second most important thing in the run. Trick Room.
Fair enough.
The reason that I built this team in the way I built it was first I would open with Girl, who would set Trick Room. I made sure that Girl was a speedy Pokemon that could set Trick Room and then U-turn. It is set in a way so I can tank the first hit to set Trick Room, and then either Girl will die or she will do U-turn. Because she's so fast, she is guaranteed to go second. Then I can send out my Clamperl, my Hikari, which will always have full health because it's not taking a hit on switch in. Then it sweeps the game. That is what I did for the entire run.
Fair enough. Bold of you to broadcast a strategy.
I've already talked about. I told everyone exactly what I was going to do when I had the Swoobat. Like, I have already talked about this in length. This is just for the video.
Mm.
Oh, at any rate, yeah. Let's continue on a wee bit.
Well, yeah, that's what we
So
were doing.
we go and we fight who next?
We left Comorin City, so now we're back into Lumios.
We get
Yeah.
surf, and if you don't have surf, you get a Lapras, and then you can use the Lapras to surf.
Oh wait, really?
Yeah, there's an NPC right by the water who's like, "Hey, do you want a Lapras?"
I'm
And then you can
actually
use the Lapras
quite.
to surf.
I
If you
am
do,
so
the
amazingly
Lapras
annoyed that
has
I
an
forgot
instant
about
surf
that.
animation.
I forgot about that, and that annoys the hell out of me. God damn it!
So
I could
normally
have had
it's
a
just like a
Lapras.
formless blue blob that you're sitting on. But if you use the Lapras, you're sitting on a Lapras, and its head sticking out of the water, and you're holding its neck.
I forgot about that. That is cool. Man, Lapras is such a neat Pokemon.
Hmm. It is really neat. That is a neat touch. I'm surprised I never saw that though.
I remember it.
Um,
I just forgot to do it this run, which would have actually solved an issue with my team. That's annoying.
but yeah, now we get to Lumiose City, and I'm pretty sure at this point we're now told go to the power plant, please.
Well, no. Before we go back to Lumio City, we're like, we're heading
Well,
back
we have
there.
another gym battle
And then we
first.
go to the desert.
We have a gym battle first that is the grass gym,
Oh, good. Who cares?
and then we go to the Badlands.
Like, genuinely, the grass gym is the most forgettable gym in this entire game, which is a shame because its setup is cool, but good lord.
I like
I
the
mean,
gym.
he's a cute old man.
Meh.
Yeah, it's not super memorable being like grass type at Gym 4 when you're already, it's not really threatening at that point. But
Yeah.
Well, it was actually very threatening for my team because I'll remind you, I have two water types. Uh,
yeah, but that means you have
Fair.
4 not water types, right?
But he
I
opens with a
had
jump fluff.
I had a very easy to kill at the time Swoobat. I had a hold on, let me pull it up here. So I had my Swoobat, which was easy to kill for his team for some reason. I don't remember why. I had my two water types, which are obviously easy to kill. Then I had my Dewblade, which couldn't do anything against their team. And then I had my Malamar, which couldn't do anything against their team. My only option was using my Ampharos.
Eh.
Anyway, so we beat him, and then what do we do? Go to the desert?
We go to the desert, we dawdle around for a bit, and
Okay,
then we
but
ride
By
random
the way, there's a
skate
rhino map.
rails. I say again,
did
who cares?
did anyone else have trouble traversing the desert?
No.
I got really annoyed because the Pokemon kept chasing me and I couldn't outspeed them. I couldn't grind half the rails because the wind was blowing the wrong direction.
Yeah, I couldn't actually walk properly because the wind kept blowing the wrong direction. I couldn't go forward.
I had zero issues with that. I like legitimately walked into the desert, went to the power plant, finished, and left in under 10 minutes.
There was a part in the desert
Oh,
where I was
I
at a
used zero.
corner and I didn't want to fight this wild Pokemon that I had just encountered, so I had the ran away button. And then it encountered me again because apparently when you run away, that spot on the ground where the Pokemon are don't go away. So I hit run away, and then it encountered me again. I did this like 10 times until I realized and just killed it.
Yep.
It's especially annoying when it has Harina Trap.
Yep. But yeah, that does remind me of one thing that we haven't talked about. I'll pull up a picture. It'll take me a second to pull it up here. So, X and Y and Oros has this really interesting mechanic for all battles. Well, not all battles, for all wild battles rather. Um, There are trees in the background that you can break. If you break them, you get items.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Here we go. Yeah, I think you have to use like a super powerful attack that like overkills for a significant amount to get the kill or to get the item. But like for example, right here in this example, there's a berry tree, and if this person kills that Torkoal hard enough, they get that tree berry as well, which you can pull
Oh,
up on.
Yep. Oh, I have to change it again. I see. Making me
that's
do
pretty
things.
neat. I didn't know that.
Hup.
Yeah, yeah. I actually was looking out for it. I saw the background items. I just never broke them, so I'm not sure exactly how to trigger it.
I mean, I think you have to do a sweeping or cutting attack.
Maybe I'll look into it.
I think that's what it is anyway.
Um, anyway, so now in the desert, we're at the story. The desert people say, fucking, they're not gonna turn on the lights. How dare you? Get out of here, you small child. And then we beat them up.
You mean the Team Flare people? You know, honestly, I guess now is as good a time as any to actually have the discussion on Team Flare, because I'm just, god dang, I don't really care if I'm in the minority on this or not. Team Flare is just bad. I don't like them whatsoever.
I really like Team Flare. They're one of my favorites.
Sure,
Especially their motive.
I'm just sitting here like, here's the deal, right? We'll break this down aesthetically, right? Aesthetically, they're hideous. Even their
well, that's
admins look bad. Like they all look bad to me. Like it's yellow, or sorry,
true.
not yellow.
What about the
It
girls
is
with the glasses?
it is orange on black on orange. There's like maybe one of the admins that looks okay. But like all the rest of them look weird. Their aesthetic is strange because when you have like the admins, they're really disjointed in a way. They're like conjoined with visors, but then all
I'll
the
pull up a
visors are
picture, yeah.
different colors that
Well,
actually
hold on,
clash
because
with
there's
their
admins and then
outfits.
there's scientists.
Or
and there's
scientists. The scientists, rather. Like the scientists, there's like one of each color, and all of them, I think, except the purple one, clash with the orange. No, I'm sorry, not the purple one. The orange one. The only one that looks good is the orange one. I guess you could make an argument for the green one if you wanted, but all of them aesthetically, I just don't like any of them. They don't look good. The like this one dude in the white jacket with the shaved head, he's the only one that actually looks kind of fine. Like his
What
outfit,
about this one?
his outfit is silly.
I think she's okay.
She's all
Still
right,
kind of
but
garish, but yeah.
well, the reason I like the dude with the dude is because he's bald. Because like when you have bald, you don't have this screaming orange hairdo that just matches with the rest of the outfit. Because it's incredibly garish. It's incredibly like distracting.
But
And
that's the
then,
point.
well, yeah, but that also doesn't make it aesthetically pleasing. Like I
I
think
mean,
it's frankly, I think the orange is actually quite hideous here. It's just so much of it.
it is a lot of orange. I'd like it a lot, especially like the girl's hair is like a fire going up.
It's
But I
like,
think the guy could do with something different there because just having one looks kind
Nah,
of silly. But
I think the grunts are really garish, but again, that's on purpose.
I
I
just
kind of like it. It's like they're trying to be stylish and standing out because they're just so wealthy and rich and
okay.
uh, trying to flaunt it, but they just it's not quite hitting the way they want it to. It's like
It's
they're
just
trying hard,
yeah,
trying too hard. There we go.
oh
like
yeah,
it's
we
just so
didn't
strange.
we didn't actually talk about something, or if we did, we very briefly talked about it. The villain of the game that we met earlier.
Yeah, I was about to get to him actually.
What Lysander was the villain?
Okay, see, here's the thing. I wish I could say, I genuinely wish I could say that, but
You mean the guy
immediately
that killed
upon
that one
seeing him,
actress?
no, immediately upon seeing this man, without even reading any of his text or hearing what other people had to say about him, I was like, oh, okay, you're the boss of the villains, aren't you? Like, that was the thing, right? I think that I probably realized that before the game released, just looking at him. This man is the most obvious supervillain
Well,
I've
okay,
ever seen in Pokemon.
I can actually I can actually disagree with that because I guarantee you've seen at least one more character in Pokemon that is much more of a villain look. So imagine you just started your game. You're about to you're at your first town. I think you just got your first starter. You beat up one person. This guy walks out of a fucking Pokemon Center.
Okay, that doesn't
You're gonna
count.
think he's
You're
you're
not
gonna
going to
think he's
make the
not the big
fucking
bad.
Coliseum boss,
I think
really?
Gestus looks more like a villain, to be honest.
Well, Gestus isn't
Have
introduced
you looked
until
at
the end of the
Gestus
game.
already?
He
He's
gets,
got a big wizard staff.
he gets
He's got
introduced at
black
like
robes. He's wearing a scouter.
he looks like a cult villain. He doesn't look like he's leading an evil organization. Like this
I
dude,
think Giovanni actually
this
looks
dude
more evil,
looks
but
like, I will say he does look villainous, but he looks more like a
Look at
cult
that.
leader.
look at this goofy wizard man. He's obviously a villain.
He
That
looks
could
like a
be
fucking cult
other
leader. This is
things
like
other
a
than-
Final Fantasy level villain. But
Okay,
no
but
one
there
looks
is
like a boss more than fucking this dude. Like
There's one thing
Giovanni
you're
just looks like a
overlooking.
guy.
He looks like he's from Legend of Zelda.
He
He
does.
does, but when you first meet him, you see him like this.
Just sitting there like this man is
That's true, that's
is a
true.
sprite. You don't actually see a zoom in on him for quite a while. But
I think don't you see it in the opening cutscene?
don't. Well, it's if you watch the opening cutscene.
Imagine unironically.
But no,
watching
like, okay,
a
look.
cutscene to a Pokemon game.
Arguably, I'm in the minority on this, but I think he is the most like telegraphed. Yes, I am the like
Well, no,
supposed
you're
to
not
be
in the
the
minority
spoiler
on that. He is a
boss.
telegraphed villain.
Like he is
It's
really
just-
telegraphed because like they tried to do
It's
the whole
obvious. I
thing where
take
it's like
umbrage with the fact that
I'm
you're saying
talking
he's
with the
most-
people who are supposed to be your friends, therefore I am friend, right? It's just this like really, it's kind of silly when you think about it. And I mean, look, I'll wait until we get to the point where we actually get the big reveal to talk about how I feel about Team Flair's whole plan and everything.
You know he's a villain from the start, not because of how he looks, but because he tells the actress you should be typecast forever.
Yeah. Like he's just
I
like
forget, what did he say exactly?
he's so fucking rude.
He's like, don't you think it would be wonderful if you could play the same roles forever? I don't think beauty should fade.
Yeah, exactly.
And she's like, I think it's great that I'm able to play different roles throughout my
Actually,
life.
can we just talk about it now so we're in concert?
He's
and
like,
then we
I
can go
disagree.
through it.
You should be typecast forever.
Or do you want me
You
to
are
save
the
it?
epitome of beauty.
I
Yeah, I
saw
guess we
you
should
in
probably
a
wait for it
typecast.
to match with the story.
I'm just like,
Wouldn't it be
goddamn.
great if you were that girl from
I
Titanic?
will have more words on Team Flare
What was
because
her name?
I hate their aesthetic. I really don't like their leader. And I also hate their stupid fucking plan. My god.
I love their plan. We'll
I
go over that in a second. I
hate
have
it
one
so
last thing
much.
for Team Flare before we get to continuing on.
Yeah.
At the very least, I know there's one person from, or at least previously from Team Flare that I'm guaranteeing you like the design of, and it's Elite Four Malva.
Yeah, okay, she's an exception.
Yeah,
She's
she's great.
fine. Like that's how
Yeah,
you do an outfit that's good. You balance the colors. There's 3 colors. And then you have like the black being more predominant than the garish orange. Like that looks fine. She's not
Yeah,
loud.
it's a really, like, even if Team Flare wasn't a thing, this is a good fire type trainer.
Yeah. Like she
She
is
never shows up in person during that storyline, but
Yeah,
she's,
she shows up afterwards in
Yeah.
Looker Hangout.
well, she shows up in the Elite Four also, and then, well, you see her on your Holocaster.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's like the speaker in the Holocaster.
Yeah.
She's a news
fine.
lady, yeah.
She is
But yeah, she was
fine.
previously among Team Flare.
Like this is
Somewhat
a much
closet,
better outfit.
Go up front about it.
Anyway, so we're in the desert. We beat up some admins. We beat up some Team Flare members. And we activate the lights to the city, and now magically everything in Lumio City is open, and it's too much. Please hug me. I'm scared.
I'm fine with it. No, now the taxis are available, so I don't care.
Okay, but the taxis are available for everything. There's like 30 billion items to select.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do.
Just look for it and find it. It'll take you less than 10 seconds to locate it just looking through the menus.
Just walk around the city like a normal person. Come
Oh,
on,
fuck
it's
that.
not
I want to be
confusing,
driven
city,
everywhere like
The
the
city
queen
looks
that I
exactly
am.
the same on every side.
It does not, and if you think that, you're not paying attention.
God damn it, let me be driven everywhere like the queen that I am.
You're the queen.
I'm tired of pretending that that's the case.
But it's like, it's just this, it's this thing.
You guys are just
However,
bad at directions.
right. We did miss one other kind of pretty important note. As we
keep doing
leave the desert, we encounter a giant.
Oh yeah! Oh, I'm so excited to get to more information about that giant
Thing
guy.
is, and he's
Yeah.
like N's dad or something.
He is tall AF. He is, even for like this, like you are a tiny thing compared to this man. He towers over everything.
Yep.
Oh, man. Okay, so finally, after turning on the lights to Lumos City, we get to the gym, and my god, I can't tell if I like this gym or not. I never liked Clement. Like, as a character, as a design, I never liked him.
I grew more attached to him because, like, and this is like from the start of the show. Like, this is like episode 1.
Yeah.
He's the Brock in the anime. So I grew more attached to him as a character. But I like the gym because, man, that was the hardest puzzle ever. I had to guess every single answer wrong to fight everyone.
Oh yeah, I actually wanted to know if you could do that. I just was trying to like bum rush through it, so I answered all the things and I had to fight one Pokemon each, and I was like, if I answered wrong, could I fight more in power level?
Yep, I fought every single trainer.
Okay.
It took me a long time.
That actually answers the question that I had. But like overall, the gym is a quiz gym. Blaine's was more inspired.
I don't normally skip trainers in Pokemon games, but my Pokemon were already too high leveled.
My Pokemon were exactly on level, maybe a little under level, so I was fine getting some extra levels in there.
I mean,
it was most of a joke that was hard, but the one with the Panpour Sage and whatever the fuck the other one is was actually kind of hard.
I will say that I do like the location of the gym being in the tower. I think that's cool. The entire other rest of the gym was just kind of like mediocre for me.
I think they could have done more with the interior. Like it's like doesn't really look that good, honestly.
And then, honestly, after that, like, there's more stuff that opens up in Lumois, but I didn't really bother with any of it. I just continued on immediately.
Yeah, I didn't bother with any of it either because there's just too much. Like, there's so much to do. I don't want to do any of it. I'll worry about it later. But there's one more thing that we're forgetting, and it's the fact that Clement has a little sister, and she is very annoying.
She's
barely in there at all, though. She just runs the show, basically.
Yeah, she is like
in the
most
game.
minutia.
She's it just like twinges the like annoyance in the anime. She was just so annoying in the anime.
I never watched.
I was just like, she is very inoffensive.
Who is the sassy lost child?
Is that what you said to the kids you were bullying before we started?
Oh my god.
No, I was much
Why
more
are you
direct, okay?
Now you're bullying lost children?
No.
What in the hell are you doing?
Well, that is what he was doing.
Oh my god. Okay.
They were trying to bully
Continuing
me. If they get bullied back harder,
They're
it's
children, Dosha.
It's
okay,
alright. It's alright. It's fine. We can just go to the courts and let them decide
that
there.
is violence.
Go to the courts.
Let's just go to the courts and we'll let them decide. Dosha's lawsuits
Also,
are
I
pending.
did look it up. You were correct. So for some routes, the items to get for the background things is Air Cutter, Twister, Blizzard. For some routes, it's Razor Leaf, Petal, Blizzard. For some, it's Surf, Muddy Water. For one, it's Rock Slide, and etc.
Yep. But I'm just sitting here like, it's alright. So we're getting very close to the point where I just stopped playing the game. Because I ran out of time, and frankly, I was still burned out, so I'm just happy I got to the point where I evolved Gudra. But after you get done with Lumois, you finally head upwards towards the Ghost House. Ooh. Where you listen to an old man who tells you a shitty ghost story, and then he asks you for a tip, and I told him to go fuck himself.
I gave him a tip. It was a good story.
It's
Can
funny.
you give him a tip? I
Yeah.
thought you're forced to leave.
No. You were given the option to give him a tip. And here's the thing, right? Aside from that, though, aside from the really bad ghost story, which in and of itself, I guess, is pretty funny, that area, that is the area of hopes and dreams. That is the area in the game where it rains the most often, and also the area where you can catch Gumi.
Yeah, and it's got the neat effect of evolving only if it rains.
Yay! I had to power level that bitch to 50.
I didn't know that that's how Gumi evolved when I
Yeah.
was playing Sword and Shield, and so I leveled my Gumi up to like level 68
Yep.
before I realized.
Yep.
Oh no.
So Gumi evolves into
I had
Sliggoo
to
at
ask.
level 40, and then it evolves at level 50, but only if it's raining. And you can't use Rain Dance to trigger it either. It has to be an overworld rain. So, yeah, I power leveled the ever loving crap out of it. Then we go to
So
the next town, which I fucking
this
love this
town,
town.
this town and the route before it are just simply beautiful.
Yeah, they're great. I love all of this area.
So we have I don't remember if we have a branch, if we can either fight the gym or do the Pokeball factory first, or if we have to do one or the other.
No, okay, I went and did the gym, then I was directed to go to the Pokeball factory.
Okay, so gym first then. Okay, so first we get to fight the fairy gym,
I
and
fucking love this
I
gym so much.
yeah, I like the gym a lot.
It's so
However,
stupid.
Dosha, you have some choice words about the gym leader?
About which one?
The
The
alien?
fairy gym leader, Valerie.
I don't really have any choice words. I just think she's kind of creepy.
I mean,
You
that's
said
her
she
whole
looked like
kind
an
of
alien.
aesthetic.
Yeah, she does. Look at her eyes.
Here, if you
Hold
wouldn't
on, I'm getting a
mind.
picture pulled up.
Human eyes.
Yeah, look at them. Look at them eyes.
Like, I think it's weird looking. I don't think she looks like an alien. I think she's cute.
She absolutely looks like an alien.
I will agree that she does look kind of vaguely alien, but she's kind of got that same like design about her. It's like it's so beautiful that it seems slightly dangerous. Like, what is that whole aesthetic? Like the butterfly death aesthetic or whatever it's called.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. Here, let me actually here, this will make it better. So this uh Dosha, this is what she looks like in the anime. Does this make it any better?
Now she looks normal. I don't like it.
Okay.
But look,
But no, yeah.
They should have at
she's
least given
But
her
no,
Darth
no,
Vader.
okay. I have this written in my notes. This is important. And actually, this is a perfect picture to say this to. So, in the gym itself, the gym is a dollhouse, a giant dollhouse that you do like a teleportation puzzle to get through. You know, it's
Oh, I didn't
basically
realize
like
that.
Sabrina's. It's like Sabrina's gym, but it's vertical rather than horizontal. And
Yep.
in one of them, you actually teleport to the bathroom. It is
Yes.
like an ornate bathroom with like it's like a curtained bath and one of those toilets that has like the tank way above it. It looks fancy as hell.
It's a lovely dollhouse. 1-to-1 scale dollhouse.
Did you know that you can totally sit on that toilet?
Oh my gosh.
You can?
You can sit on that
Oh
toilet.
my gosh.
Someone at Game Freak had the goodwill to make me chuckle by walking up to a toilet and sitting down on it.
I'm just happy that there's a game you can sit in.
Yeah.
Chairs.
Yeah.
Have we talked
also,
about that? The greatest mechanic and the biggest loss for modern Pokemon?
sitting.
Well, I brought it up how in the Grant gym you can go behind his gym and sit on a bench to go take a look at the waterfall.
You know, honestly, there is one other thing that I have neglected to mention with this gym, and that is the aesthetic of all of the trainers in this gym is fucking wonderful.
Yeah, they all look really nice.
They're all
Like,
furry soda girls, yeah.
yeah, it's so
There's 4
good.
different members of the class, and they also show up at the Battle Maison.
Yep. Actually, wait a minute. Didn't I just see footage
And
of that in here?
in the Battle Maison, they only ever use Arduino.
No, that's Clement. I thought I just saw. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, wait, there's
I found it. Yeah.
Pretty cool.
It's just an
It's
Arduino.
nice to see a
It's an
trainer class.
Arduino.
But like, which one is it going to be? Well, first we gotta wait for you to level, and then learn Woodhammer.
Which was his worst mistake, he said, I think. Or was that
Yeah,
Korea? I
that
don't
was a
remember.
big mistake. I hadn't picked for like a couple weeks, and I had forgotten that was a bad move.
Woodhammer.
Because I'm like, I can heal myself, except I can't really.
Woodhammer. Oh,
No,
there's multiple
she has more
Audrinos.
than one Audino.
I'm just gonna like try. Well, there's her 3D, but that's not what I wanted. Come on.
Well, you would have to go to the other end of the
Yeah, I
video.
guess we'll just have to let it go on while we're
Yeah,
talking.
we'll just let it go. But
You
anyway,
have to go
point
to the
is the
start of the
Fui
battle
Soda
if you
girls
wanna
are
see
how
her,
wait, what are they called? Fui
Furry soda. Furry
Fus-
soda.
Furisoda.
like they're so like all of their designs are cute. It's a unified aesthetic that makes total sense for the gym. It works with the dollhouse theme. Like all of the gyms here for the most part have some redeeming features, but this one in particular really stands out well as the fairy gym. It looks so good. There she is.
Yeah, that's a very cute picture.
Yeah, it's just really, really nice. So you have all of this together, and just like the aesthetic of the town itself, it's just like kind of fall, but in a like rainy area. Rainy fall is the aesthetic. And then you go to the Pokeball factory, which is just there.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's just kind of there. It doesn't really mix with the town at all.
Yeah, it's just like
Um,
it's a real big disconnect. It's like having this lovely little town with like a whole bunch of like original buildings and ornate like fairy tale aesthetics. And then behind is just this towering bureaucratic Pokeball factory. It's just got like
The po-
big tall white or sorry, like beige walls and it's decorated with Pokeballs all over.
we get to the Pokeball factory being taken over by Team Flare, and we gotta stop
Ooh,
them from taking the Pokeballs or something or
I'm
other.
so scared.
We beat up Team Flare, and we get the option. After we beat up Team Flare, the big guy says, "Hey, y'all give you one of two things. Do you
Oh
want
yeah.
this big nugget or this Master Ball?"
I
You
went
take
with
the Master Ball, and he says, "Okay, you can have both."
Yep.
I went with the big nugget though.
Did he give you
Did
both?
he also give you a Master Ball?
Unfortunately, yes.
I'm just sitting
Unfortunately.
here
Why
like, it's
unfortunately?
all right,
I don't need that.
dear
That's
Dosha.
insulting to think that I
No,
need a master
no,
ball to
you
catch
You
do
can
Pokemon.
need
have
it.
one when you're like if you're up against like a shiny Graveler that's gonna use like self-destruct.
No,
Good to
like
have.
Dosha, you need another Master Ball. You need to replace the Cluncher that you gave me.
No.
Yeah, you
Why?
have to have another Cluncher in a Pokeball or in a Master Ball rather,
Why?
because you're missing it. It's
I'm missing my master.
important.
No, like if I didn't do
Missing
that,
your
I'd
Master
probably
Ball
just sell
launcher.
it. Wait, no, you can't sell master balls, can you?
No, they stopped
Yeah,
letting you be able to do that. Yeah,
absolutely worthless.
a Master Ball seems like a really dangerous thing to just put up for sale.
So
Yeah,
that's true.
But
Master
anyway, it's
balls
like,
are probably just something that they give to basically scientists. So
yeah, it's
yeah,
really hilarious.
which brings up the question of why doesn't Team Flare have one, which we'll get more into later.
well,
Um,
they're Pokemon scientists. They're not in zoology. They're doing. They're mostly engineers.
But yeah,
mm,
no, like, good lord. This is
okay,
actually the
so
point where I think that was all I did, if I remember correctly. I think I got to the next town after this. What is it called? Dunford?
Dendemil Town.
Yeah, Dendemil Town. Because Dendemil Town was important because I needed the
Mover
remover
Learner.
learner
Move
like the
Deleter.
desert needs the fucking rain. Okay? Like,
So
here's the deal, right? I
Wait, are
have
you
a
sure?
member.
Dendemil?
I have
I
a
don't remember this one.
member of my team, a Sylveon. Did you guys know in order to evolve Eevee into Sylveon that it needs to know a fairy
Oh,
move?
oh my god, we didn't talk about Pokemon Me.
We didn't talk about Pokemon Me, and I was about to, but here's the deal, right? So, Pokemon Me is a cute little minigame where you can just basically. Well, I'm sorry. It's an option where you can play a bunch of different mini games and feed your Pokemon and pet them. It's very cute, and it's a very good thing.
it lets you pat your Pokemon. You can decorate entry. Wow, what do you call it? The home screen
The
for it.
foray.
Yeah.
You can feed your Pokemon. You can pet them. You can give them scritches. You can play little mini games where they like catch berries.
Yeah. But,
Yeah,
like,
and if you got that Pokemon on the home screen and you're on your bike, if you use your bike to go one way, the Pokemon on your home screen will go the other way.
yeah, because you're moving so fast. But here's the deal, right? In order to evolve Eevee into Sylveon, you need two things. Number one, you have to get its affection to level 2 in the Pokémon, which is really easy to do, honestly. It took less than 5 minutes to hit that threshold. However, did you guys know that you need to have a fairy type move in order for it to evolve into Sylveon?
I did.
I did not.
I didn't know that either, and I made it forget Charm, and I didn't bother using Baby Doll Eyes. And by the time I realized that, I realized the only way to complete the team was to fucking get a heart scale and to go and see the move. Remember?
That sucks.
So I had to get to Dendemil Town before I stopped playing, otherwise my team wouldn't work. And I would just basically have an Eevee that would just hit like double edge and nothing else.
I mean, it'd still be funny to have an Eevee with an Eviolite.
Oh my god, it's just I was actually really furious with myself at that because if I had not done that, I could have stopped playing an hour and a half early. Because like after I evolved Gudra, my team was basically done, except for the Sylveon.
Mm-hmm.
So it was just like it was annoying. But
One other thing before we move on through Dendemil Town, because I do have something about Dendemil Town. We also forgot to talk about one of the biggest things they added in this game, super training, where you can change or you can train up your Pokemon's EVs on the fly. And
good timing. I'll be right back.
hated it because I'm left-handed, so I had to put the touch pin in my right hand because you have to use the circle pad while touching on the touch screen. I couldn't do it with my left hand because the circle pad's on the left. It was awful. But I super trained like 3 Pokemon just so I could make sure my Hikari was maxed out, so I could make sure my girl was maxed out on speed specifically. And I don't remember what the other one I did was, but I did all that super training and I was glad it was over with. But it's a nice feature to have.
I guess I'm kind of the other way. I really like super training, and I wish it was in every game.
Well, I wish it was in every game if there was
yeah.
just more of accessibility for it.
That's true. I imagine with newer controllers, especially with a Switch controller, you could probably manage to make it more ambidextrous.
They could have actually done it with the DS. They could have said the circle pad or XYAB.
I suppose so, but the circle pad is an analog stick, and
Well, sure, but you could just say if you hold, for example, X and A, that's a diagonal.
Now, on the new 3DS XL, they have a secondary one, but it wouldn't work for that either. They have
What's a secondary circle pad for?
Cameras.
That's all it's for?
I return.
Exclusively for Monster Hunter.
That's okay. Wait, so
I sent you a picture of mine. It was beat to hell because my fingers dig into the soft plastic and have torn it asunder from many hours of playing Monster Hunter 4.
I see. So is the only thing it does is move the camera?
Yes.
In the games that know that it exists, yep.
Like
originally, when Monster Hunter 4 came out, you could buy an extension for your 3DS that would add on a second actual circle pad.
Wow, how does it clip on?
That's a good question. Why don't we take a look at it?
Also, I did want to posit a quick suggestion. Can we take like a 10-minute break?
I was actually going to say I still have to cook.
Here's the thing. So there's mine, and then if we look it up, let's see.
So
okay, I have the picture pulled up as well.
Extension Monster Hunter.
Yeah, that looks like chewed off.
Damn.
Well, it wasn't chewed on at all. It's way too small for that. And then here is a picture of the extension for the regular 3DS.
Oh, it clips into the bottom thing.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, the extension is like better. It's hilarious how much better it is. Like,
Yeah, that would have made super training a lot easier.
if I was going to like redo
I don't know if it would
Monster
be
Hunter 3 or 4, I would totally get that.
Anyway, back to where we were. So,
It's not like I
starting
want to
off
practice Shibari or anything, Baka.
Shibari.
starting off where we were leaving off. Go ahead and pull up the picture because I did want to talk about this. So we're in this town, and so Dosha and I had talked about this character when the NPC came up in his playthrough, and he said something along the lines of, "Wow, she really isn't as stacked as the internet makes her out to be." And yeah,
Oh god.
but also she's giving me moo moo milk, so maybe.
Is that where it came from, do you think?
The
Because she's
amount
Maybe, honestly, because
the
I've seen a
amount of
picture with her
jokes
giving moo moo milk a lot.
the amount of jokes I have seen regarding this exact image.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen more jokes about well, no.
well,
Like,
Maybe
everyone just
not.
draws the Big Diddy Goth GF, and for some reason in game she's flat as a board.
I mean, eh.
on its own, it's sort of doing a degree of Gapmoe because it's a goth girl who is doing like a normal day job that's associated with like farming.
Yeah. But because the internet exists, it has now become lewd
I am
AF.
I am I was reborn in another world as a flat
Oh,
goth
poor
girl
Hexter.
who
What have they done to you?
works at a dairy farm.
You have no idea how much I would watch that.
Dude, I think we got something, lads. We can do this. Get a sponsor. Get Trigger on the phone. We have to have great animated battle scenes.
Why are there gonna be battle scenes in your farming goth girl anime?
That don't ask questions you know the answer to.
Yeah.
Anyway, where were we? We
Anyway,
left off at
we're
like
currently in the town with the
Dupure
move
Town or
relearner
something.
and move deleter, which is this one.
Yes, and
Um,
where I stopped playing the game. So kindly carry the conversation while I eat my chips.
sure. So once we get to Dendemil Town, we, I believe, are forced to go to Frost Cavern because currently the Mamoswine don't want to go forward, but we do have to do something to help them. So we have to go to Frost Cavern, and we meet Bergmite, which is probably one of my least favorite Gen 6 Pokemon design-wise.
Bergmite's fine.
His evolution specifically, like, I get it.
Thinking that
Avalugg, yeah.
Bergknight and Avalugg are Gen 5 Pokemon.
This is true. Carrot, you doing alright?
No, I'm trying to remember. Did you say you think they were Gen 5 or
No, I'm
Yeah, I
100%
think of them
sure.
as Gen 5 Pokemon often.
I am 100% sure that
oh,
they are a Gen 5, yes.
I don't think
they are not. I just looked it up, the Gen
yeah, they're
6.
not,
Oh.
but they look like they should be.
No, I was
They,
actually
they,
very sure of that. Oh, wait, I'm just confusing things for. I was thinking of, God, what is that one?
let's see, Beartic, Cubchoo, and um,
The
uh,
Snowflake.
Cryogonal.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
was thinking of that because I keep seeing, like, Cryogonal and those nearby. I think because of Scarlet Violet. Well, anyway, it's fine, though.
Anyway, so we're in the ice caves, and there was this ice puzzle, and it took me a long time to accidentally stumble into this. So I don't know if this is just a me thing because of how I was accidentally using the circle pad. But so there was this ice puzzle, and you had to go one specific direction to get it, just to solve it. And for the life of me, I couldn't figure out what I was doing wrong. Ended up just basically going in circles for like 5 minutes. Then I realized, accidentally, I can move diagonally on the ice too.
Yeah, I
So
think
that opened
puzzles
up
are
everything.
solvable without that. Some of them.
Yep.
Oh yeah, the ice puzzles for once. Oh my god, I was so hungry for puzzles, and finally got some.
Did they fill
Are
you,
you
or are they just an
satiated?
appetizer?
It was just an appetizer, obviously. I mean, they were fine. Some of the ice puzzles, I actually had to think about some of them, but it was barely anything.
Hmm.
So after we get through that, we fight the Team Flare people, and we save a lone Obama Snow who they were gonna like murder or something. After that, we can now drive the Mamoswine through the snow, and the Route 17 music where you have the Mamoswine, I remember that intently because now this is going to be another thing. Maybe Dosha will remember, but this one will be pushing it to him. Remember, Curry would not know. So when I had talked about my shiny hunting or shiny breeding Solosis thing, I did leave out one detail. I had a thing where if I wanted to breed a Pokemon for a team, I wanted them to be hatched at a specific route. That route being Route 17 because at the time, and still is, my favorite number. That route sucks to hatch eggs in, by the way.
Yep. I'm trying to
Um,
find the music, but now I'm realizing, wait, if I do that, it's going to show up on the capture, so I'm not going to do that.
yeah,
That's unfortunate.
yeah, the Route 17 music is great. Really, all the music in this game is great, and we'll get more into
Yeah.
this in shortly because this game has my favorite soundtrack in all of Pokemon. But we'll get there soon. So after we finish the Mamoswine Trail, we immediately go straight to Anastar City.
Mm.
God.
In Anastar City, there are a couple of interesting landmarks. First of all, there's a giant fucking rock in the distance
Yeah.
that glows at 8 p.m.
It's true.
It's a giant boy.
and two of my favorite NPCs in the game. Um, One of them, they say, they're like a psychic trainer that says, "Hey, I can speak to your Pokemon and they can tell me their memories." And what it's actually there for is to tell you, like, if they did the Elite Four in the game they were transferred from, for example, and what
Yeah.
game they were transferred from.
It's a cool feature.
However, it didn't work for my shiny French Flaffy. It just said it didn't remember anything, and I felt sad
Oh,
Womp womp.
because I thought, like, oh no, it has amnesia. No. Okay. Anyway, then
oh
there's another NPC,
damn you.
God.
and this NPC, he's an old man. And do I have a picture of it? I don't remember. Yes. Okay. Next picture. I've got that up. So he says, "With my wife gone, my life has become very lonely.
Would you
Do you
like to
have a
be my
level 5 or
wife?
lower Pokemon that you can give to me so I can have someone to be accompanied by?" So I went out and I caught a level 5 Pokemon and I gave it to him. And you can talk to him and get the Pokemon back if you want, but I'm going to leave it with him.
That's sweet. See, you
Um
want to know? Okay, this is exactly the appeal that I look for something like this, because that's just a nice thing to do. This guy is good. Fuck tipping. I'll go and catch you a
this is
Pokemon.
the essentially just tipping but more real, if not real, more like you're tipping a living being.
Yes, and therefore it is much better because the lives of other living beings are
So
inconsequential
what
to
you're
me.
saying is slavery is okay?
I mean, it's not slavery
Oh
if you're
no.
being pat on the head.
You don't want to say you don't want to say I mean to is slavery okay?
I mean, arguably in certain political systems. No, I'm joking.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Um
But
so
man, like, I'm just sitting here. I really do love this picture because I have it like zoomed in on my bigger monitor. So I'm just seeing it, but it also has like the kind of grainy, like warped aspect of being a phone picture of a 3DS screen. So it just looks
uh
like the text is miserable.
yes, it's as
it's
miserable as he is.
it's really perfect.
Staying on the picture here, I'm gonna
Oh,
throw something onto the screen really quick. So, we are in Anastar, which has one of my favorite experiences in XY. I remember how I felt when this happened. You enter the gym and it explodes into space.
see, This is
Cool as hell, to
cool.
be honest.
Yeah, I remember this gym very well. So good.
I love it so much. This is one of my favorite gyms in the franchise, partly because, at the time with my Solosis thing, my favorite Pokemon was Reuniclus, and there's a trainer that says, they're a psychic that says this battle's going to be unlike any other, and they had a Reuniclus, and it felt nice.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's the Anastar gym.
You
Did
want to
anyone have any
zoom in?
troubles, or did me? Sure, might as well. Badoop badoop.
A bong. A
Um.
bong.
So Curry did not get this far. He had stopped beforehand. How about you, Dosha? Anything to say about Anastar?
I used to be really annoyed at Anastar because the sundial didn't turn out to be as cool as I thought it would be.
I mean,
It,
honestly,
lets you, it gives you some extra stuff post game, and then that's about it. But it doesn't have any broader importance other than it's just
Mhm.
some rock.
I mean, it's
Yeah, I
still
mean,
kind of cool.
it is just some rock, but it looks cool. Yeah, I've never actually done the whole it can find megastones for you thing. It's pretty neat though.
Well,
It's a rock that's related to the cannon that was fired, but
yeah.
that's about it.
I think that it's suggested that it's the impact
3,000
point.
years ago.
I think it's suggested to be the impact point. What was left over after the impact point.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't know. But
So
I remember this city very well because this is the city that like the judges here, the hidden power judges here. There's a bunch of people in the city, and it also has a lovely aesthetic. Like that
yeah,
gym is
the
neat.
town does look nice.
Like that's one thing that I really do like about this game that so few other games actually really get down pat. In a lot of other games, the towns will just all look the fucking same. But like this one really nails like it's different. It feels
Mhm.
different, and
Mhm.
I appreciate that.
So after Anastar, now I don't remember if this is the next town or the town after that, but I did want to talk about the one character in the game that says, "Hey, I'm a super magical man and I can make type combination or type matchups reverse.
He's in
Fight
between the
me."
towns, actually. He's on a house on the route.
Yeah, I don't know if I ever actually tried that in my previous run through. I knew about him, but I was just like,
Yeah,
eh.
inverse battles hurt my head.
Yeah,
They don't
realistically.
hurt my head, but it's difficult to.
We should do an inverse battle if it's on Smogon.
Here, let me check.
I don't think there is.
I shall
Um,
do a quick checkity chew.
After that is Coraway Town, which let me fly there because I don't remember anything about it. Oh, right. Yeah, this place. Okay. Um, there's not really anything here. We just go here, we talk to Professor Sycamore, and then we move on our merry way.
The hell is a godly gift?
Sounds like a fan-made tier.
Other metagames.
So after Route 18 and Coraway Town, we get to Snowbell City,
Wait.
and we get
Not yet, because this is we meet up with the professor in the town there at the.
yeah, I said that.
Yeah, okay. And then after that, we get a holocaster call. Wait, no, this is before that.
Oh,
Right, because the professor's talking to us about what happened with Team Flare. So it was actually before this at some point.
okay,
That
yeah. After Anastar Gym, before Coraway City, we get
yeah,
a Holocaster call. And the Holocaster call says something along the lines of, "It's
Lysander says,
Lysander wants to
I'm fed up.
destroy the world."
This is this is a call out. This is a call out post.
On my
This is the call
twitter.com.
out post. Sonic the Hedgehog is a bitch ass motherfucker who pissed on my wife. Anyway,
I'm gonna piss on the moon, except I'm gonna go even higher than that and cause a mass extinction event.
so now we get to the funnest part of the game.
You have 20 minutes
Was
before I piss on the earth.
with the funnest this debate.
How do you
Was
like that,
Lysander
Obama?
right or wrong?
Okay, I want to
Of
talk
course he
about
was
this.
wrong. What kind of
I
question is
want
that?
to talk about. It's plain to see that he's wrong. However, the thing that you have to ask yourself is, how wrong is he? And he's half wrong. So here's the thing, right? This whole
He's
thing.
100% wrong.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? Here's the deal. Lysander is basically pulling a Thanos. So the difference here is, and spoilers for Marvel, by the way, for anyone who somehow hasn't seen or heard of this, the entire goal of the villain Thanos in the Marvel universe, at least in the cinematic universe, it's slightly different in the comics, I believe. Uh, he wants to use the powers of 5 magical artifacts to immediately, painlessly, and mercifully eliminate half of all life in the galaxy, therefore causing the other half to flourish without the, like, the dangers of like overpopulation, basically. So he's trying to create a better universe by eliminating half of all life, by removing the issues that come with an overabundance of life. So there's a lot of things that you can argue with this. Clearly, you can argue like the morality of it. That's not in question. However, you can also argue that he has a point, which is way more than you can say for Lysander. Because he's just like, no, I want to protect all the beauty in this world. And to do that, I'm going to literally kill everyone and everything. So this completely
Well,
ignores, like, hey, the beauty of, like Pokemon and living beings, the arguable beauty of like humans in general and what we have created. Like, he wants to just destroy all of it in order to like preserve the, like, whatever of the world, which is so stupid.
Well, Lysander and Thanos have different motivations,
Yeah.
right?
Slightly.
Thanos wants to, and I'm not saying that Thanos does any better. I think he's just as wrong,
Yeah.
just for different reasons. But with Thanos, it is he's worried about resource consumption and overpopulation,
Yeah.
right? So he gets rid of half of all life, regardless of the life's value, and that will allow the other half to continue to grow. Like how you have to prune a tree. That's how he sees it.
Yeah, exactly.
Lysander says
oh,
Lysander just wants to get rid of the undesirables in society.
actually, we
People
did
who
skip
produce
over something pretty important for this
what's
before
that?
we can actually elaborate Lysander's part in this.
Hmm.
We have to explain what happened 3,000 years ago.
Well, okay, I can do
Well, yeah,
that.
I guess. Some king fired a cannon, and there was a Pokemon that liked him.
Well, no, there's more to that.
No,
So
yeah.
his Pokemon, his lovely little Floette, died, and he used the lives of other Pokemon to revive it. And then
Mhm.
afterwards, he realized the people who killed his Floette deserved to die, so he used that thing that turned Pokemon souls into the life of his Floette and tried to destroy the planet with it.
Yeah. So there's a super weapon that's just kind of sitting there that you need, like, well, of course you need the legendary power of like either Evoltal or Xerneas,
Xerneas.
but basically now Lysander wants to utilize that same power to more or less purify the world. He just wants to remove everything that is not beautiful, and he has judged that everything, like all humans and all Pokemon and all that, they are undesirable to the beauty of the world, which is so dumb on so many levels. On like an objective, subjective, and practical level, you can easily just say that this is the stupidest plan. Like it,
I disagree.
especially when you present it like he's worried about doing it. If you're going to have a villain that's literally like, let's blow up the planet. Because the thing that I drew comparisons to last night, right, is Team Galactic in like Diamond Pearl Platinum. Because they want to slave a legendary Pokemon to basically hard reset the universe and recreate a new one in their image. They want to willingly destroy the whole thing, reset it to zero, and make something new. And even though their plan is evil and horrible and just basically mass genocide, they basically go about it understanding how morally wrong this is because they believe that the outcome is justified. Meanwhile,
Well, he
Lysander's just
also
sitting there like, yeah, I just want to destroy all of it just because I think it's ugly. I'm not
well,
going to do
no, it's
anything
not
with
because
it.
he thinks it's ugly. He says, and I actually pulled up the Bulbapedia just to make sure I wasn't misremembering. So, quote, when you're speaking to Lysander with your rival, he says, quote, um, uh, we ask about him why he had extreme measures to fix the world, and he says they are the only possible solution for he thinks humans are inherently evil and greedy. He uses the analogy of
Mhm.
you and the rival competing over the mega ring as an example that when something cannot be shared, people will fight for it. For something must live with it, and something must live without it, and as such, more tragedies are likely to happen, and therefore, the only solution is to reduce human population. When further questioned about Pokémon, he tearfully claims that Pokémon, while being magnificent beings, are condemned to be used by humans and for the greater good are best annihilated.
Okay. Maybe ugly was not like a good word for that, but yeah, he's just like, this is bad. I don't care about collateral. Let's just light this candle. And the thing is, if you had just gone in like, I just don't like his motivation. Because his motivation just seems so like, yeah, I just don't like this. It just doesn't seem well set up at all to me. Like, I just look at it, and I actually looked back and read through and watched some run throughs of this just to make sure I wasn't misremembering. And it just really seems to fall flat to me. Just like, you don't really understand a deep motivation for this. He's just more or less doing it because he
Well,
can.
so there's actually a little bit more that I'm actually only just now seeing because of this Bulbapedia. It's actually I don't okay, if this was set in game, just egg on my face, I'm wrong. But apparently Lysander is Az's younger brother.
Wait, who?
Az.
What?
Who's
No.
He's the
Az?
younger brother of Az,
Who the
which is
fuck
No
is
the
way.
fucking
Az?
ancestor to the king.
That can't be true. Where are you seeing this
Wait,
at?
what?
Bulbapedia.
Oh.
In what way?
So
Hold
wait,
on, let me
he's a
pull it up.
prince?
He is a brother to Az.
He's a prince.
Not canon to the games. No way.
Hold on, let
That's
me pull it up.
ridiculous if that's true, because that means oh no. Wait, is this actually based on a trope? Is this whole
Hold on.
thing like the
He's more like a
ancestor repeating the
3,000
errors?
great grandson or something.
Okay.
It's just
Okay,
the
so I did miss
ancestor repeat, or
Okay.
sorry, the progenitor repeating the mistakes of their ancestors. Jesus Christ, it's
Okay.
just a trope. Oh my fuck.
It is a little bit more nuanced. It the wording here was a little bit weirder, but he is relatives to Az's younger brother.
Oh my god.
He is the
Yeah.
descendant of Az's younger brother.
They mentioned that he has a claim to the throne. It's just yeah.
What the heck was I looking? There it is.
Anyway, so I agree, like he's doing it in a way, like over the top way, but like I don't think he's like off the wall insane of an idea like you guys think he is.
No, no,
I think
no,
he has a
no, 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 no,
point.
no, no. You
It is
misunderstand what I'm
100%.
saying. I'm not saying that that his idea is insane. I'm saying that it is presented in a milk toast way. Like he's clearly. It doesn't feel like he's motivated to do this. It just feels like he's doing it just because.
That's fine. I'll say his idea is insane because it
He's
is.
doing it
Well, no, no, no,
because
no.
he doesn't want the world to be
He
like
he
I
used
is
for
not
evil.
insane.
don't really care why he's doing it. He's wrong anyway.
Well, he's wrong for doing it. Clearly, he's supposed to be the villain. But the thing that I'm getting at here is when I look at Lysander, he strikes me as like, I don't know. I guess an example would be like maybe Crow from Ruby in a way. Like he's
Still not caught up on that.
okay, fine. I can't use that example then. But like basically he strikes me as like the gruff uncle who's had a rough life who kind of picked himself back up. That is what he strikes me as. He doesn't strike me as like a super villain. He doesn't strike me as someone who like would willingly want to destroy the world. And it maybe this is just because his quote unquote like amazing reveal that he's the villain just comes as zero fucking surprise considering his character design. But I just could never take him seriously, and it almost just felt like they just didn't know how to write him. So they just kind of were like, yeah, he's trying to do this. Because clearly there's setup there. Like, he's the head of, like, a giant organization. He makes the Holocasters. He does all of this stuff. There is setup for him to be a villain, clearly. But it's just kind of there. It doesn't feel like it's expounded upon. It just feels like it's like, you suspect him to be the villain, and he's the villain. And his motivations are incredibly arbitrary.
Yeah, they're dumb. He's dumb. President Rose of Macrocosmos is a better villain.
No, yeah, 100%.
At least his motivations, have some backing that makes sense.
It's just like all of the other villains. Like Giovanni is literally just a mob boss. He just wants to steal Pokemon and gain power from stealing Pokemon. That makes sense. Team Aqua and Team Magma want to use their respective Pokemon to expand land or water because they believe it's better. So they're eco-terrorists, which
what
makes
I meant to
sense.
say is not that Lysandra's plan doesn't make sense. It's just that it's actually insane. He should be clinically.
Well, he's trying to commit genocide willingly, but he's also not like engaged in the idea of, yes, I want to kill everyone, as in a mentality. He's just like, yeah, it's just a side effect. But it's like, it's so strange because you could have easily made this in so many other ways, right? Like, you could have made him into, like, a mistake villain. Like, you could have the whole thing with, like, how the power of this thing was used to make something immortal. You could use that as an excuse for him trying to, like, utilize it without realizing the price that has to be paid, thus making it so he was just using an artifact without knowing what it does. That would be more interesting, for example.
If it might be worth something to say that with Thanos, at least, one of the main reasons that makes him understandable, if not, I'm going to give them the minimum of understandable.
Okay.
Or I guess maximum of understandable. Is that he has a backstory where his entire planet was destroyed based off of a resource war.
Yeah.
So that was explained in one of the movies. And you don't have that from from Lysander. He doesn't have a meaningful motivation other than he thinks that these ugly things are ugly, and that he wants to make sure that he wants to do stays beautiful. To make sure that the most productive members of society are able to move on in his new world where they can flourish.
It's just this thing. Like, a lack of motivation is a really good way to explain it. Because it just doesn't feel set up at all. He's just introduced as this character with some rambling, kind of odd ideas.
It would be,
and then he's trying to destroy everyone.
Yeah, it would be interesting if he had like a deceased Pokemon that he was trying to resurrect first, and then found out that it was a canon.
Yeah, like that kind of thing. If there was some kind of like mistake that he made with like a belief that this machine did something, but he didn't know about the price, or there was a side effect of activating it that he didn't realize that we learned about and tried to convince him of, that would make sense. But in order for that
to work, you'd have to basically redo all of Team Flare.
Yeah.
Team Flare only really makes sense under the current.
Well, there is one extra thing I just learned. So I was looking for some Lysander things on the side, and I found 3 interesting things. 1, apparently to join Team Flare, you have to pay 5 million Pokédollars.
Yep.
It's a pyramid scheme.
2, two joke theories that I believe totally. One person says he was Game Freak's adaptation of how France had issues with wealthy people wanting the poor to starve and suffer, but you can't just put that into a kids franchise, so they had him build a massive cannon instead of
You could
taxing
have
them.
totally put that into a kid's friend. That
Yeah,
would be
I mean,
so easy.
yeah, that's more or less what I was saying. That's how I come,
And
Like
and this
legit.
person says
which
he
is
wanted to destroy France. Very reasonable, if you ask me.
Fair. Okay.
that's fair.
Okay. So look, that
Never mind.
first
That's
explanation.
Never mind, my Sander was right.
The first
It was
explanation.
right the whole time.
God damn it. Okay, the first explanation, I rather like that idea. It's just that would be so much more fitting if he was just like, imagine if he was classist as fuck. Like just totally like you're below me.
Well,
And the
he kind
entire
of points to
time,
it. Like,
yeah, but he's still just there. He's pretty chill for the most part, honestly. He's
he
just kind of
wants
sitting
people who
there.
are proven, and the way he's decided to do that is that while it's not a perfect measurement, you can use somebody's wealth to determine if they are worthy or whatever. I think that's the reasoning
Yeah.
behind
So
it.
that would be a
Which,
very
no,
good
from his
explanation.
perspective, makes sense, I suppose. Even though it's not perfect, but I don't think you could do much better.
You couldn't do much better, but at the same time, I just look at that like that would be so much better than what we have now because at least that would be a motivation. Like if his motivation was literally just to destroy the world except for the richest of the rich, then great. That's a villain motivation. I don't know if it's necessarily the
Oh,
greatest motivation, but it would make
I
sense.
That's a cartoony motivation. I mean, they could make that work.
I
Yeah,
really
totally.
like this line. This has got to be the best line I've seen. Team
But
Flare, the Doomsday Cult, with the twist that they're trying to cause the apocalypse instead of anticipate it.
I think they
Yes.
want him to be partially. I think maybe they, and obviously they failed at it. But I think part of the goal was to make him somewhat sympathetic.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, that's one problem that they had.
So
They
they
don't
wouldn't
set
be
him
able
up
to
at
do that
all.
if they were trying to do what you're saying.
Like they're
well, like,
trying to fucking set him up as like someone who regrets his actions, but if you're going to be someone who like fucking genocides the entire war or just kills
Mhm.
people indiscriminately, you shouldn't feel bad about doing that if you've already dedicated to it. That makes a bad villain. Because it's just like it doesn't
I don't think that
matter.
makes him a bad villain. A villain who feels bad about their actions, but they still feel like they have to do it, is a good character.
Well, yeah, but they have to fucking emote about it, not
I don't know
just
if
be
they're.
like there.
Well, he did emote about it. He cried.
Ugh,
He shed a single
a
tear off
single
screen,
fucking tear.
somewhat off screen even.
Again, like going back, I hate using Marvel as an example for this, but it really is kind of perfect. In no, you know what? I won't say that one because that one actually might be something that Carrot hasn't heard of. So never mind. I won't use that example, but I think a few people might actually know what I was edging towards with another Marvel example.
Hmm.
Whatever. But point is, I just really don't think that he is a good villain. I don't think he's a good character. He has no motivation. He seems to lack a reason to do what he's doing, and he's just doing it just because. The entire team seems like it was set up to be something of like kind of cultish, similar to Team Galactic, but it turns out that they're just a bunch of weirdos in suits who are doing things. Like it doesn't even seem like the people who are involved in this even really know what it is they're doing exactly other than the top brass, which would make sense if you
Well, I think that's true.
demonstrated like
But I think Lysander has no idea what his grunts are doing, really.
yeah, it seems disjointed in a very strange way. Like why are they here? What are they doing? Are they organized? It just
I think
seems
Well,
very
I
that's
saw.
bizarre.
normal because that's how a reality is in that way. You know, the CEO doesn't know what average peon does.
I mean
Well,
fair,
like, I
but
mean, that is shown in, for example, in Team Rocket. Like, Giovanni doesn't recognize Jesse or Meowth or James.
no, they he does.
Oh, after a
No,
while,
he
not at
actively. Well,
first.
yeah, maybe it takes like till Gen 7 or something, but in like Gen's 5, he says, "Who are you?"
No, okay, so there is an
Yeah.
episode of Pokemon in which Jesse, James, and Meowth are in deep trouble because the Team Rocket has basically gone and done their books and found out that they have been spending an absurd amount of money. And then they're like recognized, I believe, by Giovanni. Maybe I'm misremembering this, but like I distinctly recall there being a scene where Giovanni's like, "What in the hell are you doing? Why are you doing all of this for a Pikachu? There's
Um,
10 Pikachu right there in my fucking yard. Why are you spending millions of dollars on your fucking revenge
Well,
kick
to be
against
fair,
a
actually, Pikachu
10-year-old?
did defeat, what was it? Like 50 or so. He did a super ultra horde battle against Spearows with like a level 5 Pikachu and wiped them out.
I mean, this is fair. I mean, I'm
So
sure
they're like,
that Ash's
"Ooh,
Pikachu
ultra
is just
super
strong,
Pikachu."
Ash's Pikachu lost to a Snivy, okay?
but it's
Yeah,
just
well,
like,
I mean, he ran out of power immediately after that. Remember, they had to charge him up
oh
using a
yeah, they
wheel.
put him on a conveyor belt with other Pikachu with little headlight helmets
Yeah, I
on.
remember that. I remember that.
Yeah, pull that shit up. That's great,
I
man.
mean, it's probably stronger than average Pikachu still, but you know,
Man, like
it's not the one that Jesse and James were originally after, for sure.
legitimately, the more I think about it, the more I'm like, the original Pokemon series was kind of unhinged. It was just very bizarre.
Speaking of unhinged, I
Oh
didn't. I
god.
could. I can't find it. What did I just
I
find?
don't know what if I want to put that up or not. I don't want to put that up. I did.
What did I just find? Why did I just find it?
I mean, it makes sense because lightning, lightning.
I guess, but like, I typed in Pikachu conveyor belt. What? What?
I don't know. Good. But no, yeah, like I think that's my biggest detraction from this game is that I just don't think that from the top down, I hate the design of the evil team. I find their motivations lacking, and they are kind of just boring, frankly. Like, I never once have felt threatened by what they're doing at all, and they're literally threatening genocide. How does that work?
I mean, I've always really liked Team Flare. Like, there's a lot of the Pokemon teams that I've liked, but I've realized, like, for example, what's their names? Team Aqua and Team Magma. They go through their entire spiel, and then right at the end, they realize, wait, that's what I'm doing? Fuck. Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm.
When Lysander, he doesn't at the end say anything like that. He's just like, how could you fuck up this plan? Now the world won't be beautiful because of you. And then he leaves.
Yeah. It's it's so strange. It's
I don't know.
really
I really
fucking
like Team Flare. I
strange.
really like Lysander. At the very least, I really like Lysander's design.
I would say I will say this: if they make an X and Y 2 for some fucking reason, like say like they make it in like I don't
It'll
know
be Pokemon Z.
5 6 years,
Um, Team
Pokemon
Flare
Z.
probably needed another draft phase or two.
I'm just sitting here like if they remade Team Flare in an X
I
and
think there's
Y
a lot of moving
sequel,
parts there.
then like using the motivation of your previous character kicking their asses to like make them into a bigger threat, I think that would be great. Anyway, sorry, Dosha, go ahead.
Hmm. No, I already said. Oh boy, I'll tell you what though. Since we haven't really talked about the actual gameplay portion of it, mostly because it involves going to a base with a bunch of tiles and you fight random things, you learn some lore stuff here, there, blah, blah, blah. Probably the most interesting parts about it, there's a scientist who challenges you to a battle. And he says, I'm not going to stop the device. You have to stop the device. Is it the red button or the blue button? And no matter what button you hit, he's like, all right, either you've either fired the weapon or you turned off the weapon. However, I'm going to push the button and turn it back on anyway.
Yeah.
I really like
I do
that.
find it. I wish they both just activated it.
That's hilarious. Like, because this is a villain team. Why would they tell you the truth? to be like, this is the
Yeah,
button to turn it off,
like
and this
this
is
is
the
what they've
button to
been
turn
wanting
it
to set up
on.
for years or something.
Like,
Like, why would they stop now because one 10-year-old is there?
oh
Mhm.
god, what is the? That reminds me of something from Samurai Jack. There's this episode where Jack comes across a creature with two heads, and it says, uh, one of us lies, one of us tells the truth. If you guess which head tells the truth, we'll give you one wish. And then, like, there's this whole big giant spiel of, like, them trying to of Jack trying to determine who is and is not the liar. And then, then it turns out that both the heads are liars.
Mm.
It's like, it's
Which
that kind
which
of thing.
what is this from?
Samurai Jack.
Oh, okay.
Oh, this is a very old fairy tale. I just don't remember the basis of it.
Yeah, I'm sure it was based on something, but that's what I know it from anyway.
Yeah, I've heard the story before. I've never seen Samurai Jack though. It's on my list. But
And I think it's
so
Through the Looking Glass. Maybe that might be its original.
Alice?
s- so
Specifically, Through the Looking Glass, the prequel.
Hmm.
So
Well,
to continue on with the plot, we're told he wants to blow up the world, so we have to go stop him, I guess. We go over to where he's gonna blow up the world, and those rocks at Geosenge, that ain't rocks anymore. Or at least they won't be soon. We go to his base and we beat up some team player members, then we beat him up, I think. And then he says, "Follow me, and maybe you can stop the weapon," but it's probably too late. Who knows? And then we
but
follow
just
him.
time. And so you do that, but then there's like 5 or 6 different admins trying to slow you down.
Yeah, there's a
Yeah.
lot of admins. And then we get to the legendary Xerneas
Wait,
or
don't. There's a
Yveltal.
door. There's a door first. This is important. It's Sean's character moment. Okay, I'm not gonna let you skip it.
Okay, we can go over Shauna's important character arc.
She's here to have fun, and she's not particularly good at battles, but she wants to contribute anyway. So you get to a door with a lock on it, and you can't open the door.
Oh
But
my god.
she's good at solving puzzles.
Oh my god.
I forgot about that.
And then she's not that she's just good at solving puzzles. It's that Clement made a Deus Ex Machina that can open any puzzle.
He made a puzzle solving device, and it's like, well, okay, I guess that's fine too.
But it only
That's
works once.
It would be
so
better
fucking
if
stupid.
Shauna did it herself. Being
Yeah.
enjoys puzzles.
Yeah, just be like, let her do something. It would have been great if after all you guys have been through together, you six are just, or sorry, you five are just there at the end of it all, and you're desperately using your own like quirky skills to fight off or solve puzzles to stop the damn thing.
Yeah, I'm.
Like,
Yeah.
Let me jump ahead since it's part of the topic. It's just like at the credits after in the like post credit scene where you fight as right before that during the parade they talk about the 5 heroes and you know what else is
Yeah, I
there?
was just about to say
It's
that.
Shauna and Tierno and all them. Yeah, why are they there? What did they do?
Yeah, Tierno and the small one did nothing.
yeah,
Shauna
They
opened the
would've been there.
door, which unironically did help, and then the rival kind of didn't do anything either. Then we did everything else.
You did a multi battle with them.
We did do a multi-battle with them, that's true.
They did help. You
We
know,
could have done that ourselves, though.
I mean, no, it's fine. Let them help.
Anyway, Shauna's now done her character arc. She's become I carry the puzzle box who answer and do anyway. We beat up like 7 admins that are in front of your legendary of choice.
yep.
And then for some reason, not a single person in Team Flare decided to use a ball to catch Xerneas or Yveltal.
Well, it wasn't really a Pokemon. It was more of an object.
Yeah.
So it didn't open up until we touched it.
Yeah,
Yes. It
it was
responds to
dormant.
the
It was still that
vibes.
and then either Xerneas or Eviltal pops out, and then you have to battle it. Although,
Well, you see, I battled it, and then it said Xerneas, or it said Yveltal wants to join you. Then I had to battle it again, and then I one-shot it, and then I had to battle it again,
Mhm.
and then I caught it.
Oh,
I
that's
don't like
hilarious.
that.
Yeah, I
Let me kill the legendaries if I don't want them.
You're gonna have to get used to it. It's gonna happen to every legendary on the box from now on.
At
Actually,
least they let me not put him in the party, and there's something more that happened with that
so
Eveltal that I caught. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But so we finally catch our box legendary of choice. Dosha, did you put it on your team?
um, not until much later. I taught it. I realized I didn't have a Pokemon that could learn Cut, so I put it on my team for that.
That's amazing. Okay. Then right after you
The only
catch
time
the
I ever used
legendary, bursting into the room, covered head to toe in gear, is Lysander, ready to steal it back. And
yeah
he's equipped with one extra thing, a Mega Ring. Time for the final
wait,
battle.
wait, one extra thing, just one.
he has so many.
Hold on, I'm gonna pull up the
Like,
splash art.
also, I forgot to mention this. His fucking battle rig is dumb as shit.
That's
His
true.
his what?
I call it a battle rig. Look at this shit.
Hold on, I'm pulling up the proper
Like,
picture. There we
look at this
go.
crap.
Okay,
What is this
Weird
go ahead.
supposed to be?
throwing things. Yeah.
What is this supposed to be?
So this is supposed to capture the energy of Yveltal and put it back.
It's so stupid.
Why
It
are they
looks
flies?
so bad. Like, what were they thinking?
They're drones,
Why are they fly drones though?
It's just
so they can capture the energy that's
hilarious.
in the sky. I don't fucking
That's
know.
not the question. Is why do they look like flies? Like fruit flies. Why do they look like that?
So they could aerodynamics.
It's not even. All right,
The
whatever. I don't.
aerodynamic goes buzz, 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 buzz.
Anyway,
Also, what the
he
fuck is
looks a
that
bit
thing on his
silly.
hand?
That's the Mega Ring.
That's his Mega Ring? Oh, okay. I didn't remember that. Like, this looks
You
so
decided his
bad.
Mega Ring need to be more mega than your Mega Ring.
Okay. Also, this is just the clearest complaint I have of Team Plasma's, or not with Team Plasma. Although I don't like Team Plasma either, to be fair, but they're better than this. But, like, man, the aesthetic of orange on orange is so, like, if you were even like half blind, I bet you would have trouble making out what the fuck this shape is. It's like it's orange on orange on orange on black with things around it. Like, man,
I mean,
this
I
is
think
like
his outfit looks
blending.
great. I mean, I think like the only thing that's bad here is the goggles.
Curry, you're not colorblind in some way, are you?
I'm not colorblind, but I just look at this
Okay.
like it's the same fucking stuff stacked on top. Like, if they had
Also,
made the goggles like black, like if they were just like black with orange accents or something, it would be fine. But it's just orange on orange on orange.
this did remind me of one important thing that I was going to say at the start of the run and I just forgot. So,
E4
um, I forgore.
skull.
So, um, my team, the main thing, one of the other reasons that I picked Greninja was the nickname that I decided to give it. So, I love Gen 6, it's my favorite generation, but most importantly, I love the Gen 6 anime. Pokemon XY and Pokemon XYZ. Um, I'm not going to say anything about the story of the anime. The only thing I'm going to say is the Pokemon XYZ opening, Ikuze, is the one of the best anime openings I've ever heard. So when I realized I'm going to be using a Greninja, I named it Ikuze. And I realized when looking that up to get the actual name of the like the word in the song that's said, I found out that the person who sings that song is the Japanese voice actress for Ash Ketchum.
It's actually pretty good.
I had listened to that song for years and never known that.
Oh,
After we're done recording Curry, I'll have to show you the song. It's fucking great.
All right, fair enough.
Anyway, so now we're up to Lysander, and he's like, I'm gonna defeat you with the Mega Ring that you defeated me with earlier. Battle. Alright, do you have any issues with him, Dosha?
do I have what?
Did you have any issues with him?
I don't remember his fight that much, so probably not.
Yeah, he had a Mega Gyarados. That's the only thing I remember.
I remember enjoying it. I like the Lysander fight. I don't think that it's a bad team or anything. It's just
Yeah,
No.
here, I'll pull it up because I don't remember exactly what his team was, but I remember it was a Mega, and I think he had a Pyroar.
Yeah,
Maybe.
it starts with Pyroar and ends with a.
He had a Mienshao, a Honchkrow, a Pyroar, and a Gyarados.
Yeah,
It's a pretty good team,
it's an alright team.
but like his Gyarados having Earthquake, Outrage, Aqua Tail, Iron Head's pretty good. His
However,
Pyroar has Fire Blast, Dark
it's
Pulse.
okay. I was going to bring this up for the Elite Four, but you can tell that these games are trying to be a bit easier, starting from here, really, because he only has 4 Pokemon on his final team. He's the big bad of the game. He only has 4 Pokemon, and look at that. Even 2 of his Pokemon only have 3 moves, and that
Yep.
just continues to be a problem for every major fight from here on.
It's really strange.
They don't feel that climactic up until, I guess, the champion battle, and I guess we'll talk about that one.
Yeah, like if he
But
had 2 more Pokemon, the battle would like okay. So at this point in the game, my team was all about the same level, give or take 1 or 2 levels, but I was still one-shotting everything with Clamperl. The same was happened here. Even the Gyarados, I was able to one-shot.
well, yeah, but
Yeah.
that's just because your Clamperl is built like that.
My Clamperl is built different, that's true. Just holding a tooth makes it built different.
I just don't think that Pokemon teams should be measured. You know, one thing, playing through all these games, it's just very subjective. You know, to say,
Yeah, it
this
depends on the Pokemon you're using at the
it
time.
depends entirely on what you're using, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and we'll definitely get into that. Like, like when we get to the Elite Four, I'll talk more about it. But I struggled against the champion.
Uh, yeah, I guess we will have to talk about that.
Anyway, so we defeat Lysander with relative ease, depending, and he's like so upset that his world isn't going to be what he wants it to be. How could you? Blah blah blah. I'm out of here. I don't think we
He
ever
goes,
see him again.
well, he went to
No.
jail, basically.
Oh, he
Oh,
went to jail,
did he
Yeah.
get oh, he got locked up? Okay.
Yep.
and now he can see the
Wait, no,
beauty of
no,
prison cells.
he died
He
because the cannon
died.
exploded on him.
Wait, what?
He fired the cannon after you lost. It shot directly up.
Oh yeah,
You
and
ran
it
away.
shot back
He
down.
didn't, and then he exploded.
Oh yeah, everyone in that team
Oh,
player base is dead.
right.
Yep.
He actually, I forgot about that. I completely forgot about that, actually. What the fuck? How did I miss that? Why was that
He
not
had
in
a
the
little bit of
video that I
leftover
watched?
residue energy that he pulled out of the air from Yveltal and shot it up, and it went right back down into it.
God, that is so stupid.
So he's probably dead.
I'm
So
doing it.
after we defeat Lysander, we free Az, and we move on. Like currently, there's not really much that's added to the Az bit. Why are you trading for a shiny Carvana?
Um. So this guy
Oh,
said, "Hey, I will give you shiny Carvana." And I don't remember exactly what he said he wanted to do.
huh.
I don't remember. He had a shiny Carvana for trade, and he wanted to trade something for it. So I offered something, and we did a trade.
You got a Froakie for a Grin. What? Was it a hidden ability Froakie?
No, I mean I just sent over whatever. I wasn't really.
You gave you gave him a Greninja for a Froakie.
Yeah, I don't know. He was making a big deal about this fish, and it said it's legendary and stuff. And I'm like, but hold on, it's a fish though.
It's a
I
fishy,
know how
fishy,
this
fishy
works.
fish.
I know how this works. I've seen all the no fish threads. Okay, you can't get away with getting a Regirock for a fish shiny. That's not how that works. But anyway,
Okay, so
I got a random trade from this guy. Just like, why not? Um,
nice.
both of the both the Greninja and the Froakie were, same species, and they both of them were from other trainers from foreign language areas. So, whatever. Trading one for the other doesn't really change much.
Actually, that brings up another thing that was introduced in Gen 6 that we didn't bring up. The new fancy system known as Wonder Trading.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, this is the
You
first
can
game to
send
do
out a
that. Huh?
random Pokemon that you own, or you can send out a Pokemon you own to get a random one that someone else is Wonder Trading. It's going to be a reject 99% of the time. The other 1%, it's going to be an ad.
Well, okay, so it's like 75% projects. This is only when the game is active. It slowly goes towards more ads later, or like at least gen to Pokemon, if not ads outright. And then advertising, like I don't know what they advertise. What kind of things do they advertise?
They advertise their Jennings websites.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay. So it's almost exclusively genning advertisements, or otherwise just an otherwise hacked or gen Pokemon. And then at the like 5% of the time, you'll get somebody else who is just doing a random wonder trade.
Yeah, so there's this YouTuber I follow. Her name is Candy Evie, and she did an interesting run, or an interesting thing where she had like 1,000 Pokemon that she caught. She named it something something Candy Evie, and she did 1,000 Wonder Trades.
That is a lot.
She like made a video going over the regional differences in the Pokemon she got. She got a lot of messages from people saying, "Oh my God, I got your thing." It was a wholesome video.
That's pretty neat. I should have nicknamed all the EVs I gave away. I didn't think about it.
The only time I've ever Wonder Traded was during my one Wonderlock, and when I did that, I made sure to nickname the Pokemon that I was sending off Wonderlock, so they knew what I was doing.
Oh, I see. I guess
What?
that's one way to do it. It's a bit on the nose, but all right.
It works.
It's on the nose, but I don't have any other way to communicate with these people, and I want them to know why I'm sending off a fucking slack off from forest and fucking area.
I don't know.
Anyway, so after we defeat Lysander, we go ahead and just head on over to the next town, and then we talk to Professor Sycamore.
Boy.
And Professor Sycamore says, "Yeah, so sorry for introducing you to Lysander and all that stuff you did. Let's battle, though. I'm feeling nostalgic."
Yeah, so at the start of the game, or near the start of the game, he fights you with a Squirtle, Bulbasaur, and Charmander. Now he has a Venusaur, a Charizard, and a Blastoise.
All level 50.
Yep.
It was a pretty neat fight. We beat him up, and then we move on to the next town, which is Snow Point. Or yeah, Snowbell, I'm sorry. Snowbell City. Now I have a lot to talk about for Snowbell. First, I'll start off with I had written down some
It's
notes.
awful.
I had written down some notes, but this one was the most important note that I wrote down. That I wrote it down twice. There is an NPC in one of the buildings, and I'm gonna actually go to them so I can get exactly what they say. So I'll just explain that in a second. There's another NPC in another building that if you talk to them, they'll say, "Hey, this there's this song I think you'll like. It's from another town in another region, and it's the Gen 4 snow theme. It's a remix of it. It's so nice.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I like the music in this area, especially that remix too. It's really like just in general, it's nice, wholesome. Uh, it's just generally nice. Totally not stalling because okay, there we go. Okay, so there's a lass, and she says, "I don't have it, but the thick fat ability weakens the power of fire and ice type moves. I told you I don't have it."
But,
Okay.
She's saying she is not fat.
oh.
Hmm. Oh my god.
Anyway,
Okay.
we arrive in Snowbell City, and the person who says "Yo, champ in the making" says, "Sorry, he's not here right now. Maybe he's in the forest. You should go look for him."
By the way, Snowbell's the worst city in all of Pokemon. It's
What?
awful.
How? What? No.
That is a
It
bold
doesn't make any
claim.
sense. It makes no sense. Why is there why did they put a snow? It doesn't connect to any of the other snowy areas like it should. Why didn't they put Snowbell higher up and just swap it with something else? Anastar would be fine as the last city, but no, they decided they wanted to put. The only reason it's snowy is because there's like 2 Obama Snow that live there, and we're supposed to believe that the town was named that just because there's 2 Obama Snow that live there. It's bonkers. It's dumb. There's a forest right next to like a subtropical climate, and it just outside it's raining right next to the next route. It's literally only snowing inside Snowbell.
No, you're missing something.
What?
No, wait, there is one thing you are missing.
Or something?
If you look at the map description, it says they say the cold air flowing from the Pokemon gym is responsible for the city's frozen state.
Okay, I knew I remembered something like that, and I was like, hold on a second. I haven't seen anything like that this playthrough, so I thought I just like imagined it.
Man.
You're telling me that that's real, and that's an even worse reason. That means that the gym is like eating up the city's entire electrical bill, producing snow for like
No, it's worse than that.
Square miles.
It's worse than that. This thing has to be able to fully refrigerate by some kind of heat exchange, because otherwise there would be no fucking way to do it. Like, you can't just like pump in cold air like you can in a freezer. No, you have to basically permanently alter the environment around it in order to do this. So this thing has to be generating some kind of force field that allows snow to exist regardless of the environment outside of itself.
Yeah, it's awful. It's awful. Why did they do this? Why did they do any of this?
God,
this
it's so
we're in the
silly.
South. We're in the South. It's not supposed to be snowy here. The town is named this, which implies that since its inception, it's been snowy, right? Forever. But I mean, like, there wasn't a gym at its inception. What the hell happened? What gives? This town makes no sense. It's awful. I hate it.
Incredibly silly.
It's bad. Why did they even decide this? Bad world building. Kalos, worst place in the entire game.
Oh, actually, there is one other thing that might actually explain why the city is important for the story, okay? This is where Lysander was born, so maybe he hates the world because it's so fucking cold where he was born.
Man, motherfuckers, I grew up in a literal refrigerator. I'm gonna fucking commit genocide now.
I don't actually feel that way about Kalos in general, though.
No, like, Kalos in general is great. That is a very good point. That's hilarious. Also, wouldn't that insinuate that, like, the inside of this gym... What are you doing?
Trying to right-click it. There we go.
Okay. Gonna go ahead and trigger off of that. But, like, this fucking thing...
There we go. Okay.
Okay.
So
this fucking thing
this
is just so funny.
State.
It's really cool. I like this gym a lot.
It's a good gym. It's the only puzzle in the game, other than the ice puzzle in that one cave. It was about ice and puzzles. Is ice the puzzle?
Yes.
Ice is the puzzle master.
Well, yeah, so this is what's so cold that's like freezing the city. So that means if you're in here not wearing a jacket, you're gonna freeze to death.
Well, I mean, except the gym leader who gets away with just wearing a wife beater. He has a jacket,
okay.
he's not wearing it.
The difference is he's got a beard, kind of.
No, he's got. I mean, it's basically.
Be back in a moment.
I don't know. Is that like either a giant mustache or like outgrown mutton chops? I can't tell.
There we go.
It's certainly quite a look.
Yeah, it certainly is.
I mean, he doesn't look like he's that cold though. So whatever. Maybe it's not that cold in the gym. Maybe it's so cold inside the gym because of all the ice Pokemon, they just have to pump the cold air out, and that's what happens.
Man, fuck your opinions. I have been given
No,
potatoes.
it doesn't, Tim. Don't try to.
That makes so much sense.
No, that's
because you don't have to worry about the electricity bill because it's the ice Pokemon this time.
No, stop it.
Thank you for giving me a reason to like the gym more.
Still bad. That's just as bad.
Man, fuck y'all's opinions. I have potatoes.
What kind of potatoes?
Hasselback.
I knew you were
I
gonna
don't
say
know what
that.
that is.
Hasselhoff potatoes. It's literally just stovetop fried potatoes.
So good.
I'm pretty sure.
Why not just say fried potatoes?
Well,
Because
because
it's
it's
funner
not.
to say Hasselback.
There's like a million kinds of fried potatoes. This is Wait, this isn't a food podcast. Never mind.
Not yet. Not.
No, by all means, let's make it a food podcast. Then I'll have something to talk about.
These look delicious.
They're very tasty.
This isn't all what I
Here,
thought
hold
it
on,
was.
hold
Okay,
on.
anyway.
Here we go. No, put it back on the potatoes, damn you. Okay, yeah.
Oh, okay. Those. Never mind. I never really liked those that much.
They're pretty good.
Yeah, this isn't what I thought it was when you said when you described
Well,
that, but these
okay.
look great.
These are
Yeah, I was
basically
thinking of something else.
they're
Like, look at
sliced
that.
up. They're sliced up and then
Yeah, they're
crisp. They're so good.
like the sour cream. Like these look delicious.
They're so good. They're
Anyway,
dead
back
easy
to
to
the
make
frozen
too. Like
gym.
they look so fancy, but all you have to bloody well do is just take a potato, you cut it in like very thin slices, and then you throw it into the oven. That's it.
So, after we arrive to Dosha's current hell, we get told to go to the forest to go find Wulfric. I got lost in this forest.
Well, the forest is designed to get lost in.
Yeah.
I got lost in there for a while.
I spent a bunch of time in there trying to find every area I could go in, and
I
indeed,
accidentally
I
found
did.
every area to go in except for the right one for like 30 minutes.
I managed to go everywhere on purpose.
But
It
after
was worth it.
we pop out to Pokemon Village, and there's a big man standing in front of a bunch of Pokemon that we scare away. Then he says, "No, no, they're good. Come back."
All
Then he
right,
says,
the
"Oh, I'm
place
sorry. You
where
want to go fight the gym?
Mystery
Okay,
Dungeon 5
bye."
takes place.
Then we can explore Pokemon Village a little bit if we want to. I looked around. I found the Snorlax that's sleeping there. It's pretty cute. And then we go back to Snowbell City and fight the gym. This
Because
is the last gym in Kalos, the Iceberg Gym badge. Um, Other than the weird puzzles, was there any issue with the fights that you had?
I didn't do
I
it.
remember Wolfric says at the start, I am either going to be a total pushover or the hardest fight you've had so far.
Yeah, that was the best line they had in this entire game.
That's true because he was a total
I
pushover.
mean, he's the fucking
Yeah,
ice gym leader. Like, look,
he's the last gym
It's
leader.
unfortunate that the snow Pokemon are just so slow. If they weren't slow, they might be threatening.
like
So they were
honestly,
kind of threatening to me because they went through my trick room to the point that one of them outsped my fucking clam pearl.
Yeah, that would do it.
I'm just sitting here like, ice really is a type that just like it needs something. Because I wish that they could do something like add in a new type that ice was effective against. But again, like the only
Well,
rumored type that to come out is sound, so I can't
Snowscape,
really think of a reason why sound would
the
do
snow
it.
weather is actually a pretty big boost for them.
I mean, I guess,
Increases their defense by a bunch.
and I guess that's okay. But I think the only thing that would actually
Oh,
like give the type some more life is legitimate. Like you would have to do like say you made sound, and for some reason ice is super effective against sound. Which
that would be the difficult part. Is like, how do you determine super effectiveness against? I don't know.
well, like I would argue that it would be
I,
like super
the
effective
thing is,
against.
ice is a good type offensively. The problem is figuring out how to fix its defensive issues. The issue is fixing Pokemon that are ice type, not with fixing the type's ability to do damage.
Eh, I mean, I guess that's more fair, yeah.
Hmm.
So this reminds me, and I won't have any other chance to talk about it because I will forget after a week. And also, we've already played through Scarlet Violet. I learned yesterday what the Titan Pokemon are different compared to the normal Pokemon.
That they all have 30 EVs flat across the board.
No, it's that they have like times 1.5 HP, and that's it.
Oh, really? So they
That
have
is,
that and they're 30. Okay. Oh, you mean like during the fights, not in general, right?
yeah, yeah. In general, the fights are just the only difference is their HP is bigger.
Okay. For a second there, I thought you were
Interesting.
saying if you catch them and use them, they have more HP than normal Pokemon. Okay.
Here we go. Yeah, twice as much HP as normal in the second phase, and that's the only difference.
Oh god.
Yeah, and once you go to the fight them where you can catch them, they have 30 IVs in every stat. Okay, so we have now defeated Wulfric. We've now got 8 gym badges. I didn't have any trouble with the fight. It was pretty easy. But then again, my team was already decked out. So now, it's time to make the trek onto the final batch of the game
Well,
after
not
the 8th
quite.
gym league.
Not quite, because at this point, what you need to do is visit the Battle Chateau and grind for over 1 million so that you can buy all the clothes you want. So that
Okay.
you
Okay,
have a
moving
proper
on.
outfit. Like, what are
Moving
you gonna do? You can't
dudes.
go to the Elite Four without without a nice outfit.
Are you
Okay,
You're wearing
telling
the
me?
joke is oh
pedestrian
my
clothes you
god.
wear everywhere else.
Are you honestly telling me that this isn't a good outfit for the Elite Four? Go ahead and fade that.
Yes.
You're telling me that you wouldn't kick ass to like kick the champion's ass with this cute dress and these cute socks and these cute shoes with this cute face?
Too thoroughly pedestrian.
God.
I am aghast at the opinions that I am hearing.
That's incredibly rude. Also, could we please finish
I bought a
before I want to go to
double-breasted
bed? I beg of
coat
you.
for this. Okay.
Can we move on?
We're near the end. We're near
Come
the end.
on.
We just have to get
Let's
to where Dosha
go.
talks about. Dosha, do you have a picture of your current outfit that I can pull up?
Yeah, it was the last thing I sent in the lounge.
Sure, I'll pull that up here. Let me grab that.
Okay, so let's harshly judge this outfit.
That was my detective outfit, though.
Yeah, this is your detective outfit. What did you bring to the Elite for?
I don't remember. I changed out of it right afterwards.
I see.
I believe it was still a double-breasted vest like that, except it was the red one, and I don't remember anything else about the outfit.
I see. No pictures. A shame. But yeah, I like my outfit a lot. Also, I think we went for the exact same
You
hairstyle.
guys gonna try to criticize my detective outfit?
Well, yeah, but I don't feel like punching down.
What does that mean? Why even try?
Fucking
I don't know.
god, that's
This
okay.
makes no
We're
sense.
moving on.
That was rude even for me.
We're moving on. Let's go. What's next? Victory
Okay,
Road?
so
Victory Road sounds
well,
great. Let's go to Victory
all right.
Road.
So we are on Victory Road. However,
Scared.
um, on Victory Road, I do have a picture to show.
Oh,
This
good.
was the prettiest. Oh my god, this
I
was
do
so
remember that.
pretty.
I do remember that, yeah.
Uh, I don't know if it would have been different if I was in the daytime or not, because I played this at night.
Oh yeah, in the daytime there's just like a blue sky.
I'm actually
Wow, that's a
shocked
shame.
they put that much effort into the fucking skybox that you'll see in one scene.
I never saw it.
But yeah, so Victory Road. Is there anything you had to say about it other than getting through it?
Um, it sure did happen. Oh, right. So I had to. I didn't realize I needed strength in order to get through it. So I had
I
ended up doing as much as I could without strength, and I had to walk all the way back and then walk all the way to get to it again. That was
Before I start every run, I make sure to look at the Bulbapedia that says which HMs are needed to beat the game.
kind of wish it was, I knew a little bit more about what I was gonna encounter there. But that said, the Pokemon that I have that has that also had Rock Smash and Waterfall, so I was able to go everywhere and basically 100% the area,
Hmm.
which was nice.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't explore every nook and cranny, but I did take a look at a lot of things. I mainly just wanted to get through it so I could start grinding, which my initial plan was to do, and then I realized I don't need to do this. I just wanted to see if I can fight the Elite Four as is. So I did. Are we ready to start the Elite Four?
I
Yeah, pretty much.
certainly am. I don't remember any of it.
All right, so I'll go through my experience first, since you can fight them in any order, I guess. So, I fought them starting. So I remembered who they were. I remembered some of their teams. What I didn't remember, however, was just so the battle theme for the Elite Four is my favorite soundtrack in all of Pokemon, and I didn't remember that. That was a locked away memory until it played for the first time. I was in Discord voice chat at the time, and when it played, I had to step away just so I could just absorb it, because it was just like unlocking a memory. It was great. Also, Curry, you were still muted.
Ah, thank you for catching. I just said, ah, nice. That's sweet.
So I fought the Dragon Girl first, and her team was pretty easy to fight because I had Ice Beam, but it was pretty fun. I really like the theme, so I was jamming out to that. And then uh, after that, let's see. So then I fought the Wilkstrom, the Steel guy. His team actually proved a little bit of an issue for mine. There was like one Pokemon that I had trouble with. I don't remember what it was, but
Is it Klefki?
it wasn't a Klefki, no.
Okay.
Klefki's prankster was a bit annoying though. Uh, then I fought Malva, and another thing, most importantly, the set pieces for the Elite Four is fucking beautiful,
I mean,
man.
there's a reason it's a Smash Bros. Stage.
Yeah, exactly. Like all of
Yeah.
them are just so fucking beautiful.
Look really good, yeah.
I like when you enter Malva's thing and it's just like a little bubbling fire, and then boom, it spouts fire straight into the sky. When
Yep.
you enter the water guys, it's a little bit of water, and then a geyser pours out into the sky, and a waterfall falls down onto you. It's so amazingly well made. I love the everything about the Elite Four and XY.
I like the Dragon Room, I think, the most.
The Dragon Room does
Hmm.
look good, yeah.
Yeah, the wings outfold, and you see the flame flicker and spit, but then it goes out, and it's just an incense burning. A
Yep.
calm sort of, there's smoke, but there's not a fire. It's violent, but it's
Yeah.
calm.
Here
Yeah.
we go.
It's really well done.
This is a very low quality picture, but I found one of all four of them. Yeah, the swords one is pretty neat too. I remember that specifically because of the Smash stage.
You can throw people into it, and they take damage and get bounced back.
They
It's
do,
fun.
don't they turn to metal if it's like pushed down far enough?
I don't remember.
Maybe.
I think you can hit the swords and then you turn to metal or something. I don't know. Anyway, so that was my experience with the Elite Four. After Malva, I fought the water guy, and he was a nice send off because my ace is water, and I beat the water guy last. But before I get to the champion, Dosha, did you have anything to say about the Elite Four that I hadn't already?
My order was Seabold, then the Drana, and then Wickstrom, and then Malva. So that was the order I did it in. Once again, all the teams are only 4 Pokemon. I even did a refight just to see if maybe they got some more afterwards. They did not. Refight order, by the way, I started with Malva that time, and I ended with Drana. um, yeah, so as the set piece is pretty impressive, but the actual fights themselves pretty disappointing overall. I believe, if I remember correctly, they are also missing a fourth move for most of them.
I will pull that up just to double check.
I really did kind of want to go to the refights here because I don't remember these guys being pushovers, but I do remember it
They all
being
have
really
fun.
disappointing that they have
They managed to
four
get like a
Pokemon.
cheeky KO here and there, but
It's just
that's
like
about it.
4 Pokemon for the Elite Four? That I don't know why they did that. It's so strange. They should have a full team, no exception.
Yeah, those are all 3 as well. Yeah. Um I mean their teams are good. If they had more it'd be even better, but like the Aegislash, Scizor, Probopass, Klefki is not a bad team.
Yeah, it's not a bad team.
Bad, but
I don't
like,
think they use it to their full ability.
why is it not 6 though? Like
I
this would
agree.
not
It should
hurt.
definitely be more than 4.
Would not
Yeah,
at
the
all
Elite
hurt.
Four should have 6 Pokemon each. At minimum 5.
Yeah, minimum 5 for sure.
The champion at least has to have 6.
Yeah, absolutely.
The champion must always have 6. If it ever doesn't have 6, then it's not the real champion.
Yeah, exactly. So, um going on to the champion, I guess I'll talk about my experience first. And at first, I thought this was going to be a pushover. I remember hearing people talking about Diantha being one of the easiest champions in the franchise,
No.
and understandably so.
Well, it's true.
Tyrantrum, Aurorus, Hawlucha, Gourgeist, those are pushovers, especially for my team. The Gudra was also a pushover for my team. Then she sent out the Gardevoir, which I knew she had. That was the one Pokemon I knew that she had.
Mhm.
Now, I want you to just listen to my team as I read out her moveset afterwards. So I have a Swoobat, which is a psychic flying. She has Thunderbolt. I have an Aegislash, which is a Ghost Steel. She has Shadow Ball. I have a Greninja and a Malamar, which are Dark Water and Dark Psychic, respectively. She has Moonblast. I have my Clamperl. She has Thunderbolt. And I have my Ampharos, which, if Mega Evolved, becomes Dragon, which he gets hit by Moonblast.
The issue with her is that her team is easily swept. The only thing is that um, you have to be ready to deal with the Gardevoir. If you don't have a way to deal with the Gardevoir, you may end up losing anyway.
Yeah.
But
Like,
Yeah.
other champions, with pretty much every other champion, most of their Pokemon, if not all of them, put up some degree of threat to you. And in this one, it's literally just one Pokemon. So I think that makes her.
no. I've heard a lot of people also have trouble with the Gudra as well because the Gudra is such a good Pokemon.
I guess I don't know. It's
Like,
really. I mean, it's slow. It's pure dragon.
Admittedly, it doesn't have gooey. Like, the fact that it has Sap Sipper and not gooey is very strange because gooey is just it's just a stupidly good ability. But I do agree on the other 4. The other 4 are just like real pushovers.
Yeah, like for Aurorus, it's just a shame. Like it's sad typing.
Yeah.
It's okay. So it's interesting. She's got Tyrantrum and Aurorus, which are the 2 evolved forms of the Rock Gym Leader for some reason.
Well, they're the 2 fossils.
Because beauty or whatever.
If her team is about beauty, then why does she have a sticky dragon?
Are you
Just because
telling
he's
me?
beauty doesn't mean he's not lovely. Okay.
Are you telling me you don't want to hug the giant mucus-covered dragon?
Anyway, so that was my experience. I did manage to beat it on the first try. I just had a lot of struggle because at first I wanted to defeat the Gardevoir with my Clamperl, but I realized right when she sent up the Gardevoir, my Trick Room went up. So I had to set it up again. My only 2 ways of setting up Trick Room get one shot. So I had to win with my Ampharos. But so a lot of times during the run, I would forget 2 things. One, I would forget that Ikuze was part dark, and 2, I would forget that when you Mega Evolve Ampharos, it becomes a dragon. Both of those times I would forget, and they'd be weak to Fairy and die in 1 hit.
Yep, that'll do it.
So that was my experience with the challenge of the champion. How about you, Dosha?
So I have a Doublade, and all I had to do is her Hawlucha has no way to deal damage to a Doublade. So I can triple Swords Dance and then just sweep.
Oh,
Nope.
okay, I see. Fair enough.
I did it twice. Strategy's so nice. I did it twice.
From what I can recall of the first time I tried to fight her in my original run-through, her entire team was easy, and then the Gardevoir killed me.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. That Gardevoir is a menace.
That Gardevoir is dynamite!
Anyway, I think in the Dorkmahort run, the Wonderlock I did, I think I ended up KOing 5 of her Pokemon. She sent out Gardevoir. I lost maybe 4 or 5 of my own Pokemon. Then I KO'd it.
The thing that gets scary with the Mega Gardevoir is people underestimate how fast the damn thing is. So if you don't outspeed it, it can probably one-hit kill you. It's not even funny. Also, weirdly enough, its ability being Trace has some, like, really fringe benefits. Because, like, it's so bizarre.
Trace is
Yeah,
useless if your ability is no guard.
But
What
when
is
it
that sprite from?
these are XY.
That's what Gardevoir looks like in X. I don't remember that. I remember it being from the front. Huh. Oh, that's all good. I actually really like that pose. That's cool. That's quite lovely.
But yeah, when it Mega Evolves, it gets Pixelate, which is insane.
Oh yeah. Teach Gardevoir Hyper Voice. It's fucking scary.
Which
She doesn't have any normal attacks.
Yeah,
No.
she doesn't have any moves that make use of it.
No, but like, whenever.
I guess that's fine, but.
Well, it also just improve. Pixelate doesn't just affect normal types, you know. It affects fairy types just straight up.
Yeah, that's true.
It gives it a 0.3 boost, which is not small, considering it's stabbed with a special attack stat of 165, which is absurd. Like, stuff goes bonkers real quick. Like, holy hell. And, like,
Yeah.
a little known fact that a lot of folks don't realize about Hyper Voice. Hyper Voice goes around substitute effects.
Yep.
Yeah.
Isn't it all sound-based moves?
I
Yep.
believe so, yes. So, yeah,
Correct.
Gardevoir, Mega Gardevoir is a sweeper wall breaker, and she is insane.
Yep. Okay, so after the champion battle is done, then we have a little bit of a post-credit scene. I really like the post-credits music. I really enjoyed everything about it. And then we get the cutscene that I was waiting for so long.
You could
It
say that it's been 3,000 years.
I could say that it's been
It's been
3,000 years.
3,000
That's
years.
true, because it's been 3,000 years. God, I love this entire scene, other than the fact that Tierno and the small one and Shauna got credit for something.
They got credit for something, yeah.
You know?
I didn't remember the fact that you have to fight as before this happens.
Mm-hmm. Yep, he's got a team of 3 Pokemon that are about on level with yours, but it's not a really hard fight.
Yeah. It was a nice fight. It was a really nice cap off to the story.
Yeah.
I really liked everything about this part. So
This part
before
is
we move on,
just this part. This whole, like, his whole little mini background story, which I believe takes up maybe 10 minutes total of the entire game. Better than all of Team Flare.
I hope we get to see more of Az whenever we get the inevitable remakes.
Inevitable.
See y'all in 2030.
And yet we were not
2030.
guaranteed.
Dude,
if that's
can
true,
you imagine if they actually did the remakes for this right now? The servers for this version of the game are still up. Anyway.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dosha.
Anyway, so before we move on, I have one last thing. One last thing before we get to the post game. Curry, could you please pull up the video?
I can indeed. It is time for the big all secret.
That was just before I revealed the thing, but I just wanted to show off. So I really love the way they show off your Pokemon after you beat the Elite Four.
Mhm.
It's such a nice like cap off. Like we're all spinning around you, showing all the levels. And I did want to say all of them were on like basically the same level. Hikari was like 3 levels above everything, but that's normal because Hikari beat everything up. But I really like this. It's a really nice victory screen.
Yeah, it really does display the full team.
Yeah,
I think my favorite is still, oh god, I forget which one it is. I think it's like Platinums or something like that, where you have like the confetti that's just falling around you and your team.
Yeah, that's platinum,
Yeah.
and I think heart gold, soul silver as well.
I like those ones, but this is also fine.
Okay, so after
It's been
the as
3,000
bit,
years.
there is the two more things that I wanted to go over really quick. Go ahead and hop back over to the picture. So I went over to Cloud City and I accidentally found a shiny.
Yeah,
Oh,
just randomly. I remember you posted this and you were like, "Oh,
And then I realized, oh, it's higher odds. It's like 5 out of 4,096, but still
yeah."
it's a shiny
I
Paris.
I
really
didn't know the
do.
shit. I had to be told that it was shiny.
I want to talk for a minute about Friend Safari because
Yeah,
Friend
okay.
Safari is
Yeah,
such a neat idea.
yeah. I have a complaint about Friends Fire, which we can
So,
get to in just a moment. Dosha
so yeah.
didn't know this was shiny.
Well,
Yep.
yeah.
He didn't see the red dot. He saw the red star, but he didn't know that indicated shiny.
Caddis is not a very distinct shiny, no.
Well, I know that, but I thought everyone knew the red star was the shiny star.
I mean, yeah.
I don't know. I guess other people do.
But at any rate, so Friend Safari. Friend Safari is this really cool in-game thing wherein when you get friends in your 3DS and actually just acquaintances too, I believe, you can like just add people through the 3DS, and the whole thing is just a really easy endeavor because you have like friend cards and whatnot that you can just put in and put codes in, and bing bang boom, it's done. When you do that, you get access to safaris, which is like a subset of like a few different safaris for each type. And I believe if your friend has been online recently playing X and Y, then you get
So
access to the third of those three,
it
and you can get all the hidden abilities for all the ones in there.
it's not if they were online recently. Well, not just that, but go ahead and pop over this. So
Yeah.
this is the video I sent to Dosha of my friend Safari of how many people that I have access to. So they have to have been online at the same time as you after both you and them have defeated the Elite Four.
Yeah.
So since I restarted the game, I don't have a third slot for any of them.
Yeah, I didn't have one for any. Luckily, the only one that I was really looking for, I already had one of, so I can use that for later.
hmm
As
But yeah, I had a lot of things. So I guess this is where I will officially reveal to you, Dosha. You do not have to be scared about that hidden ability. I cannot get it.
oh,
I did find a friend Safari with it, but I can't get the hidden ability because I can't unlock the third slot.
What
the
hidden
third slot.
ability?
Oh,
So, all right. So, Curry, you know how I told you that one small thing about my Oros team? Well,
Hmm.
Dosha told me something about a team of his future that I'm not gonna say what it was. But so I said, for that, I'll tell you that in Oros, that I'm gonna be using a Volbeat with Tail Glow, and Dosha just immediately went off saying, "You're not gonna make me fight your prankster Volbeat with Tail Glow again, are you?" And I was
Mm.
legitimately confused because I didn't remember ever using one. So he explained to me that I was a toxic piece of shit that used a prankster tail glow Volbeat, and he reminded me that that existed. So I looked into it and I said, "Holy shit, I can get it in a friend safari. You'll find out in Oros if I do or not."
I think it may have been like Tail Glow Baton Pass, something like that.
That's really
Oh,
hilarious.
that's amazing. And I'm building a DPS version of him anyway, so that wouldn't work as well, but it'd still be funny. I just
Fair
really
enough.
love Dosha's visceral reaction. You're not gonna make me fight that again, are you?
I mean, fair. I remember very
I don't
distinctly,
remember
like
saying it like that, but okay.
I used Friend Safari so much. Like I mainly did it because you got like breedable things from it. But
Yeah,
like
like
it
I got a
is,
Ditto Safari. I
Poison.
remember
yeah.
that.
Ditto safaris were in such high demand because every Pokemon in those safaris are guaranteed to have at least 3 IVs.
Yep.
So you're guaranteed 3 IVs. You have a 4x shiny multiplier, I believe.
5
And
and 4,096.
yeah, no, 5x then. Because you have 1x, then there's 4 additional. Yeah, so you have a way better chance of getting shinies, and it encourages people to be online with you. Like, that is absolutely lovely. Oh.
I can't do them on my emulator version of the game. I can only do it on the real version of the game. Of those, I think maybe I'm friends with like only like 5 people who have the game. So
Hmm.
I never
My
really.
friend, my friend list on my 2DS is full.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I remember I don't remember exactly if I remember correctly, I went to some like Facebook groups about friend safaris and we just traded friend codes to get friend safaris.
Yes, I remember doing that too. It was just
So
the easiest way.
I'm actually gonna go check see if I can find what I talked to people about for to see what my friend safari was.
Fair enough.
Anyway, so we go to Cloud City because the professor says, "Hey, I want to give you this rail pass or something." We get there and we find our rival. And our rival says, "Hey, I got a Mega Ring to fight me."
Yep, I mean
Hmm.
they've got a Mega Absol.
They do, and I was very surprised about that.
You were
Mm-hmm.
surprised that the one Pokemon on their team that can Mega Evolve can now Mega Evolve?
I was
Well,
about as surprised as
they
every
never
other.
had an Absol before then.
He did, though.
I was as surprised about that Mega Absol as I was about every other Pokemon on their team I 1 HKO'd.
Yeah.
That's probably a bit harsh. It was fine.
Yeah, it was a fine team. Like, they were a tiny bit underleveled if I remember correctly. I'm gonna pull it up right now.
Yeah, I think they were.
Okay, that's an Anastar. Okay, so he did have an Absol. I just didn't remember that, but yeah, I guess I probably one-shot it and forgot. Let's see. Cloud City. Yeah, alright, so yeah, okay, in Cloud City he wasn't that underleveled. He had a level 66 Meowstic, 68 Clefable, 66 Vaporeon, 68 Absol, 67 Altaria, and 670 Chestnut. However, 3 out of 6 of those only had 3 moves.
Hmm.
Hmm.
3 moves, huh?
Yep, the
Why
Chestnut,
do they,
Altaria, and Vaporeon only had 3 moves.
why do they do this?
Why
I
indeed?
don't know. But yeah, he had a Mega Absol, and it was nice. And then he was upset again because he lost again.
Hmm.
He's an interesting character. He just keeps losing, and he's like, okay, fine.
I get it. I'm a little loser boy. And then, yeah, that's it. That's the whole thing. That's the character development.
Yep.
Yep.
Again, not the strongest with character development, but the rest of the game's pretty fun.
Okay, so after that, there's one more thing to do in the post game that I did at the very least. And
Right.
I had never done this before. I actually didn't even know that
Oh,
it existed. The Looker Hangouts. If you
Hangouts.
go to or what is wasn't it called Looker Hangouts?
The Looker Bureau quests, I guess you could call it, or maybe the Looker episodes if you want.
Hold on, I thought it said Looker Hangout. I don't know where I thought. Whatever, the Looker Bureau, Looker Side Quest, whatever. The Looker quests. Um, you find the man from what was he from? Gen 4, right?
Yep, he first shows up in Platinum, I believe.
Yeah, you see him in Gen 4, and he says, "Yes, I need 30 seconds of your time, or 3 minutes only, 30 minutes tops," and he says, "I really need your help doing some detectiving."
I'm a
So we
private
just do
eyes.
it.
I'm a private
Um,
guy, see?
and when I started this, I had never done it before, and I expected this to be
Hardcore
just some
detective.
random bullshit quest, no interesting story, just like do detectiving.
Well, to be
And
fair,
the first one was it was just go find things to see if you're a detective enough, and I did with a
were you
walkthrough.
detective enough?
I wasn't. I used a walkthrough.
Oh, okay.
You think
Well,
I remember where any of those buildings are that he said to go to?
there.
I remember where all the buildings are, but I can't remember long enough what he said. So,
He said go to a specific Pokemon Center in a specific part of town. go to a specific back alley in a specific part of town, something like that, a specific cafe in a specific part of town. Anyway, so after that, he now is going to have you do a very simple task. There is some weird goings about in the back alleys of one area in town. He sends you off to go there, and you find out that there's a bunch of small girls that are like hiding
There's a gang.
Pokemon. There's a gang of small girls that Dosha bullied. Um, so
They did it
when you
first.
get
They bullied me first.
Oh my god.
when you get there, they're trying to
Should've
stop you
known
from getting
better.
anywhere close. But when you get past them all, there's this one girl, and she has a meow stick. And we talk to her, and with me or with yourself and Looker, you end up finding out that she doesn't have a home that she can live with. She also can't afford a Pokeball to catch that meow stick in.
She does not have a parent.
She
She does
is.
not.
She
She
neither
is
has
an
parents.
orphan. Looker snap pick says, "I'm adopting you right now. Get in my house." And she says, "Okay." um we we get her in the house, and she feels guilty because like she's basically living there rent free. But we
Of
do see on
course.
the side where Looker's like having trouble paying the bills because he's now paying for two extra mouths to feed, the Meowstick and her.
Yep.
Wait, you're
Um
getting paid this whole time? Wait, did I miss out on money?
Yes.
no, you're not getting paid.
Oh, okay. So
You-
just when I okay.
No, Looker is getting all the money.
That
This
bitch.
is slave labor. Anyway, um, you are going to be tasked with a couple more things, but the story of this is what I was really interested about. The fact that there was one. So she is concerned because she's now living there rent free. So she says, "You know what, Meowstick? I'm gonna go find a job." She leaves, and eventually she comes back because there's this Japanese woman yelling at Looker for some reason, and he doesn't know what she's saying. He thinks she wants a cup of tea, and eventually the girl comes back in, and she says something in Japanese. She's like insulting the woman in Japanese, and there's this weird scene where Meowstic translates what the Japanese is being said to you in your mind. I don't understand it, but okay.
It's a
Then
second
Looker
time.
comes back, and the thing's all cleared up. But essentially, there's some hoodlums in town. We need to deal with them. We go
Right?
deal with the hoodlums, and we beat up the hoodlums. We find out these hoodlums call the girl boss
Mm-hmm.
because she beat them up once.
Hmm.
So we get through that. We make friends with one of those people. They actually turn a new leaf. They actually become good people. And she says she's gonna go find a job, so she leaves to go find a job without telling anyone, except for Meowstick. She doesn't come home, so now we're worried. But before we have a chance to go looking for her, Looker says the fucking museum was broken into, and the biggest painting in there was like graffitied on. Go look into it and see what happened. We go speak to the people there, and they're just distraught. Like I think it's his painting that was painted over with graffiti. He's so upset.
Yup.
We find out in a back alley that there's a trainer that we fight. We beat them up, but they have like one Pokemon, I think. They turn into a robot and jump away.
Ribbit.
Okay, that's interesting. We go back to Looker and explain, and he says, "Okay, I have an idea." So we go to every single back alley in the entire city of Lumios, and we fight every single time we see that robot girl. She's a different person every time, but when we beat her, she becomes a robot and a different team of Pokemon as well. Eventually, we find her in one area where she is just the robot, and we follow her, I believe, to where she is going to go to, which is Team Flare's 06 base. But how we know that is because Malva of originally Team Flare fame is pissed that he is still alive or something. So when we go to talk to her, because she actually called for us to go to her, she is so pissed that she has to fight us because she has to get out her anger. We beat her, and then she's still mad because she lost.
Well,
We
Well, she explained
finally
it.
we go off to Zero Sick, and he's got her in the suit, and he explains the suit is made for stealing people's Pokemon, and also the person wearing the suit will have no memories of what happened. It's a
Well,
very interesting concept because she thinks she's getting paid to sleep while wearing a suit. She has no memories of any of it.
oh, good.
And we fight her once, and he says, "Okay, we'll fight her again." You do that 5 times. You fight her 5 times in a row before he finally gives up,
to be
removes her
fair,
from the suit, and says, "Okay, fine."
she uses different Pokemon every time because it's all the
She
stolen
does. She
Pokemon
uses
from
the
her.
same Pokemon she used in uh, the first times we met the robot version of her. So we finally defeat her for the 5th time or whatever, and he gives up, he turns himself in, he explains why he did it all, and for some reason, and I really don't understand this, she forgives him.
Well, as far as her position goes, is she's been asleep the whole time. This all
She
seems surreal.
has, but we explained it to her what happened.
Yeah.
She just
And
doesn't
then,
feel like he's a bad guy.
man, I just don't get that. But what I do get is right at the end when Looker is left a note that said,
Well,
"I'm sorry, I've succeeded in what I was going to do, which was taking down Zero Sick. I'm not actually a detective. I'm an international police member. I actually go fight crime in another region. Goodbye."
Yep.
Leaving a note without saying anything. And she says, "No, this can't be. I'm getting the fuck out of here to go find him." We eventually find him at Lumio's cafe talking to Zero Sick, and she's like teary eyed talking to him, asking what's going on, why are you leaving, is this all true? And he explains it more in depth to her, and eventually we find out what's going to happen is Zero Sick is going to jail, but he's giving her all of his Pokemon as an
mhm.
atonement. He feels guilty because his wholesome girl just loves too much of the world. She's so wholesome, so much so to the point
Such
that
He's a
can
cinnamon
we
roll
pull
that's too pure
the
for this
last
world.
picture, please?
Ah, yes.
Look at
Ta-da!
this smile. I was in voice chat last night talking to Dosha, and I had to stop whatever I was doing. I had to stop whatever Dosha was doing so we could both look at this. This is the most wholesome thing I've ever seen. Anyway, that
That
was
you've
X and
ever
Y.
seen?
Oh, man.
She now controls the Looker establishment in Lumios because she was born here. She was born in these streets. She can take care of Lumios better. So she
Booyah.
will,
Oh yeah, she
as a
gets the
part of
suit
the
too.
Looker hideout.
She is also given the suit, by the way.
She is given the suit, but without the mind power, the turn off the mind powers.
Yeah, she doesn't. She's not gonna be asleep.
So
And
she's a robot. She has
She
the
can be a
powers of a
robot.
robot.
strength and super speed and also
Oh,
battling ability or
would you like to
something.
click off of that received 1998222.mp4?
I'm surprised you see that.
Well, I cropped the screen to allow me to watch stuff. It's just there.
Yeah, that was with the video that I sent to myself to for the Friend Safari thing.
Whatever it is. Still cute though.
Anyway, yeah, so that's X and Y for the story part.
All right. Dosha, do you have
Well, the thing is,
anything to
Gosek's
add, or can we
concerned
move to the
about her
fights?
well-being throughout the entire quest to some
Yeah,
degree.
we are concerned about her well-being because she's an orphan who has now run away for getting a job that we didn't know she was going to get.
No, I'm saying Gosek was the whole time. If you read through the notes and talk to him,
Oh, you mean Zero Sick? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah, Zero Six.
Hey, look over there. Who's that? Oh, sick.
Gosek, I think, is the name of an anime or something.
Yeah,
Yosik
that's the name of an
sounds,
anime.
yeah,
Yeah,
sounds
his name
right.
is Zero Sick with an X.
Hmm.
Well,
And then let's see. Was there anything else? I caught Zygarde, and
Oh,
I'm
right. Speaking of catching the legendaries, there is one last thing I forgot to say. Once you finish the Elite Four, you leave your house, and the second you leave your house, Shauna walks up to you and says, "Hey, I have the starter that you didn't see yet in this game. You know, the starter that I have as Shauna. I can give you a level 5 egg. Do you want it? And you say yes, and you trade her your Eveltal because you want to give her an Eveltal for a level 5 starter. It was
That'd be
hilarious.
fun.
I wish I had my phone to take a picture of it at the time, but that's what I did.
You gave the
That
little
is
girl the
funny.
death bird.
I gave the little girl an Eveltal, yes.
Oh no.
Hooray! She has a death bird that she's going to treat as a friendship charm.
Okay.
Yep,
Somebody else about
exactly.
that.
Well,
Yeah, it's a friendship charm.
well,
The death bird of friendship. It's
So
like
did
a
you have anything
Digimon.
else?
Let me think. Is there anything else? So I guess this is final thoughts, right?
No, we have the battles.
Well, we could do final thoughts after the fights, because I do have one thing after the fights that has to wait till after the fights.
I think the route design in this game is better than the previous one, previous generation, but not by much. It's basically the same region design, except it all goes into Luma in the middle instead of going in an actual circle. But I mean, it's still basically treated as a circle. You're following clockwise the whole game. So there is still that.
I mean, there is a difference with going into Lumio City twice.
It's not that big of a difference, and you go in there 3 times.
3 times, right?
Let's see, once at the start, once there, and then yeah. So that's the 3 times, not including the time you need to go there to stop Team Flare. The route design individually is fine, I guess. I like the route where you get to ride on a
Go-Go.
what was the Go-Go pre-evolution called?
Skidoo!
Skidoo? Yeah, you ride the Skidoo, and they're so fast.
Skidoo! We go
So,
zoom!
I learned something.
What up?
If you ride the Go-Go in Lumio City, you get plus style.
I couldn't
That's
figure out
fantastic.
where the Go-Go was.
They're just on the sides.
I found Skidoos. I never saw a Go-Go.
But yeah, the Skidoo, they are super fast.
They go skidoo.
They're awfully cute, to be honest.
They are super cute. Skidoo are super cute.
Yeah, I mean, what would you want to say? I mean, these are cute little goat boys.
Right, yeah, no, hold on.
Well,
Fuck
big
everything. I'm pulling up a
goats.
picture of Skidoo. Hold on.
Okay, well,
Let's see. Talked about berries. Did you ever get around to doing the Battle Maison?
I didn't. So Dosha informed me that I should have been doing it while playing the game normally. I thought it was something to do in the post game. I was
No.
mistaken.
Nope. Starts off. So the way it works, the Battle Maison is an area you can go to fight trainers, but unlike some of the other battle facilities in the game, this one is on level. You get money and experience for battling. The way it works is when you go in, you are granted the rank of Baron, which is the lowest rank you can be. But you can battle other Barons at that rank. So that is trainers with level 15 single Pokemon. But as you do this, you can unlock higher and higher ranks, which allow you to fight stronger trainers, eventually getting to more Pokemon. When you get to the Viscount rank, you start seeing gym leaders show up. And when you get to the Duke or Duchess rank, then you start seeing Elite Four members show up. And then above that, which I haven't gotten to yet, you'll start seeing Diantha show up sometimes. This is a recurring source of experience, which you don't really need in the game with the XP share. But that said, what it is good for is getting a lot of money. A lot of money. You can stack so many bonuses. So there's a rig system in there too. New trainers appear there every, 5-ish minutes?
Yeah, something
But,
like that.
If you pay for writs, writ of invitation, you can get them to speed up their appearance rate, or you can make them pay more money, or you can make them slightly higher level. That's what the various writs do. What I'm going to be doing on this one is sending a gold writ, which causes them to give you more money for beating them. It doesn't speed up the speed they appear at. Silver writ increases it to like 1 per minute, which is, I think, maybe even better.
Hey, gents, I just realized something.
Uh-huh.
Speaking of increasing money and shit, we completely forgot about a mechanic of the game.
What's that?
O-powers.
No, I didn't forget about it. I purposefully ignored it. I am not going to talk about the fucking creepy old man who gives you the O-powers in the middle of a hotel room.
Okay,
that
no,
no one
look,
else is
look,
in.
hold on, wait. You can just look at it and say, I'll give
It's
you my
bonding.
O-power.
You wake up.
You know how people say, you know, there's
at the corner of your eye,
about
you
your
see
favorite
something.
movie
Have a
or game that you don't
skidoo
like?
for eye bleach. Oh my god.
It's hard to
The
make out.
O-power man is the creepiest thing in all of Pokemon.
But O-powers are actually really gas, though.
Yeah,
like,
it's
they
not
speed
worth it.
up. They speed up hatching
Well,
and breeding.
here's what
It's
I'm saying.
great.
Here's the important thing. With the Battle Chateau, you can stack the amulet coin with the gold writ bonus with the O power bonus, and that also stacks with happy hour, assuming you have access to it, giving you 16 times the amount of money that you would normally be making.
Yeah, it's really fucking insane. Exactly how much you can make.
8 times the normal amount is not bad though, but you can get 100,000 from beating something like 3 trainers, depending on what level they are, pretty easily. So this place lets me, and this is great because the clothing shop in Lumoy City costs obscene amounts of money to buy anything from. If I'm going to buy out that shop, I got to be doing a lot of grinding, which is what I'm mostly doing.
I mean, I
in
guess.
these videos. Anyway, if you want to do refights, that's the place to go. It's not full teams. Gym leaders only have 2 Pokemon. Elite Four only have 3. But you can meet trainers there. You can rebattle them. Stuff like that. Still fun. Still a fun side thing to do. If you do it right at the end of the game, though, you're going to be a Baron. Everything is going to be level 15. You're going to have to grind your way up. Kind of annoying.
Yeah, I mean, had I known that, I would have started from the beginning of the game, but I was mistaken because I had never done it before. But so I did finally find it. My friend Safari has Inkay, Sneasel, and Nuzleaf.
Nice.
Oh yeah, I forgot. If you beat a particular trainer 5 or so times in a row, in there, they will also just give you an item that you can sell. Like I beat, what was it? It was a count like 5 times in a row, and they gave me a nugget. Of course, their appearances are random, so you can't rely on that, but it's nice. It's just a place you get lots of money. These people are very rich.
I mean, that's the idea. Yeah.
All right. Was there anything else before we get to the fights?
Let us move on to what must be done.
I tried to do chain fishing and I failed because I couldn't reel in fast enough.
Yeah, the fucking chain fishing reeling in was way too like I don't know how you're supposed to consistently get that. I wrote down exactly how many times I failed my fishing thing. It was a lot, okay? Like look, I've got it written down here. In total in the amount of reels that I did for those 3 shiny Pokemon, I failed pulling in reel 36 times.
36 times? That's 6 times 6. Oh my god.
Did we mention that I gave Curry requested that I give him a launcher?
I did. Did you? I mentioned earlier. Okay, so here's what happened with that. I will briefly explain in detail.
I caught it normally and he got all weird about it.
So I'm playing in Y,
Accused
right?
me of
But I
cheating.
wanted I wanted a Clawitzer because I was like, Clawitzer seems like a cool Pokemon. I unfortunately didn't have the time nor patience to train it, But I still got one from Diodosha. Immediately upon trading, on the trade screen you can see a few things. You can see what the Pokemon is called, you can see a picture of the Pokemon, and you can see the ball it's caught in. I immediately remarked, and I actually have this written in my notes. I believe it is the last note that I wrote. It says, and I quote, "Dosha, why is it in a Master Ball?"
I don't understand why
And
this is so
then
weird.
he was like backtracking, like, "What do you mean? It's just a Master Ball." I was like, "Why is it in a Master Ball?" And we had the back and forth where I'm like, I see. I am not the only one with an action replay, because I thought surely a Pokemon player of Dosha's caliber would not simply catch a Clawitzer with his only Master Ball. I am now in possession of the Clawitzer Dosha caught with his only Master Ball.
I don't own an action replay. I've never owned one. I've never owned a Game Genie. All right, I don't cheat.
So no, but here's the thing:
accusation.
he's offended at the accusation, but
I think that I need to use a
I'm
Master Ball
sitting here. I'm sitting here looking you dead in the face and saying, I would find it more excusable if you told me that you genned in like 999 Master Balls, rather than tell me that you actually went like, wow, I want this Clawitzer. What Pokeball do I have? Oh, this purple one's pretty.
That is what happens there. Why is this so hard to believe?
Why not save it for something you might actually need
Oh
it for,
my god.
like a Graveler that's shiny?
No, it's this really... It was hilarious. I was just sitting there, like, giggling like an idiot for about 10 minutes. And I swear I'm going to use Cajun. That's what he named it, by the way. He named it Cajun because he's just good like that. So look, I'm going to use Cajun. I couldn't use Cajun in this run through because, good god, you need either 4, like, love disc skills or to train it to level 60 something to get everything. And I'm not doing that. Oh my god.
God, why would anybody want to catch... Master Balls are kind of ugly, though.
Master Balls, I mean, they were supposed to be like the ball you catch Mewtwo in, I think was the original design.
I think so, but I've never caught a Mewtwo in one.
That seems weird. I definitely have caught a Mewtwo in a Master Ball.
I caught it in an Ultra Ball. Why would I ever use my Master Ball? I only have one of those.
But regardless,
alright, I'm not even gonna try with that.
Let's move on to the fights.
Also, it's insulting to think that assume that I can't catch Pokemon without a Master Ball.
To the fights.
But there are things that you can't.
No, there's nothing that I can't catch in a Premier Ball or a Beast Ball. Okay.
There is a shiny Graveler looking at you, and it's about to use self-destruct. You have only one turn.
I will throw a Premier Ball in it, and if it faints, it faints. That's
okay,
it.
I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna use my executive power to cut the video here.
Alright, send me that link so I can go ahead and watch.
Yes'm.
It is Battle 1.
Yes'm.
I will be doing the introductions for these fights.
Yes'm.
And also, once we finish the fights, I'll read out the things that Arca sent us for his thoughts on the game.
Ready for fight number 1?
I am
hope
here
so.
and I am ready. We've got an interesting team layout on both sides. I'm very interested in who they're going to start off with, Bob. Bob? Bob.
Well, we're both...
Anyway.
Oh dear.
We got a Tsubaki, the Greninja, versus a Lanois, the Chestnut. A very clear matchup on one side. Starting off the Protect into Leech Seed, nothing happened. Starting off the Missing Toxic and the spikes hitting.
How did that
letting up some spikes. Toxic missing twice in a row.
What?
Leech Seed hits.
What? What? Okay,
Toxic
finally.
Hitting for the third hit.
How is
Spikes
that
are now
possible?
at double. Leech Seeds are still up. Toxic.
How is that possible?
Protect. Hammer Arm. Still gains health from that Leech Seed. Grass Knot does 13%. Loses due to the Rocky Helmet. Heals due to the Citrus.
Oops.
Leech Seed fails.
I'm going to hit spikes.
Actually, I wonder if this would do more damage.
Switches into Orange Florigist Surf, dealing 26%. Healing with the lefties. Healing with the Leech Seed.
Man. If it works once, do it again.
Gets Toxic Wish.
At this point, I'm confused as to why it didn't just die, but okay. It has natural cure?
Nope.
No, it used aromatherapy.
Oh, okay. No. One of you is gonna stay poisoned if I'm gonna sit here with this setup.
And now spikes it up to 3, and Tsubaki goes down.
That's
Lenoir down to
fine.
29% and poisoned badly.
That's fine. You know what?
I don't actually.
Let's try it.
It's a shiny Trevenant. I'm going to assume that wasn't shiny in the playthrough.
It was shiny. That was my transfer.
Oh, okay.
I had a shiny one that I've been meaning to use forever. Oh,
Switches
that was
into
unfortunate.
Chalmeo, gets Wisped, but doesn't
Nice.
because it's immune.
Well, what's your answer to that?
This.
Switches into Gudra, gets hit by 24% to the triple spikes, setting up the sun with the drought. Heat wave down by 29, down to 47. Heals up. Switching into Florigis Omega, hitting with the Aqua Tail, dealing 11%. Both of them healing up. Sun still active.
I wonder what he's going to do next.
Probably
It's,
die.
Switching into Kevin the Lucario. Wish.
What do I want to do next?
This is a very good question. I'm glad
Switching
I did
into
that.
Chestnut. Mega Lucario. Poison Jab, killing the La Noir. Wish does nothing.
Okay. Let's see. I gotta think about this.
Think
I have
all you
options,
want.
Bum, bum. Yes, we'll do this.
Interesting.
Subdue Blade.
Excuse me for a moment. I need to look up what that is.
It is a Steel Ghost.
Okay, that's good. I just needed to know. Well, actually... Man, I don't know which one of these would be better here.
It's a difficult decision, I'm sure.
Hitting with the Bone Rush, dealing 11%, then 10%,
Three.
then 11%.
3 hits.
3
Swords
hits indeed.
Dance. Shadow Sneak down to 7. Shadow Claw down
Damn
by
it!
28
I was
to 40.
really hoping for that crit, actually.
I see.
Well,
Bone Rush didn't
Come
do a
on.
Shadow Sneak.
come on. Come on. Yes!
Yo!
There's the luck. There's
I
the
got
luck.
unlucky.
That is fair.
You did get pretty unlucky, but why didn't you just Shadow Sneak?
I didn't Shadow Sneak because I thought he was. I would be able to survive whatever the next hit was. I wasn't expecting it to do 4. In other words, I was hoping that I was lucky.
Fair enough. Switching into his Mega Charizard. There's now Mega Charizard versus Mega Lucario. Poison Jab dealing 40%
Yo!
and poisoning. Missing
Miss!
the Air Slash.
Miss!
A huge turn for
Miss,
Curry.
baby!
Switching into Dragalage.
Dang, that
Poison
still
Jab
did
not doing
way
much.
more. That did way more than I thought it would.
Wait. No. I need to cancel
Bone
that.
Rush.
Oh, come on. Oh my god, at
1%.
1%. Oh, but you... Oh, oops. That was a bit of a punt.
Both of them are at 7%. Protect.
Okay.
Heals up with the black sludge. What's the matter, trainer? Switching into Charizard, getting hit by the poison jab and dying to the poison.
Whew,
It is
okay.
now 3-5.
There's the Mega Down. There's the Mega Down. Come on. Kevin!
Selling out the Heliolisk.
Kevin!
Heliolisk dies.
Man.
Kevin!
The one mistake.
Kevin! Oh, man. Ooh.
That one mistake did cost Dosha.
Kevin! Oh, the salty protect.
What do you mean salty? I
I'm
gained
joking.
HP off of it. Let's see how many I can do. Just one?
Oh. It'd
know
be
what?
funny if you could do that for like 5 turns.
Kevin!
Man, I got unlucky.
Yeah, to be fair, you did get just absolutely shafted with that. I'm sorry.
Which one of you am I fighting?
Dosha, you pick.
Go ahead and do winner, I guess.
Okay.
Alright, I will send a challenge to Prof 3.
And this is the point where all
In
cut.
Gen 6, anything goes. Challenge with the Gen 6 anything goes team.
Septal. Copia.
Dun 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 dun
Then I
dun
go
dun
What were you
to-
saying,
dun
Kevin?
dun dun dun.
Oh, that was
That's
the
the name
name.
of his Pokemon.
I named it Kevin.
What is Kevin?
Kevin. Honkai.
Oh.
Alright, tell me when the stream is back up, because I have something to say.
Hold on one moment.
All right, so we are looking at currently. It's going to
There
be
we
Carrot
go.
versus Professor Curry.
We're
Curry has
back.
already shown his hand for the most part. We know about 3 of his Pokemon and generally what they do. However, Carrot is mostly unproven except for the hand that he has tipped with both his Swoobat and with his Clamperl. Starting off with the Swoobat versus the Trevenant. Trevenant is particularly well known as being somewhat of a wall, despite its average stats across the board. It has a move pool that's able to make use of a rather formidable straw strategy in the right condition. What is it going to do? That's not a straw
Wow,
strategy at all.
3%. That's
Bravo.
perfect.
That's
A
not
tripling
bad,
set.
actually.
What's important is that it survived and was able to set
It
that
survived and I was able to set up Trick Room. Thank you, girl.
switching
Gudra switch with the
presumably
U-turn.
in order to be slower.
Come on out, Hikari.
Danger.
Oh,
Danger,
Danger
danger.
indeed.
Danger, danger, high voltage. I live the crit!
I am
Wow.
surprised you lived that.
That was a
Gudra.
significant chunk off, but after all, Gudra is known for its incredible special defenses, so I guess this outcome isn't entirely unwarranted. That said, Clamperl has been a threat in the metagame for Little Cup for a long time, much for the same reason as its absurd special attack.
Yeah,
Allows it
currently
to
my
Gudra, baby.
special attack is 492.
Absolutely disgusting.
However, it's not the only
So-
trick that he has on his tree available in this room, as they say.
I agree.
The question is,
Yeah, that is true.
I agree. His Treem seems really powerful.
Now I just have to decide what I switch into. I have actually quite a few options here.
You do indeed. But
No, I
who
think I
knows
would
what
do
else I
that.
could have in my kit?
considering what
Ooh.
we've seen so far, the only things that we're unaware of entirely are the Sylveon and the Bird.
58,008, go!
Ooh.
It is 58,008, so named for its evolution ability and it was able to get through with a superpower, finishing it off and
right.
boosting its
It's
stats, attack, and defense
contrary. I forgot it
right.
was contrary.
Contrary isn't a hidden ability.
Well, I guess I'm going to feed this for a little bit.
Goodbye,
Huh?
Greninja. Oh, okay, I see.
Will it stall out the trick?
Okay, thank God.
And now there is a chance for this frog in order to go first. However, its dark type gives it an innate weakness to it. 2 attack, 2 defense, meaning it's basically not going to die to any type of physical attack, which is why it's smart that Sylveon was sent out. Sylveon being a
Sylveon is a fairy
I'm
type,
gonna-
which will
I-
destroy.
I have to risk it. I really have to risk it. Worst case, you switch out.
Let
Yes,
those
okay.
flesh ribbons
Good.
fool. Yeah, it's a pretty
Good.
powerful
Good,
Pokemon.
good.
But so is Aegislash, which was switched into eating that dazzling gleam like it was a light breakfast. Om nom nom, indeed. The Sylveon swaps out for Talonflame. Talonflame technically being weak to, or resisting, rather, the steel types.
Yep, okay.
Being strong against that.
Let's just go ahead and eat the change.
This is not going to go particularly well for something like this without a priority move in order to, or some other way to deal with that protect. Which, of course, King's Shield having a special effect, lowering its attack by half.
Fair enough, yeah. Why did I get damage?
Oh,
Oh, there's a Rocky helmet, I see.
So the reason there's a Rocky helmet on there is I was looking at my items early on in the run, and I thought that'd be funny. And then I never removed it.
I mean, it works.
Anyway.
God, even at half. Ooh. Yeah, fair enough. I just did not have a very good switch in for that, honestly.
It's called a Cinder, and it is a Talonflame.
So your Mega is that.
And he sends out Trevenant once again, technically a match for its effect, or its main stab moves, but I believe from earlier we saw it use an Ice-type attack. Is that necessarily what we're expecting here? Hornleech against Girl, who then immediately faints in order after it was brought down to 3 HP. Not surprising in the least, but it gives him a free swap into what Pokemon I suppose we will see. One Pokemon is yet to make an appearance, and it doesn't look like it's ready just yet. We're 2 to 3, but generally Carrot's team is looking pretty
setting
tough.
up the trick
and
room.
Another trick room setter. Not something I was expecting today.
You don't expect a trick room team to have more than one trick room setter? What are you talking about?
It was, but I would have thought you would have used it earlier.
I'm slower.
It ends up with a KO against that. So no more on that strategy. However, there is still another chance to send a Pokemon in order to continue the fight, and other than Greninja, the rest are going to probably be slow enough to at least on par fight with this Trevenant.
Yep, I'm gonna send out Ampharos.
It's a shiny Ampharos. Look at how pink it is. It's hard to make out against the background of the room that is currently twisted in its dimensions. Once it returns to normal, perhaps it will be a little more clear. It has
Mega Evolution. Hidden Power.
Hidden Power is super effective, but not quite enough effective in order to take it down below half. However, the Ampharos was hit with a return Earthquake, taking it well below half. A bit surprising for its tanky status, as it's known for. The Citrus Berry recovering a fair amount of its HP loss. That was an unfortunate showing for the Ampharos, but I suppose he was checked fairly well in this case. Sending out the Aegislash, who has the attack.
Who is slower here? That's the question.
Yeah, that's a very good question. I don't know.
Aerial Ace taking out the tree.
Well,
and Trick Room died with it.
See, now this is the problem.
The Aegislash being up front is already itself a threat, but...
Go ahead.
And its attack is down. Now, depending on what type of Lucario this is, that may or may not be quite a hindrance to its ability to attack. Much like Mega Gardevoir is in the playthrough,
Oh god.
this can be quite a team stopper in itself.
Right.
There's a reason
I'm
why Mega Lucario was
slower.
banned from competitive play, at least in the OU tier.
Man, I really don't like this matchup.
King
It feels
Shield
bad.
once more, and now. However, because it wasn't a contact move that was used, its attack is not dropped.
Yep.
Lucky.
This is the
game.
thought.
Bone Rush again, 8%, 7%, 8%, and 3 times it ends. Aerial Ace taking another 30% off.
I have to get lucky.
Remaining.
That's all
How
I got.
Is it going to break through?
That's all
this
I got. Like, this is legit all I have right now. Come on, baby.
That's a 3-time hit.
Live. No.
Oh, and that was it. It tipped it just over the percentage mark, dealing that last HP point of damage. And now we are dealing with the final sweeper of this team, Stuffy, the raccoon.
Oh, we got the crit. That crit mattered.
Ooh, come on.
You win.
Come on,
win.
Snuffy.
Finally, again.
So I know I'm. Am I faster? I think I'm faster here, but now I have to think. Is there any move? What move do I even do here?
Come on.
Okay, if you hit me, you win. That's like guaranteed. So I have to see if I can one-shot you. I don't think any of these moves one-shot. Isn't he? Yeah, you're pretty well.
Hanky.
Okay, I have to really think here. So okay, not that one for sure. Not that one. So it's down to those two. Would that just be better? Oh god, this is tough. Okay.
To be fair, I almost punted, frankly. I completely... Like, it clicked after the attack went down that Bone Rush was a non-contact move, and I was like, oh no.
Okay, so I'm gonna hit this one, because honestly, I don't think the other one will one-shot, and this has a better chance, I think. Yeah, this is a better chance. So... Water Shuriken? Nope. That's it.
Oh, there's a crit.
Very much.
2.
Oh, I only hit 2. Yep, that's it.
And that goes down, leading Professor Curry a 2-0 perfect, flawless victory.
I'm the winner
tonight.
I'm the winner, and I didn't finish the game. Oh man!
It turns out that no matter how long or short you deal with the game, you still have plenty of chances to build a team worthy of a good fight.
I mean, that is fair. I was really thinking I would be, like, way worse off, because, like...
One part,
do you,
with 1 part luck and 1 part skill, you, too, can win with what you may, at first glance, believe is a subpar team.
Like, okay, so here's the deal with the Sylveon, right? I genuinely was worried about the Sylveon, specifically because... Dazzling Gleam was the only attack I could really give it. I meant to give it more, but I just couldn't.
Dazzling Gleam is fine, though, as an attack.
It's good.
It's certainly serviceable.
But it's like, it has 0 coverage. And we're back. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my turn to officiate the match between Titans, the biggest brawl we have ever witnessed in our young lives. Ladies and gentlemen,
the loser team versus the other loser team.
We have a Swoobat versus a Chestnut. Now here we see the numbers here favor the Swoobat, but that Chestnut has several moves, one of which is a protection move that could very well swing the tide of battle.
That's an interesting thing to do.
It flew into the air.
I pressed the wrong button. Okay, I pressed the wrong button.
This might be a bad time. That is 2 spikes set up, ladies and gentlemen. Trick Room, however, is set. Spiky Shield is up, and U-turn gets
damage
rebuffed.
On her is okay. Let's see. I guess. I guess.
Ladies and gentlemen, what will he do now? Spikes is now fully set up to 3, and U-turn finally gets to activate.
Right, Hikari.
Go,
a lot of damage just from that existing.
What do we want to do here? Ow.
Not that.
You want to die because Clamperl has almost 500 special attack.
That's not right.
That's
That's
not
an
right either.
interesting choice, ladies and
I mean,
gentlemen.
what he's going to do is he's going to set up the sun to make my surf be less damage, but I'm still going to be using... Okay.
Oh, it was
He
a
was making
bait,
sure
ladies
Cherry
and
goes
gentlemen.
down.
It's a feint.
It's a bait, ladies and gentlemen. You got jebaited.
You got jebaited. You got jebaited. Now I just have
Interesting.
to think, what the fuck does this thing do?
Dragalg is actually one of my favorite Pokemon from this generation, ladies and gentlemen. It is a very, very cool design. Swoobat comes back out into a Protect that fails, but it heals due to its Black Sludge. Sludge Bomb KOs it before it can even do anything. That actually shocked... Okay, I'm going to stop doing the voice. That really shocks me that outsped a Swoobat.
It didn't.
Wait, how'd it not?
Trick Room has -4 priority.
Oh, right. Never mind. I forgot about that.
Anyway, what do I want to send in here? I have a couple of really viable options, and if I pick the wrong one, I lose. So I have to really think about this. Yeah, we'll do it this way. I think. God, is that just punting? No, okay. Okay, we'll do this instead. Okay.
We're even. One loss each.
Okay.
That
Okay.
is a very interesting choice, ladies and gentlemen. What
Okay,
will
so
they do
now-
now? I'm trying to see the through line here, because this could go really well for either party.
This could go really well for either party.
Ah, I see.
You did not Mega Evolve. Or not Mega Evolve. Good word. No, wait. Mega Evolution. Yeah, Mega. It sounds weird saying Mega Evolve. That sounds wrong for some reason. Oh.
That's what scouting is for.
Fair enough. The Florges now represents a significant threat to this Ampharos, as regal as it may be.
Yeah, and Florges is really special defensive, isn't it?
Very.
Yeah,
That is
it's 154
entirely true.
special defense, so there's nothing this is gonna do.
Florges is a very strong Pokemon. Also very beautiful.
Well, only in that specific niche that it's in. It's bad in lots of circumstances.
I'd say it's pretty fine, all things considered. I thought it
me
should
think
probably
about
have been
this.
like a grass fairy rather than just a fairy, though. Or is it a grass fairy? Am I misremembering? I think it's only
just
a fairy. Yeah, if it was grass fairy, it would have made more sense. Good call for the wish.
Well, to be fair, that's the default.
Wish.
Honestly, I expected more of a prediction for me switching in because I had no other option. Hey, it's the Doublade versus the thing. It's the...
This is actually fascinating. I am interested in this. Is the Doublade evil-eyed?
That's going to use Swords Dance because I just used King Shield, I just realized.
Yep.
Yep.
Right after I hit the button, I realized that's what was going to happen.
Oh boy. This could be very bad. Evilite Doublade is actually really threatening.
It's entirely true that it is.
I have a theory that he used Swords Dance again. Nope.
Your theory was incorrect, unfortunately.
Goodbye.
I was mostly afraid of the double King Shield, to be honest. In that circumstance.
We were both like trying to super outread each other.
Oh man, how low is that Clamperl?
Don't
It's
worry
about
about it.
I think, isn't it?
Is it triple spikes kill it immediately low?
Triple spikes don't kill it immediately, no.
It says 76 if you mouse over it.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
What do I do here? Bonk.
Whoa, 3%!
Whoa, Damn, son.
Yeah, I'm fine taking that. I get Trick Room pulled up. I mean now you have I know
Damn,
you have a
son.
priority move, but I think that was my best bet at getting something out of this.
Dimmy Turner, my name is Doug Dimmy 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 Dam Dome Dimmy Dome Dimmy Dome Dimmy Dam Dome Dome.
I
I'm
guess we'll
probably
find
going to
out.
lose anyway, but we're going to give this a shot.
Oh, good.
Hello. I feel like it's gonna get bonked.
Wham.
Oh
my
my
It
god!
lived and it.
That is
Oh.
amazing.
Oh, it almost had the dream. God dang. That is not right, ladies and gentlemen. Not right.
Well, let's see. I definitely outspeed that. Huh?
You forgot
Oh,
Water Shuriken was priority?
oh, did I ever?
Oh
forget that?
no!
Oh my god.
You
Oh
the
no!
Rocky helmet!
Oh no!
The double
It
KO.
doesn't matter. I
The
can't outspeed
clam
anything.
pearl! The clam pearl! The clam pearl could take it, ladies and gentlemen.
Pew!
Goodbye,
Oh.
Clamperl.
Respect the hard targeted laser. Congratulations there, Diodosha.
Hooray! I didn't lose all the matches.
I did.
You did, but you did
We.
really well on the first match.
Where are my
I
prize
did. I
packs?
made one mistake. I had pressed the wrong move once. For this one, I punted a lot.
To be fair, yeah. I think all of us punted a couple of times. Because I
Well, to be fair,
definitely.
this is like 80% a stall team, so
I
And
mean,
also, my
fair.
team is like it's super jank. It's never gonna work in a normal format. But yeah, so my Clamperl had 500 special attack.
Yeah.
Um, so since we're done with the fights, before we wrap up, I had two last things.
Very
a
good.
pretty
First,
significant
I
amount of
wanted
effort
to
to
read
get spikes.
through what Ark said for how he felt about the game.
Very good.
Quote. So he had a level 50 Lapras named Shylily, a level 55 Doublade named Scalagrim, a shiny Gardevoir level 57 with no name, a level 55 Tyrantrum named Noah J456, a level 61 Roserade with no name, and a level 54 Charizard named Regentle Ash. And his thoughts were, while this game has a huge amount of nostalgia, being as this was around my senior year of high school, I found that a replay of it was boring. The switch from 2D sprites to 3D models wasn't the best. The best way for me to put it is that the models are too smooth and the colors are dulled. The only cool
Colors are
thing
dull.
that comes from this game is Mega Evolution and Yveltal. Aside from that, the mini games for the Pokemon Amiibo were decent, and the Super Training made competitive Pokemon a bit easier and more enjoyable to train up. The addition to fairy types is alright, and I'm not for or against it personally. And I asked him a question after that, asking what his thoughts on were Team Flare, and he said, the story I'd say is I wish I could play through the story as and see the war he went through because Team Flare is blah 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 trying to destroy things, blah blah blah. I'm not a big fan.
Yep. I can agree with
So
everything there except the sprites being not colored. I think this game is very well
It
colored.
was probably the most colorful game in Pokemon. Maybe
Yeah.
barring Generation 3 may have been more. But that's about it.
But like this
mhm,
game pops. So other than that,
yeah,
I can agree with most of that, yeah.
It be poppin' yo.
yeah, and for that I'm not really sure. So I have one last thing, but I want it to be the very last thing that we discuss. So does anyone have anything else?
No, I'm good.
I went through a significant amount of effort to put spikes on my chestnut.
Top 5 Pokemon
What was
games
your
ever made.
efforts?
Well, first I had to find somebody who had a Froakie who was willing to trade it. Then I got the Froakie. Then I had to go catch a Delibird. Then I had to breed spike. I had to level up the Froakie to a Greninja like level 56 in order to get spikes onto it. Then I had to breed it with a Delibird. And then I had to breed that Delibird with my Chestnut in order to get a Chespin with spikes on it. And then I had to keep going in order to get a nature that wasn't awful on it. Um, and the problem with that is that I forgot that as things get in the daycare, they level up and they overwrite their old moves.
Oh yeah, I
Yup.
remember this.
Yup.
So anyway, I have something like 36 chess pins in my box right now, and most of them don't have spikes.
Well,
Okay,
That's just
so
the kind of thing I had to do.
um,
By the
the last thing I wanted us to end off on before giving our goodbyes and saying we're going to play Oros next time,
way,
I wanted to read this out. Oh yes.
so my initial starter was pecan, right? And because I decided eventually to go to French names, I decided I'm going to name uh, the child Walnut, but in French. Do you know what walnut is in French?
walnut.
It is la noix, which is just nut.
Not.
In other words, walnut is so ubiquitous in France that the word for it is literally just the word for nut.
Oh yeah, what were
You
the
have to
reasons for the
specify it
names of
by
your other
saying
Pokemon?
in front of it. The nut. Do what?
The reasons for your other names Pokemon?
Oh, sure, I can go through it. Um, if we go to, I don't have them on my party right now. Let's
Here,
see.
I'll resend you the picture of what you had here because you sent it to me. Okay, check the experience curve chat.
All right. So with tournesol, it is French for sunflower. Fun fact: through most of the game, I had it tunisol because I forgot to put the R in until I got to the 8th gym, and I was like, "Oh wait, I need to go back and fix that." And I finally remembered to do it, and also had the capacity to do so. Joyeuse is so named for Charlemagne's sword, which was named Joyeuse, literally joyous, obviously. Don't ask me why Charlemagne named his sword that, but you know, Puri is you might recognize from potpourri, but it's actually a different word. Puri is French for garbage, I think. Yeah, filth. That's what it is. Um, because it's a bunch of sea trash, draglage. um,
Dragonage.
Glaeulus is so named for a flower uh, of the same name. English gladius. So it's a flower that's named after a sword, but it's
Huh.
common in France.
Le
Chalumeau
fleur.
means torch. It actually means some other things too. Uh, so Chalumeau. It's also a wood instrument, a type of flute. But in this case, Chalumeau, if you talk about it in like the terms of cooking, it is a fire torch.
Hmm.
So literally, the thing you make like a what are they called? Creme brulees with. Yeah, it's a brulee torch. So a butane burner, and then Lanois, who I already explained, it literally just means the
He
nut.
is the nut.
Yes. All other nuts are specified if they aren't walnuts. So
Not.
they have like a separate. It's like Lanu. Uh, the nut from the ground would be like peanut, for example.
So, did you name him Walnut because he is a wall?
No, I named
Oh
him Walnut
god.
because after the anime girl from what was that show?
Oh, licorice recoil.
Yeah, who was also a squirrel.
Oh
Oh
my
yeah,
god,
I
that's
forgot
fucking
about
great.
Walnut.
Licorice Recoil is such a great anime.
It really is. Go watch it if you're watching this and not watching that. Go watch that instead of this.
Fantastic.
That's so much better. Uh,
Doesn't matter what you're doing. Are you in the middle of a wedding? Go watch Licorice Recoil.
yeah,
Anyway,
yeah, exactly.
Are
so
you
those are my
watching us during a wedding? What are you doing with your life?
Okay,
yeah, pretty much.
so I'm gonna end off our
Oh,
thing, and
oh,
we
and
can.
Ziggy Smalls.
God.
Ziggy Smalls.
Yeah, Ziggy. Sorry, I only sent this to Curry. I didn't send it in general.
God.
I caught Zygarde and named him Ziggy Smalls.
I forgot about
Why didn't you
that.
let that be known earlier? That's amazing.
I
I
forgot
totally
about
forgot
that.
about telling anyone. Hold on, let me get the
God
picture
damn
and
it.
I'll put it in our little chat there.
Okay.
Ziggy Smalls.
If you pull it
Did
up on
you
the
delete
stream, I
it?
can reset it.
Oh no, there it is. I found it.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Carrot,
Hold
pull
on.
it up on the stream
Yeah.
and we're good. I don't think I left. I hope I didn't.
Yeah, once he sends the picture, I'll pull it up.
And
You
that'll
know
be the
it's
note
Ziggy
that we
Smalls.
end on, I suppose. God
Yep,
bless.
after I say my thing.
Well, actually, I guess I'll read off my team really quick. Oh, Lord. So, of course, I started with Tsubaki. The reason I named her Tsubaki, so basically, I just deadpolled a female Froakie immediately.
Wow.
And I was like, oh, alright. We'll name her after the girl from Soul Eater. Because that was the only female ninja I could think of that didn't somehow involve pornography.
What about Yoroichi or
She's not a
Soifon?
ninja. I guess I could have named her like Hinata or Sakura, but I'm not going to name my characters after Naruto characters. That's boring. But anyway, Snuffy the Sylveon. I know it's not technically a raccoon, but Snuffy is recently like the VTuber
Is Snuffy a
Snuffy.
ninja now?
No, she's really colorful. She's gone from being like a raccoon to being like super colorful and everything. And for some
She
reason,
has
I
an
thought of that.
addiction to getting new outfits for
Yeah, she
Yes.
will not stop getting
Yes.
new outfits. Every other fucking week, she has a new outfit reveal.
So for some reason, I was just like, yes, I'm going to name my Sylveon Snuffy because it reminds me of Snuffy for some reason. Kebin the Lucario, I so named after the Honkai character Kevin, who is referred to as Kebin by the character everyone likes, who I'm not going to spoil. May the Gudra.
You mean the radish?
I couldn't really. I don't know why I decided to name the Gudra May. I was just like, yeah, May's a good name. We'll name her May. Why not?
Because
Cinder.
it's a goopy mayonnaise.
May. You know
May
what? I'll
is
take
short
that.
for mayo, which
I'll
is short
take
for
that.
mayonnaise.
I'll take that. It's a mayonnaise Gudra. We'll take that.
Mayonnaise dragon.
Cinder, just a standard name because I couldn't think of any other name for Talonflame, and Spook the Trevenant because he do a spook.
He'd do a spook, that is true.
Or sorry, she do a spook. My bad.
Okay, so now that we've gotten through that, I guess I have had this idea for a couple of days now,
Oh, right.
and
I forgot to pull up the.
it's gonna be even better.
I forgot
So-
to pull up the Ziggy Smalls.
Oh, you forgot to pull up Ziggy Smalls.
It's up now. Oh no.
There you go.
just-
Ziggy Smalls is
I'm
up
leaving
now.
this up until we're done.
Okay, it's gonna be a great. No, here, hold on. Let me make it even better for you.
Oh no.
There we go. Okay, so
Yay.
to cap off the entire of this X and Y run, I just wanted to read off something really quick, uninterrupted.
Are you sure about that?
The Kalos region, now upheld as fair, from ancient days an ugly past doth bear. The woes of war did knock on every door, till man nor Pokémon could take no more. 3,000 years ago upon this shore, so many lives were lost, both man and mon. It seemed a night that near would bring dawn. No beauty, no joy in those days of yore. Only the pain of parting was in store for victims of the ancient Kalos war. Man's grief brought the end, the land did tear. Wartime finished in a lightning flare. Mon's rage brought the end, a furious roar. Lightning crackled forth to end the war. Kalos's long pain was then no more. One man through it all lives ever on. To a Pokemon once lost, he's ever drawn. One man through it all lives ever on, searching for his heart long lost and gone. As his labors brought to end to his chore, bountiful kindness from his heart did pour. His Pokemon do part with nevermore. Would you like to give a tip?
Nut.
Yes. 500, please.
Nut. Well, thank you for joining us on this lovely episode of Experience Curve. We'll be doing Oras next. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be
It's gonna be
great.
great. I'm excited for Oros.
I am disappointed that Pelipper does not learn or does not get Drizzle until Generation 7, but we'll deal with that when we come to it. Anyway, bye-bye.
Bye.